Hello. How are you guys? Oh, I've been up since 8 in the morning because of my fucked up yesterday. I had, like 12 hours of sleep. But I mean, it started at 8 o'clock at night, so not really what I was. I have a feeling it's going to be a slow day. There are a lot of people away from their computers. Did I get a head pop like first second? Like I just turned around and I fucking did. I didn't even get the chance to do more than turn my camera. Can you believe this? Is it my computer or is it the game? Like, I don't know. I even reset my router this morning when I got up because we've been having storms lately. I thought, maybe we could use a refresh. So now I'm like, after yesterday and finding out that both Wolf and Declan are big indie players, and I've just like talked to them like nothing. Now I'm scared to talk to people. Like, who am I talking to? And am I being good enough to be in the same square? I don't know. For the most part, I'm just saying what I would say, doing what I would do. But also not, because there's no way in hell that in real life I would just walk into a building and be like, hey, can I have a job at this time specifically, please? And then immediately go into an interview and be confident with my answers. And then immediately start talking to my coworkers and making friends and going to a bar and talking to people and volunteering to get on the floor and bark for some beans. And telling a guy basically to fuck off because he couldn't recognize me without my shirt on or without my shirt off. Yeah, none of those things would ever happen. I do like motorcycles, so I'm really happy I got a motorcycle. Got a decent motorcycle too. The real American dream. Owning a vehicle that is not only reliable, but I had the money to customize it. I wonder where people get treasure maps from. Do you think they like fish them up or find them in the mines or something? I have to ask about it. I was watching somebody, who's Bento, do a treasure map the other day. And not only did he get like gems and stuff, gems and jewelry and stuff, he also got a handgun. Like, what? What in the world? What's going on with my speakers? If I don't have this set to my headphones, why does this game always come from my headphones? Does it remember that I said that GTA needs to come out of my headphones from that day when nothing was working? Oh, good. We're finally almost done. Are we done or did you crash? I will kill you if you crashed. I hear water. Okay. Try this shit again. I also need to take the time to remap bringing up my work menu so I don't sit down every time I clock in and out. I've been meaning to do that for like 3 days. Oh, it's gonna be one of those days. Okay. Change outfit to casual. Sit down for 2 seconds. Off duty. Yes. I was always off duty. Oh. Good morning. Oops, that's the wrong. Good morning. At 8. Keybind beans. Okay, this would be. Is this a 5M thing? Or is this a GTA Online thing?
Do not worry, for I am a known figure around here.
It's a weird voice. Who's that?
Oh, would you will?
Okay. Let's find.
The Church of the Divine.
Oh, I bet it's this. Toggle active task. Toggle cruise control. What? Why are so many things connected to J? There's another J. Sit anywhere.
If you struggle to say my name, it's also okay to just say father. Or
Who the fuck is that? That cannot be a real voice. Somebody's using a voice changer.
yes. Now, what was your name, my master? The spreader. What do you spread? Is it light? Is it joy? Laughter?
Ah, here we go. Show job management.
I see. What happened? What has brought you?
Make sure this works. Good. Okay. Hey, Burr. Now you know what it's like for me getting my streaks broken, huh?
Why? Why is someone who wishes to spread good
I need 2 of those, 2 of those.
not
Oh,
being restricted?
shit. I need to
Why
get
is
some more
it being
food.
pushed around?
Oh, yeah, we took all of my supplements.
No, you
I
are
do
none of
still
those
have
things.
bulletproof
You
vest.
were created.
A little bit of cash, a little bit of
Consider
gas.
our
Probably need to gas up my bike before I go. It's gonna cost me $2 grand to move my bike over here. I left it at the casino.
his own insecurities upon you. For there's nothing wrong with you. There is no such thing. You're good the way you are. Do you understand, Spreader?
I am not interrupting that. Wow, there's so many people.
That's a cute cat.
They really are.
That is indeed a
I
sopping
cannot
wet
stop
cat.
moving.
She does have
Yeah.
bunny ears on at the moment, but yeah. I don't think
It's
she
like
has
a
a bunny
fancy
sound
little
sign.
hat.
I'm like Chowder. I'm a bunny, cat,
Oh,
rabbit
or-
thing.
Oh,
Everything.
Plugging into?
Chowder, yeah, that makes sense.
I don't know. With this many people, do you need me?
We
You
have
guys need
some
this,
stuff
or-
right now. It's up to you. If you'd like to. It's been the past hour has been ramping up a little
I'm
bit.
chilling.
Oh, okay. She seems to be all right.
Yeah, you can borrow her.
Yeah.
Sopping wet
Okay.
cat.
I don't know if I really will. Hang on, I
We'll take
suppose.
her. We'll take her.
Take her back. Okay.
She got her shots and
What the
everything.
fuck is
I don't
going
know.
on?
I got rabies.
Oh shit! Oh
I
shit!
was gonna say 500, but if she got rabies, 100. Or reduce the price. Special price.
Special price.
Dr. Prom, are we
Yeah,
allowed to park
special
ambulances
discount.
now?
You guys can study her for like rabies, maybe like make
mean,
a vaccination or
As
something.
long as you return.
Oh
it,
hell
I
yeah!
think
Put
it's
me on
fine.
the vivisection table.
Oh,
Hell yeah!
true. Prom would be great at that prom. You want to dissect this one?
Please
Oh,
dissect
they
me.
like cured
mean,
rabies.
What the
You
$100
know,
and she's yours.
As long as she's dead.
Oh,
No.
they can, wait, I
Well,
can do
if
that.
she
I can
has
do, I can do that.
rabies,
allowed
I
to
she's
can-
dissect.
definitely
You're
going
amazing.
to die.
There you go.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Dr. Prom.
She'll be fine,
Oh.
I'm sure.
Probably.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, nice pics.
Burr, you will not believe what happened yesterday.
That wasn't me.
Gonna do my trash runs.
Okay.
All right.
Really? We only have one bus? Or
$500
keep trying to call them buses. We only have one ambulance out?
Yeah, because sometimes the locals' cars go a little tornado-y.
Oh, you know what? I should park them,
Oh,
guys.
are the demons back?
Yeah, the demons are back.
Just in case.
There was two earlier.
Where's Mina?
I also went to the beach yesterday, and that is where my story
That guy just
about you
took her
won't believe
man.
what the fuck happened yesterday came from.
Where?
She's fine.
I'm sure she's
Oh.
fine.
I see. Okay, that's.
I think they went
Scares the
down.
hell out of me
She's
when you
like-
guys get out of
like, she has
cars and they're
rabies,
still
could you
moving.
Dissect her? Prom, you'd probably be really good at it. And I
Oh,
was like, well,
I
can
see.
only
I
dissect
see
the
them on
head,
the.
so-
Wait, hold
Oh,
on.
you see them? Okay.
Oh.
That being said,
Ah.
he let-
Something up on the roof.
I'm not sure what's going on.
Oh.
Is
Wait.
is-
I
have
have no
binoculars.
fucking idea what's going on.
No, it's
I
not.
have no bot kill. I only have a hunting rifle.
I have binoculars. It's okay. Oh, yep. There they are. Oh.
See them?
Oh,
Oh. Oh.
is he
dear.
gonna throw her off the roof? Are we liable
Is
if
that
he does
allowed?
that?
I think that's illegal. I think that is illegal.
I mean, she
Oh my
consents.
god!
Let me see,
I don't
consent,
think that
though.
is legal for the world.
Should I pull my gun?
I don't. Listen,
I
assisted
mean-
suicide is not an accepted form of death in this country.
No, it is
Um,
not. No, it is
True.
not.
So
Yeah.
regardless if she's
Prom
consented or
is over
not, if he
there.
throws her off, he's going to jail.
I mean,
Uh.
I don't know. And these binoculars are really handy.
Did Tom go to talk him down?
I'm gonna pull out my sniper because I don't have my binoculars, so ignore my sniper.
You have a
real quick.
sniper rifle? Where'd you get it?
I'm sorry,
might
what?
have-
It's a
for
hunting
this.
rifle.
Oh.
All right, I'm moving over
they're
here.
walking- Oh.
Yep, I see them. I see them.
Alright, maybe you shouldn't point that at your fellow
Well,
humans.
it's the only thing I got at the
Oh, buy
binocular.
binoculars.
I don't want to buy it.
Really? Is it legal in California?
Yeah, Prom's over there.
I'm pretty
Okay.
sure
He's
that,
dealing with it. He's
Los
got
Santos is in California.
Wait, let me zoom in and give it my sniper rifle.
it. Yeah, they
No,
went
no.
inside the building now.
What I
Ah,
said
God
still
damn it.
stands.
So you should really not carry that around in town.
What do you mean? It's my. What do you mean? We in America.
Okay.
Oh,
What
yeah, I
about
did
the
say
ki-
country,
the kid-
but
I'm
it's-
an immigrant, right?
it's not
Like, you have
federally
got like a license,
recognized.
that's all.
And also, what?
Alright, just don't let
Also, what's going on with the
Ron
pep
should catch
talk
you with that.
inside?
What's going on with?
I didn't bother going in.
I almost feel
Can I?
uncomfortable going to get my uniform.
Yes. Did you need me, Doc?
I think they call it for you. Eve.
What did they call
All
it?
right, here we go. I gotta do it anyway.
On the video,
Okay.
My entire sentence sounds correct to you?
Yes.
No.
Everything's been perfect.
What the?
Kindly. How about
Okay,
you and I
Burr,
go now with the bus? Let me
You don't
explain.
watch VTubers, but I have forced you to watch several of them that I like. So you know who Battle is, you know who Ruse is, and first of all, their company did something really fucking stupid yesterday. And we may lose all of them. But let's not talk about that, because I'll say some things that I shouldn't say on stream. Work. They have a mutual indie friend called Apollo Bugman. Do you know who that is? Not what I want. Oh, forgot to log in. Okay. Well, he is kind of he's not a huge indie, but he's one of the bigger indies. And like, he's all over my timeline because, you know, there's cross contamination of chats, right? Hel'leon going 1041. He's one that I consider, you know, one of the big successful. Like, he's successful enough that he was able to get, you know, like a new custom model with custom rigging and shit, right? To me, that means you've made it good enough that you're known, right? It turns out that he's one of the guys that I have been interacting with. I don't know if you were here for, you know, the conversation about red flags in the Ale Mary, but he walked into the Ale Mary when I was there with Nah, and, you know, he was like, "Oh, you're the one who called me a red flag." I'm like, no, I called you a red flag. I tried to smooth it over, so in case she still wanted to have a date, you know, it was my fault, not hers, right? When I was at the beach learning to swim yesterday and trying to increase my lung capacity, we're not going to talk about how many times I drowned in the pool. Declan comes to the gym where we're working out after swimming, and I'm still in nothing but swim trunks. And he hit on me and asked me to be his wife. One of his many wives. And then not even an hour later, he comes to the hospital and I'm back in uniform. And I'm like, "Oh, did you pull something at the gym? Did you get a hernia?" He's like, "Yeah, I did." "Wait, how did you know I was at the gym?" I'm like, "What do you mean?" And he's like, "Oh, wait, is that you?" And I'm like, "Yes, it's me." He goes, "Oh, I didn't recognize you with your shirt on." And I'm like, "You piece of shit. Way to tell me that you never looked at my face." So I start yelling after, as he starts ignoring me after that. And as he's getting in the car and there's a woman in the car with him, I start like yelling after him. I can't even remember what the fuck I said, but I know that I like emphasized that he should have a good time with his many wives. And then at the same time that I found out that Declan was Apollo, I also found out that Wolf, the guy who was starting to recognize me because I am the one who picked him up off the floor 3 times in one day, and it's random, we don't know who we're going to, so that was just fate. That's Envy. And I know I showed you Envy.
Going 1041. Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Hello.
Hi. I did not, damn. So you remember Envy, right? And he's using a voice changer and an American accent, so... I did not know that that was him. So I have been interacting with some pretty big indie names, and now I'm terrified to talk to anybody.
What happened last night?
That's not surprising.
Oh, did I
Yeah,
do
I heard he
something
was.
last
I
night
heard he
at the
was.
club?
I heard he was chugging them down.
Yeah, he does that.
Oh,
Oh, I'm really scared to look at this
Oh.
note. I'm
Oh.
very scared to look
Oh.
at this.
oh.
There's nothing on it except for your name.
It is.
Oh,
No!
oh, they're bunny
What
ears.
you mean, Sylvia?
They're
I
bunny
didn't
ears. I
Yeah.
get it now.
Okay, wait, where's the save button?
Oh yeah, yeah. There's a lot of pink-haired
like an
girls
arrow.
in the city.
The one where it rips it out?
Maybe.
Yes,
I don't know.
it is
That's from.
more. Hello.
It's the one where it rips it out.
Yeah.
Oh god, that's what it was.
I think so, but let
All
me
of-
check anyways.
All of the girls have decided that
I'm so scared.
occasionally it's like silly hat day because when it gets really slow,
What is that?
we
Is that
get
a
really
fetus?
bored.
Yeah. It's
So
an
they
arrow.
decided
It looks like a
that their
fetus.
silly hat day yesterday was cat ear
Oh, okay.
day, so they were
you're
like,
gonna
go
keep
put
it
cat
on
ears
my
on, go
fridge.
put cat ears
Let me see
on.
that. I wanna
And so
cross-reference.
when
Okay.
one of the
I
really
believe they made
shy
it right the first time I
and
got
he
to the
kind of
city, I think.
stutters guys
There's like
that
an
I don't see
umbilical
very
cord,
much
but
because
it's a
he's a
tail, I
day
think.
shift, goes over to help him. He's like,
I'm an
oh, do I pay you in
artist.
kibble?
Yeah,
And I'm just like,
yeah.
wow.
I drew that with my finger.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
Finger?
he's like,
Yeah.
or you know, do I pay you? I mean,
What
I
else
got
would you-
money I can pay
Gonna
you.
be back out
You want some kibble? Here's some kibble. And I'm just like, hey man, if you want to make it rain all over our
How did you draw it with your finger?
highlighter squad, you,
mean, like
you
your
knock
fingers
yourself
off?
out.
Where
So
Yeah.
he sets a
Like-
bag on the
like
floor and says, here's your
really
kibble.
And
goes to
Yeah, I
leave.
Fingers have lead in it?
And after
Yeah.
I don't know.
after
I'm not
he's
feeling it
gone
today.
and I've yelled at him
Is that okay?
to try to let the woman in the
No,
car
that's
know
probably
that
why
she's not his
it's probably
only
why
woman.
I'm crazy.
You might
Yeah,
have
some
lead
of 'em.
poisoning.
Me,
Our
me and Simon,
EMS
actually,
opens
he,
the bag and
he
here-
sliced his finger off
He
one
gave
time.
them $100.
While he was trying to say hello to somebody. They pulled out a
$100.
machete and they gave him the Coventry hello. Lost his
Did he eat
finger
it?
in the process of doing it, but he got it replaced with a lead pencil.
Oh.
Did he eat
I
his
mean,
finger?
I mean, one could technically eat a finger.
I'm
it's not
desperate to
necessarily
know
hard to
what
break
his
through that
chat
bone.
was saying. Like, if any of them heard my
It has
rant,
about the same
I want to
density as a
know
carrot.
what any of them
Yep.
That is
said
true.
when he said, I didn't recognize you with your shirt on. I
That
am
is true.
desperate to
Indeed.
know
That
what
is
his
my cue
chat
to
said.
leave.
Yep. All right. Al, good seeing
But
you.
he didn't put
Yeah,
the
good
VOD up.
seeing ya.
Talk to you later, yeah.
Yep. Talk to you later. Yep. Yep.
And this is to meet you yet?
Romstar, very nice to meet you.
Rumster. I maybe not. I'm Isha. Nice to meet you.
Oh, very nice to meet you as well.
Okay, I'll see you later.
See a contract.
Have a nice nap.
There you go. Let me share my phone to you as well.
You said we're sleeping.
I mean,
Talk
you can
to
hear
us.
me though.
Well, you
Oh, you
EMS?
can't hear me.
I am.
Okay.
You
I'm
can't
just
hear me
wondering,
because
so-
you're an ass.
Yeah,
God damn
I'm a
it.
mortician here.
Mm.
I handle the processing.
I'm
of
in the middle of
corpses.
peeling an orange.
I see, I see.
Indeed.
I don't want to touch the keyboard right now.
Indeed.
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 Indeed. Happens to the best of us, really.
What are they doing, Yuki?
I'm good. I don't know what happened last night.
What do you mean, what happened last night?
Huh?
Wait, what do you mean? What happened last night? What do you mean?
I don't know. I feel like I have the picture from the last night. Let me send them to you.
Okay.
Oh, that reminds me. They fixed the phones, right? Let me see if I got that video if it didn't get corrupted.
I think you have. There's some picture they still don't see it, but you have to retake it.
So someone sent me this like last night, and I don't remember I do anything. I don't remember what happened.
So last night you were at Maui. Oh, do you see
Oh.
everyone? Do you see everyone dancing?
Who?
Is this was the last night? You want the last night? But last
Yeah.
night we were dancing at the Maui. Let me show you.
Who's
I
this
think it's one
yaoi?
before you. Fly in.
Oh. Yep, I could see that.
So you have to be with Daisy.
Hold on. Oh,
God damn, is that Yuki over there?
I don't think I saw that.
They're completely synchronized. Don't worry about it.
Okay, I'll stand.
Now she's freaking out. She said, "What is it in
It was
control or out of
fun.
control?" I said, "It's out of control. Don't worry. I got."
Yuki, is this a
God
picture
damn, is that
of you
Yuki over there?
dancing in Club
It
Malibu
is,
without
they're
your shirt
completely
on?
synchronized. Don't worry about it.
Is that what happened? I don't know.
Now she's freaking out. She said, "What is it in?"
Well, I'm looking at video proof.
Oh. Maybe.
I think this one way before I was hip hop myself.
Maybe that's what happened. I don't know.
Interesting.
And I'm back.
Welcome back.
This is Crow 10-8.
Oh, I don't think I've met Crow.
Oh, you haven't?
No.
Oh, I guess, yeah, we haven't. I'm Uni Aid.
Oh, hi.
Yeah, it's nice to meet you. What's your name?
Ezra.
Ezra. It's nice to meet you, Ezra.
I'm usually on the late crew, but I had a bit of a headache last night and had to miss.
I see. I don't think I have.
Unfortunately, I missed driving training because of it.
Is that?
Oh.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Are you okay?
I had a nasty headache afterwards, so
Oh no.
I had to leave.
Your phone, both phone numbers.
Who are you? Sorry? What's your name?
My name is Isa.
Yes.
Isa, yeah, Isa B.
It looks like you
Sure.
partied too hard.
Oh.
Sorry.
Yeah, you good, you good. I think I accept it.
I'll send it again just in case.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, this father. Father?
Young lady, is there?
I like her hat, it's cute.
Hmm.
There is a bus, actually.
Got everything underhand over here?
Yep. How do you feel, sir?
I feel much better. I'm just a little tired, is all.
Okay. Well, you need to feel free to take a rest and
Take
class, sir,
care.
I guess. Take care. See you soon. Anyway.
I'm worried about his spiked mask and the fact that he's skateboarding.
Ah, he'll be fine.
Who is that guy? I don't know. Alright. Back to what I was doing.
Oh, that is not good.
Yeah.
Yuki.
They're all broken.
Okay.
They're all still broken.
Goodness. I thought you may have been low on sugar.
Damn it. I had the perfect video.
Happens to the best of us.
And I can't delete any of these because
I imagine all of you have a very nice
God damn it.
dining hall. Cafeteria.
You know what? Spark working again?
I do hope they take the best care of
no.
each and every single one of you.
I don't know who that was, but they're getting that way.
Beacon of light in the city.
They don't.
You are
Weird.
also the hope.
Is that kneel down?
Sorry, what was that? Oh, I love sweets.
Wow. So that's the picture.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, I'm safe. Don't worry.
Miss E.
Kindly.
Okay.
Oh, this is delicious.
Spare.
Worked up quite the appetite. You are so lovely. Dear, if you don't mind me asking,
Cute.
Oh my god, with the cute hat too. I love it. Very fashionable. I love it. Oh yeah, it's not the pigtails anymore. It's like curly. Yeah, that's really
sunshine.
The girls are gossiping, and the guys are talking to
The Church of the Divine.
somebody who seems like a motivational speaker.
I know your profession, or just a bottle of water. Please.
I guess it's a typical day.
We return the favor.
Los Santos Medical Center.
I think I'm gonna clock out of work for a little bit just to.
Never understood. What's the difference between a medical center and a hospital? Is there like some weird classification difference?
Matter of fact, we have
Taiwan, yeah,
opened
I
a
think
Strange.
kitchen in
I
Carson City.
need to get my card and I'll get my car.
Plenty of mouths to feed.
To be honest, we always say
Excuse me.
go to the hospital here, but
Go 1042 for just a bit. I'll be back on shift afterwards.
time for
I'll miss you.
Handful.
It wasn't easy growing up, but I always believed
but we've got a
that
about
sometimes seeing the darkness
medical center.
allows one to appreciate the light even more.
We just call it the hospital in
It's
colloquial.
always the case that people don't realize what they're missing when they don't have it anymore.
I don't know who the fuck that guy is, but I do. If he's like proselytizing in some way,
Our wise young
I don't want to talk to him.
Mr. Carr.
I don't want to listen to him.
Oh, traveling opens the mind. I've traveled all across India as well as Uzbekistan.
I'm 100% guessing that's a voice changer.
Yes, it was quite mind-opening.
Like the most interesting
Things
man
I've
in the
seen
world
and
type.
covered.
This Mandarin is not very
Oh, you're
orange tasting.
fascinating. I happen
It
to
actually can
have my
bland,
roots
like there's
tracing back to
no taste.
Pennsylvania itself. Only on my mother's side, or my father is American. Oh yes, she was a wonderful woman. We may have lived in Kansas
He's like
City,
fucking narrating his life.
but
What is he
we
doing?
made it through. And eventually, through hard work, trials and tribulations, we moved to Liberty City. But I never forgot about Casa. It's a
Do I have
difficult
food?
place with a lot of
I mean,
darkness.
technically, I have enough.
That
I
just
could
means that it needs
eat the
to be more
chocolate,
help,
the cake,
attention,
the
and love.
thingamajig, onigiri.
Thank you kindly.
You know what I kind of feel like doing? Is
Now,
putting ice packs and
I'll be
sutures.
going on my way. I have a friend to meet. Apparently, he works at one of the local clubs, and it would be interesting to see what that is like, for I am not too well acquainted with the nightlife.
Wrong button. Open up.
Excellent, actually.
I'm gonna have to do this one at a time, aren't I?
Outside here, quite a kind young man, if I might say so myself.
I am. Oh.
Thank you kindly. I hope all of you will have a wonderful day. Please stay safe and make sure to wear your sunscreen.
Holy shit.
Okay, amen.
Amen. I shall. Farewell. Oh yes, I love sweets. This is a wonderful piece of strawberry cheesecake. Oh, you are too kind. Thank you. What was your name again, young lady? Isa. Oh, I believe we have spoken before, have we not?
Did somebody hit the fucking fire hydrant again?
Think I took some notes.
Is it just like mysteriously disappearing, or?
I remember now. You were as kind as the day I met you. Right now.
I feel like I don't want to be around that guy. He's a fraudster.
You were there on the docks near the Ferris wheel, yes? Ah, and you had not opened yourself to the light, which is totally fine, of course.
I'm gonna move my phone down here.
What are you up to nowadays? Are
I'm gonna move the cake over there. I'm gonna move the suture kit up here.
The Tassie? What is this exactly?
New message in highlighters.
Oh, taxi. Oh, silly old me. It's been a while since I've gone with one. So, do I call you personally if I need a taxi, or do I need to call the company?
Trendy account information for EMS.
Oh, that would be wonderful.
Wow.
Let me see if I have your number.
Indeed. We need a team photo day.
I do, luckily, I do. Do you happen to have mine?
Is that Prom? Did Prom fucking take a picture of himself, like,
Julius
halfway through a chair? He did. He didn't. Oss did. Okay. But dispatch, there's nothing on here, right?
That's my first name. You have it? Oh, that is wonderful. Oh, do not worry. I have learned how to send it to you. Here we go. Thank you again for the wonderful gift. I will thoroughly enjoy it.
What? What the fuck?
You will too. Reach out to me
Sir,
anytime
what are you
you need
doing?
any help with whatever might be troubling you. If you're thirsty, hungry, need a band-aid, or if you just need a listening ear, I am here for you, Isa.
Where's everybody inside?
Now please have a wonderful
Yeah, you mentioned it now. I wanna know.
Wait, what do you mean by that?
Well, guys, have you ever seen this?
Can't believe I'm the only highlighter on duty.
No.
Oh, they're just climbing. Okay.
Leave already?
Get up, yeah.
Oh,
Get
he
over,
hopped on her bike.
I thought she gonna say I would tackle her.
I don't
This is my
know.
strat. Natalie, you're not
Oh, come on.
my strat against me. That's cruel.
Well, it's my turn now.
No.
Uni.
I don't know what was about to happen just there, but I was ready to film it. Instead, there's a kidnapping.
Eve. Let's go.
And away they go. I like how any other day somebody would be ranting and raving about the ambulance being parked in front instead of in the lot.
It's fine, going 10:42. I'll be back later tonight.
10-4. 10-4.
Info.
Who is Thomas Stevens?
Let me see if I can start it.
And why is his call name Millions?
This is Crow going 1042 to feed my brain.
Good feeding.
Have fun feeding your brain.
Thank you.
10-4.
Never ceases to amaze me that other people can tell when they're fucking hungry and they actually like go eat. And there's me with a nutritional shake on the table beside me. Ooh, my tummy hurt. When's the last time I ate? 8, 9, 10 hours ago? I should probably drink this before I get so sick I puke. I wonder if the keybind menu works today. Nope. Sure doesn't. Don't know why. I just almost ate the stringy bit and threw away the orange. I'm dumb. I am dumb, chat. One doesn't taste very orangey either.
Birdies. I need to do one.
Do you mind if I go
Yeah.
get food?
Oh no,
Go
go
ahead.
ahead, go ahead.
You
We
guys
got it locked down here.
you guys need anything? I'm going for meat tornadoes.
Let me look actually. Check my pockets really quick.
Who's that other
Um,
highlighter? I don't think I've seen him before.
You know, I don't think
Oh,
I've met them either.
he's Thomas. He been here for a while. He's Thomas. Thomas, you there?
Hello.
Oh,
There you
hello.
go.
I'm Moy.
up?
Nice to meet you.
Hello.
I'm Thomas. Hello.
Hello. Welcome to EMS.
I've been here for like a week.
I don't know if
Welcome
I've
to
seen
your
you before.
first week of EMS. Oh, we had an ambo pop up on the hedge again.
Oh.
Who is the keys?
Wait,
Oh.
wait.
What the
We
fuck?
had an ambulance
I-
in the no parking zone and none in the lot, and now there's one in the hedge and one in the lot. What the hell? Anyway, man, I'm gonna do a food run. Are you in need of anything from the 24/7? Thomas. I'm gonna take that as a no. So yeah, food.
Oh yeah, I'm so sorry. I got distracted.
On the.
Can you grab me maybe like 4 onigiri?
4 onigiri, okay.
Yes, please.
Time for you, Yuki.
Oh wait, just go to Club Malibu. Club Malibu is open. It's more cheap too.
Oh. Yeah, but I feel
Yeah.
like I probably shouldn't go to the club all clocked in.
I mean,
I'll get
it's okay.
distracted.
I mean, if it's a food run,
Yeah, it's a food run, right? It's just a food run.
I've actually never had anything over there other than Mr. Actually, you know, I have so many snacks because Mr. Al and Eve both keep throwing snacks on me. I actually think I'm perfectly fine on food.
I'm fine on food right now too. So if you wanna go food run, try Club Malibu. I think they have a good food with really cheap price actually.
Go get snacks wherever you want. We'll be here and we'll radio if we need anything.
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
You sure you don't want the onigiri?
Yeah, I have a lot of. I looked deeper into my pockets and realized I had a lot of food that people just keep putting on my pockets. So.
Okay. All right. Well, if you change your mind, I'm on the radio.
Will do. We'll let you know.
Oh. I can't tell if he wanted something. Without him talking, I can't tell if that's prom. Sounds like an electric car if I ever heard one. .4. Damn, I really have lost quite a bit. Hey man, may I please have my bike? Oh, it's only $100? Hell yeah. Give me my bike, please. Thank you. Gas is okay. Where do I want to go? He said Club Malibu is cheap. I mean, they're closer than the store. Do I? No, this is the low part. Okay, we'll go that way and do the low part. God damn. Just sideswiped me straight off the road. I'm not allowed to park my bike. I'm not allowed to park my bike. Okay. Going to Malibu. At 2,000, that should be enough, right? Are they open? Your voice is.
The lords which we worship. It caused him to foam from the mouth. He started shaking violently. He started speaking in tongues and screaming at me. And then he put his foot on the gas pedal and he rammed it straight into the back of an old lady's car. She died instantly.
Oh my
He
goodness.
then said that he was going to arrest me. He drove straight towards the
may I help? May I help you?
police department. And there,
Uh,
he claimed
yeah,
that
I
I
was
assaulted him.
gonna look at the menu a little bit.
I attacked him.
Oh, take your time, take your time.
He screamed bloody murder. And then we had an interview from the cops, and they soon let me go, as they could see that Billy was clearly confused. However, the twist in this story
Lake by the ocean has alcohol in
is
it.
that
Ooh,
Billy
chicken tenders.
became a cadet.
Oh,
Oh my, that is quite the twist.
yeah.
I do not understand why the police department chose to, well, have such a confused and lost young man in their ranks. Clearly, Billy needs help, whether it would be through the Church of the Divine or maybe some psychiatric.
Oh.
By classes.
I am so sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Damn.
The muscle
It's a muscle
spasm. I'm so
spasm. It's a
sorry.
muscle spasm. Oh.
Is this okay? You meant no harm. I saw you trip there. You lost your balance.
Sorry.
You, do not worry. It will be okay.
Oh, that's embarrassing.
Oh, it happens. Don't worry about it.
Do you mind if I order?
Of course, of course.
Can I get 2 each of the quesadillas and loaded fries
There we
and
go.
chicken tenders?
They're still good as new.
That's good.
So 2 quesadillas, 2 loaded fries, and 2 tenders?
Yes, please.
And may I have your name?
Miss Roma.
Oh God, I'm so sorry.
Oh my goodness. Oh.
Do I need to be
That's a muscle spasm.
about you?
I've been off duty for a couple of days. I just kind of forgot which muscle to use. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay, it's okay. May I have your name for the order?
Ezra.
Well, sometimes. Let me whisper a little more.
Let me get that description for you.
Okay. I said you're okay.
I am.
Amen to that.
Pop in for a sec.
Alright. No worries.
You're right. You're right.
Do I need to change my fit?
Too formal.
Probably should. Yeah, too formal. Yeah.
Man, I'm sorry. I feel terrible. Can I buy something for you as an apology?
Sorry, are you speaking to me?
Sadie and Twilight on route
Well,
to an
technically
accident at the
both
gym.
of you, because I hit both of you, but
Oh, you do not owe me anything. Do not
Pretty
worry.
much all right now.
You are a member of the EMS, am I correct?
yeah, I'm in the highlighter squad.
Well, then all I would ask for is for you to do the work of the Seven Lords and to spread the light
Here you
to
go, good
save
sir.
lives. That's all I could possibly ask.
Anybody else I can help? Take an order?
Gotta get 5 more of them
Well,
waters.
Hello
Oh,
there,
of course,
young
of
man.
course. 5 more holy waters.
Are you talking to me? Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Nice seeing you again.
What about you? Can I apologize for the
Nice to
drink?
meet you too. My name is Father Papanak, but you may call
Sorry,
me
did you say
Papanak
something?
if you wish.
Yeah, can I buy you something to apologize for, you know, hitting me in the jaw?
Huge ass. That
It's
is
all
a
good.
Wonderful
I
name.
did that a lot, so I get it.
Are you from
Are
Los
you sure?
Santos originally?
I'm sure. But thank you.
I'm sorry. I gotta
It's
get back to
okay.
work though. Thank you for understanding.
Yeah, of course. Have a good time at work.
Have a good day.
Should probably clarify to Eve that you're safe and it was safe.
Well, I can never go back to the Malibu. I just accidentally slugged 2 people in the face.
Well, 10-4. We'll see you at the hospital.
Hey there, you doing all right?
Hi there. I'm doing all right.
Yeah?
Yeah. Do you know where the police is?
Where the police is?
Yeah.
They're going to be.
For police.
Oh, you're quite a ways away from the police. There's several blocks away.
Oh.
You're over at zip code 8047.
Oh. God.
Do you need to report a crime?
Yeah. I need to report something.
Okay. Do you have a phone to give them a call?
I haven't used it.
Okay. Why don't we go inside?
Oh, okay.
Hey guys. This gentleman needs to contact the police to report something, but doesn't know how to use his phone.
Oh.
Hi there.
Oh, hi. Oh my god. Okay.
Oh.
Hello.
Everything okay?
Oh, I'm doing all right, but I need to. Someone stole my tractor.
Oh, dear.
A tractor? Wow, that's a big time.
very
Those are a lot of
serious.
money.
Yeah, it was my pop's tractor.
There should be police on duty actually.
I can't find it anywhere.
I see. Have you tried? You don't have a phone?
Oh, I have something in my pocket. I haven't used it. I don't know. I don't use the phone very often.
Oh, that's understandable. Happens to the phone of us, really.
Yeah.
There are some payphones that you can use.
Oh. How do I do that?
Oh, here, come with me. I'll help you out.
Oh.
Yeah, you can trust Dr. Prom.
So, you guys know that guy that was just here with the white hair and deep voice, and he was talking about 7 gods or something?
Oh, that's Father. Father Papanek. Why?
Who?
He went to Club Malibu after this, and I just decked him in the face.
Well, did you
why?
apologize?
Yeah, it was a muscle spasm. It was a muscle spasm. And then
Did you bandage him up?
Well, he didn't want anything. I even offered to buy him a drink or a meal or something, and he just told me to do the lights work.
Do the light bulb.
Oh.
Well.
And then immediately afterwards, I tripped in the other direction and punched a patron.
Oh. Did you apologize to them?
Of course I did, and I offer.
Did you offer to treat them?
Yes, I did.
And I'd say you're perfectly fine. You might want to work on some of those muscle spasms, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's been a while since I've accidentally decked someone.
But by the way, how is Eve? You know, if you, yeah. You know what? We should talk to my private actually. I like.
Huh? I have no idea what you're talking about.
Wait, come here.
No, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Fair enough. Yeah, I have no idea. I was talking about too. I was I have sleep deprivation.
Exactly.
Just like you have no idea what happened last night.
Yeah. Oh, like this. Yep.
Does
did
this
you
happen
forget
to
to
you
drink?
normally?
Maybe I have too much drink that night.
Oh, I see. Well, if we're chilling for right now, I might do my own gym trip.
If you want, yeah. Make sure you have Emily with you
Someone stole
though.
his tractor, and he does not have plates on his tractor.
Oh, that'll make it a little harder to find said stolen tractor.
Yeah.
Well, good luck with that, Dr. Prom. I'm sure you've got this.
Yep. That's my specialty.
Indeed.
I mean, you could just let the police handle this, right?
That's what I'm gonna do. I'm just directing him to the police.
He gonna have to
I'm sure
walk
they've
the
got
whole
this.
way there?
Well, he doesn't have a tractor.
Exactly.
They may be coming to pick him up.
Oh, well, that's good.
Oh, that's good. Okay. Then I will wait for Dr. Prom to return, so we've got a doctor here. And then I will go to the gym. But also, maybe I'll work out in my uniform, so if you guys need me, I can just sprint into action. Oh, that's right, I was scrolling Birdie.
What the hell kind of name is Hingle McCringleberry?
You know, people don't get to choose their...
Yes, they do. I chose my name.
Your parents...
No.
What?
No, my parents did not choose this name. I chose this name.
Oh. Well, good for you. My name was chosen for me.
That's probably why you and your sister have matching names.
Yeah, we have the same last name because we're sisters.
Why did somebody use a picture of a fire hydrant for their Spark profile pic?
Maybe it really shows their personality.
Oh, that's what that button does. It's like a go back button. Like, hey, I didn't mean to do that. How far back does that go?
Oh, I need to check the Pixel Hunters. Nothing to hunt. Oh, man.
Are both of my pictures broken now?
I'm working really hard to evolve my little pixels.
Oh, great. Now my pictures are broken for mine. I'm gonna have to take another disgusting selfie.
Oh.
I'm gonna call Emma and see if she's doing something right now.
All right, so
I'm gonna like.
who wants to take a drive with me to the beach? Actually, wait, never mind. He has to get in my passenger seat. I just realized I only have a two-seater.
10-4.
Good luck, Dr. Prom. Oh, there he is. Oh. Hello, sir.
Welcome back, kind sir.
Oh, the gentleman is getting a car.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So sorry to hear again about what happened to your tractor, sir, but hopefully the police will be able to locate it.
Yeah, I hope so.
Oh, there's that gentleman right there.
Yeah.
Good luck. Dr. Prom.
What was that Dr. Prom that just backed out and drove away without him?
Oh.
He's
Surely
still
not, right?
walking.
Hey, Chauncey.
What's going on, mate?
I've lost him.
Good morning.
Oh, hello.
Morning, mate.
The gentleman is right here in front of the. Yeah, you see him.
I just woke up. What's happening?
Somebody stole a farmer's tractor. And he doesn't know how to use a phone, so he walked to the hospital.
Oh God! All right.
Well, I don't remember the honor. That's why.
What?
Yeah.
I mean, you know, I'm not gonna be on shift until graveyard tonight, so you guys have a good shift.
Oh, no worries. If you're going out exploring and stuff, be safe out there.
Yeah, mate. I'm probably just gonna go to Club Malibu.
Oh, it seems like everybody's going there.
Yeah, a lot of
It's kind of empty right now. They even only have one bartender.
Oh,
Hiya!
I think Roma said she was gonna go there, so I just assumed, you know, 2 of our staff were going, so I was like, oh, it must be a party.
Well, maybe there's something going on that I don't know about.
Maybe it's like a secret party.
A secret party that we'll see clips of on Birdie.
I wanna have a party.
Yes. I wanted to talk to the managers of Club Malibu about having an EMS party there one out. I think it'd be really fun.
I think they're still there if you call them actually.
Oh no, I wasn't gonna call them tonight. I figured I should have more plans for the party before I call them about it.
I mean, Rio is there, kind of there, Hughes there.
Come. Oh, I might actually. I had to rewire my brain a little bit, so I might head pop in just a second. If I do, don't mind me. I'll be back.
Okay.
You're good.
I found it strange that I wasn't allowed to use the valet at Club Malibu. Is that normal?
No, it should be public to everyone.
He only gave me garage. He didn't give me, you know, parked vehicle.
Just talk to the Reddit guy and then should be able to. I don't know.
I don't know. It was weird. I had to just actually park in the parking lot like a pleb. That is not Ronigiri. I'm gonna go test my luck at the RNG. I should probably put my bike away. Here we go. Search and rescue. Here we go. Medic. Are you gonna go to the gym?
Well, whenever Dr. Prom got back.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I didn't want to leave you guys with like no one. I just realized Dr. Prom's not on the radio anymore.
Hmm.
1042?
I didn't hear him.
Oh.
Hopefully that farmer wasn't actually a serial killer.
Oh.
I don't think so. He looks too big to be a serial killer. Serial killer actually.
I could be a serial
tell
killer. You never
tell me
know.
about it.
Anyone could be a serial killer. That's why you have to be careful of anyone and everyone in the city. No matter how nice they might be. Surely nothing bad happened to Dr. Prom, though, right? Didn't get any dispatches or anything.
I think he has the police station. Good question, I see, right? How is Dr. Prom? Let me call him. Oh, the wait, what?
Yeah.
Oh. You guys all right?
I got some hurt people myself, and this lady
And
included.
hurt emotionally.
Ah,
Oh,
all
I'm hurt
right.
physically.
Don't worry, we'll take a look at you. Oh, hey, Nemo.
She's not sending me. Come on, Eve.
Oh, what happened here?
Looking cute with a
I
little
woke
rabbit
up and got hit
outfit.
by a bunch of locals.
Oh, hey, Clancy.
Oh my goodness.
Hey, Yuki.
Oh.
Hey.
Sam, did you need some help today?
Oh, Clancy,
Oh, wait,
are you
Christina.
free today?
I actually don't know. I have some work in my head to take care of.
All right.
Oh,
Well, I was in the middle of diagnosing her, and she literally walked away. So.
Oh.
Yeah, she's a. I think she's clocking on.
Okay, I'll
Do you
let
need
the Trinity
anything,
take care of
sir?
it first. Actually.
Oh yeah, you know what? Can you take a look at me
Yeah.
too?
All right. Let's see. Ooh, you got some blunt force trauma to your chest, it looks like.
Everyone all right out here? It is, it is.
Or
Hello, happy Easter. Oh wait, I got this.
Easter.
Happy Easter. Welcome, Pyeon. There you go.
Okay.
That's cute.
Oh yeah, Clancy, I never give you my phone number, hon.
Oh, I needed to call my.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, she's with Declan right now.
I heard.
Yeah.
Here you go.
Thank you.
You're taking flower photos.
All right. Just keep the ice back on those bruises, and you should be fine in no time.
All right, thank
great.
you so much.
Oh, no problem.
Oh, thank you so much.
How are you feeling?
Much better. Like the locals never hit me at all. You will give me a ride back.
I'll see you later, Clancy.
See you later, Yuki.
See ya, Yuki.
Good morning.
Oh, that was fancy, huh?
Yep. Why?
No, I just, you know, gossip. Morning,
Gossip?
Lima. Don't forget to get on the radio.
Oh yeah. I always seem to forget that one.
Or 1041.
What do you want? This is 511-1041 for today. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. So I went to Club Malibu to get some food because Yuki says that it's cheaper there than, you know, the 24/7, which I am both surprised and not surprised. And then I accidentally decked 2 people in the face because I pressed the wrong button.
Oh. Oopsies.
Neither one of them accepted my offer of buying them something as an apology.
I think you worry too much.
What's that?
I think you worry too much. It's fine. I think.
Oh.
I think it's okay. I mean, you did ask them for like if they need medical and anything at all, and they said no. So you think you should be fine,
Yeah.
right?
I mean, if they needed anything as obvious, I'm EMS. I'm wearing the jacket. Although, you know, the preacher guy with the 7 lords in the light, he actually said, "You're one of the EMS, right?" And I'm fucking wearing the EMS yellow jacket.
Okay.
No.
I feel
I just feel like he asked me a very obvious question, that's all.
People do that.
I'm
People
worried
asking an
I-
obvious question.
Anyway. Yeah, I was gonna go park my bike and stop because they came in. They left without the woman that was with them. Did she not need medical attention?
No.
Oh, okay. I thought she said she did. I'm confused. Who is that?
Oh.
That looks like a bear.
These are who I have to represent, okay?
You bricked up?
Yes. That you're that you're bricked up. Everybody tell him you're bricked up right now.
You guys bricked up?
Oh, I'm all bricked up.
Yes.
Oh my god, man. These guys are
going
actually
on?
bricked up.
Yeah, I'm bricked
Oh,
up.
no problem,
yeah,
no problem, man.
Yeah, I go to gym. Yeah.
Hey, listen, man, I got a job for you. You want?
Does it
what's
require
up?
being bricked up?
Yes.
It doesn't not help.
No.
What?
You
What, man?
cannot.
What? You think they don't
someone
want
take
to?
the ambulance, please? I think the ghost just.
Yes,
wants
that's a
to
great
try to
idea.
move
Let's
it.
take ambulance. Let's take ambulance.
No.
Can we take ambulance?
The demons are moving the ambulances again today.
I'll be
Bear,
on
man.
you need to
scenario
get back in
4.
your
You're
car.
really
You need
crapping
to
on my
leave.
day right now, man.
I'm so sorry that I'm cramping on your day.
It's okay. I'll go find different friends.
Okay, I'll see you around. Call me later.
Yeah, sure, man, sure. Hey, Ranchi doesn't want to, man.
Huh.
Yuki, do you know
Yeah,
what
move
bricked
the
up means?
ambulance. Oh.
Yeah, me. I don't know.
Because you mentioned that you go to the gym.
I just say something randomly. I don't even know what that means.
It's a euphemism. I hope he doesn't use it. In another
He does. Do it.
Anyway, that's a local, right? Okay, I'm gonna take my bike to the garage.
Real quick,
Wait,
would we
did
be
you
able-
need food? Are you in need of food?
I'm good on food and water and such. Would we be able to stop at a gas station so I can get some jerry cans? And
Yeah,
maybe can we
absolutely.
figure out how to get rid of empty jerry cans?
Well, what about the garbage can over there?
Do that?
Can you not just like throw it away?
Do I need to search the trash can before I put stuff in there? How do I...
Huh?
Do I need to search the trash can before I put stuff in there, or how?
No, I don't think so. I think you search the garbage can for money. Somebody was saying they search all the cans every day and they gamble with the money.
Oh, that's a lifestyle choice. I don't want to just like accidentally put it down. Because I know with some dumpsters you can like open them like an inventory.
Nima and Esla, please look at the tablet and look at the danger location. We have a new location update on danger area, and that would be the Auschwitz camp. The guy with the wiener out and have a gun. So be careful that area. If you respond to that call into this area.
Wait, where are we looking for?
The bulletin.
The bulletin. Look for the danger location. If you respond to the question, please be careful and bring some extra arm and armor on that one.
Okay. I do have 3 vests in my inventory, so
Yep, that's good.
30,
Be
26,
careful of
and 10, 80.
the local biker gang, the Lost MC, and the Auschwitz cultists.
Mine says 3026 and 1085.
Yep, that's the one.
Okay.
Yep, but the last one is the Auschwitz camp. They are cultists with a wiener out and have a gun. So be careful with that one.
Cultists with their wieners out and they
Oh
have
god, Nima, it's the guy I
Gun.
actually hit.
Yep, so be careful with that one.
I'm sure it's fine.
Hello, father.
everyone. Hi.
I
hope
don't believe
everybody's
you.
been well.
I don't believe you meet Moya, the father.
Moya, it is?
It's more.
More like
More.
morning. Yeah.
Moy, it's lovely to meet you. I am Father Papanak. I'm with the Church of the Divine.
Oh, I see, Father Papanak. Are you doing all right today? Did you need anything from our hospital?
I was hoping to use one of the vending machines. I worked up quite the appetite.
Oh, of course, sir. Come on over here.
Thank you.
Yuki, do you mind if I take Nima to the gas station real quick?
Yeah, it's just yeah, go ahead.
I don't know if I know the gas station's logo.
I'll mark it on the GPS. That should be the closest one. Going 1041.
Hey, yep, welcome back.
I got sideswiped by a local earlier and knocked me straight onto the pavement.
Oh, are you okay?
Oh yeah, I'm fine. Where the cat cafe is supposed to be. No.
What they took from us. Is that a...
that a local?
I don't know.
Oh sure, as soon as I get my camera out, he get fucked off.
That was a choice.
Whose bike is that?
I bet your guess is as good as mine.
Gosh.
This E12 responding to 1052 near Innocent Boulevard en route.
10-4.
Wait, I need Jerry.
Ezra, are you available by chance?
I am at the gas station. Oops. I am at the gas station with Nemo.
10-4, thank you so much.
Are you okay?
I'm good. These things are the bane of
I'll be
my
honest with you.
existence.
You could probably just dump your jerry can, your old ones here. And no one will know it was yours.
That's true. Litter.
Everyone go on that call?
Did you?
This is
I
Crow,
think your bike needed a
1041.
bit
I
of
am back from
top-up.
feeding
Do
my
you need-
brain.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Does your bike need any fuel?
I'm at like a quarter.
Yeah,
Honestly,
probably
did Twilight not go on that?
They both should be on it right now.
We are on it. We are on it.
Can you turn off your bike so I can refuel it? There you go. Okay.
You're gonna have to get on it, because otherwise, because only the driver can fuel it.
No, it's already fueled.
No, only the driver
I
can
just did.
fuel vehicles. So you have to get on it so that it thinks you're the driver. And now I have a full tank.
I told you. Oh well. Okay, away we go.
Why is my engine is white and it's blinking? Oh, we need to get back.
Yeah. Looks fine to me.
2,076 to the, that, whatever it is.
It's an outlaw in the garage if we need to.
I'm gonna head up to that, so.
For need backup or anything?
I shouldn't. There's no shots fired, but I've got my gun on me in case.
If you can still take a EMT with you, that'd be great.
I think you should probably have one of us come with you.
Yeah, this is Twilight. 2 minutes, take someone with you. It's over the grab C. Just to be
If
careful.
someone wants to drive their ambo up, I'm not even at the hospital right now.
Okay. This is 88 then. I'll take my ambo up.
Are you gonna that?
Is everything okay?
Were you gonna store that?
I did.
Safer?
I put it in. I parked it.
It wasn't parked for me, and then I turned around and it was gone. So okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I get a little bit of a headache whenever I have a passenger.
Should I pull out an ambo for us?
Probably, yeah.
Okay.
Way the fuck up there. Oh my god.
Nice building you guys have here.
Yeah, welcome to the Los Santos Medical Center. So all the treatments that patient gets are paid by the government?
I see. Wow.
Hey Nima, I got a dumb question. Since you always do it, I don't really know how to do it. How do you get it to map to where you're going, like to give us the route?
Million's 23 on scene. I gotta hike up this mountain now.
How do you mark the map?
I had popped several times.
No, like I know how to regularly mark the map, but like when a medical thing pops up,
10-4.
like I open the tablet and I double click on the area, but it just zooms in. It doesn't actually create a map.
When you hit respond, it should automatically mark it in your GPS.
Oh, okay. I will keep that in mind.
Also, could I have your assistance in thinking up a new call sign?
Of course. Are you thinking like a word like Twilight, a made-up word like Hel'leon, something about you? I got, you know what? I got the perfect call sign for you. Gojo.
You're dead to me. Because I don't want it to be something too long, but perhaps something star related or space related.
Oh. Okay. Do you have a favorite star or galaxy or nebula?
That's hard to choose. There are many that are beautiful.
Of course, of course. Damn it, I just thought of something. We could have been Pluto and Sharon. You said you didn't want it to be long, so it can't be Beetlejuice. It could be Andromeda or Sirius.
This is 88 and crew en route back to the hospital.
10-4.
10-4.
One patient in tow.
Cooking.
Oh.
That's a pink car.
So it is. Indeed.
I don't know if you joined the EMS
This
chat
is
on the
Twilight
tab.
to anyone who is on radio right now. Please do check the new the bulletin on your tablet on the new danger location. If you haven't saw that yet, just to make sure.
Okay, it hasn't changed. Oh, she's working now. Ooh, you know, you could be rogue, like a rogue star or rogue planet. Trying to think of. There are white stars, right?
I think so.
Good evening.
Hello.
Because there's red dwarfs, then there's yellow suns like ours, and then aren't the really big ones that are about to die the white ones? Or are the white ones after a supernova?
It depends on the type of star. Ours, like, our sun, the Earth's sun, that will end up becoming a red giant.
Oh, wait, so is it a white dwarf and a red giant then? Do I have them backwards?
Let me see.
Yes, you had it backwards. It's red giants and white dwarfs.
Well, we can't very well make a call sign dwarf.
Yeah.
What about photon? Like a photon beam out of a supernova?
Maybe pulsar? Pulsars are rather small. Yet their gravity is quite large.
Yeah, like a black hole.
I don't think black hole. There's.
What?
Wait. If I was black hole, then our ship name would end up being like hellhole.
You know, some people say that because there's the existence of black holes that they think that there should be white holes somewhere else. Like black holes suck everything in because of their massive gravity, and maybe they are a wormhole, and on the other side is a white hole where all that material gets shot out in anti-gravity.
This is true. This is a hypothesis that is discussed among astrophysicists.
Yeah.
It's an interesting theory for sure. If there is an existence of a white hole, I would assume it would be in an alternate dimension, likely.
Yeah, because I mean, we've never seen it.
Feeling alright?
Perhaps in an antimatter type of universe.
Well, I mean, we already have. Well, I guess. Yeah, no, we have matter and antimatter.
Oh god.
Oh dear.
What happened?
I'm not
the
sure.
patient fell over.
He said he had a little purple indicator and then fell over.
Well, how was
He's
the
fine.
trip to Grab C?
Oh, it was alright. Yeah, just. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Well, he's being taken to intensive care.
Fair enough.
He fall off the mountain?
He got attacked by a cougar.
Oh.
Yeah, and then it just kind of aura farmed on us.
Oh.
It was on a rock, just watching.
Oh, is that why Thomas was saying not to worry because he had a gun?
Yeah.
I was like, that's a really weird thing to say going out on a routine call.
Oh no, up there's a bunch of like mountain lions, lynxes, there's bears now, and wolves, and all sorts of wonderful things that can kill you.
Oh.
So a weapon is mandatory when you're going out there, especially.
Do you have a firearm yet, Ezra?
I do not.
Okay, you definitely need to get one.
I am not a fan of weapons.
That's fair, that's fair. Do you want some knuckle dusters then? Brass knuckles.
1 second, I need to be in my head for just a second.
Okay.
Yo. I like your hat.
We're watching gay sex. Let's go.
I found it trying to find bunny ears.
Thank you for the raid.
And I decided to stick with this instead.
It's quite fitting. It suits you well.
Yeah, thank you. Usually I have the halo and wings,
how is
but
sledge
I want to change it up a little.
Sledgehammer?
It reminds me of a game called the Mario Brothers or something like that.
I suppose it does.
What audio?
Yeah. Oh. Where's that?
This E Twilight spotting to Hartic Way en route.
One of you come with me.
Okay, Ezra's in his head, so I'll come.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Oh, is that a
and
second
there's
one?
another one? Yeah, where is that?
Palomino?
Oh, it's literally down the street.
Wanna go get it?
Is anybody responding to Heritage Way?
Yep, I am.
Not yet.
And do we have somebody out at Palomino?
Not yet for Palomino.
I don't drive the ambulance.
Let's get somebody sent out there. Please and thank you.
10-4.
I will. Oh, I am stuck. Oh, the menus. Oh my god. All right, let's go get a vehicle.
What's wrong with this one? Oh, okay.
What to go? Which
Crow and
oh, I accidentally punched the air.
This is Crow and Hel'leon.
Hel'leon.
Am I saying that right? Hel'leon, heading to the Palomino Ave.
10-4.
10-4.
Why's Kate? Okay, well, whatever. I guess it doesn't make it go away. Where did she go?
That was weird.
Uni, is everything okay?
Yeah, I actually went to the showroom. Oh.
That's not an ambulance.
Nope, it sure ain't. Oh my god. We have so many new toys. Oh my god. There we go. Oh, sorry. I'm so used to going solo.
I think you turned the street early, but it's okay.
Yeah, it's fine.
Oh, the raid sound. Yeah, if you if you don't watch VTubers, you don't know about
Here?
Joel the porcelain maid.
Or is it the next?
No, I think it's the street.
Yeah.
Oh, it looks like it's here in that behind the. Oh, maybe there's in the gas station.
Maybe? Oh. Alright, I don't know what all these locals are doing, even with sirens on.
Alright, I'm gonna go check inside.
Yeah. EMS call out!
Oh, we found her.
Oh, there you are. Never mind. I see you. You want to take care of it?
Hey. Don't worry, we'll get y'all fixed up. Ooh. Alright, don't worry.
Yes, the other day he had guitar. Now he's got bongos.
I have only seen him with bongos.
Oh.
I'm currently listening to some guitar music by him while
Oh.
laying here.
Alright, I'm gonna go turn the siren off.
Maybe if there's something in the end, we all hallucinated. This
Oh,
guy
it must have
playing
gone to the wrong
something.
person.
Maybe.
Alright, just give me a few seconds and I'll have you back on your feet.
Thank you.
E22 going back 1041 had that Bob.
10-4. 10-4.
Oh.
All right, how do you feel?
Thank you. Oh, much better. Thank you so much.
Do you need
I'm
anything
trying to get
else?
my so I should be good.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just buying some drink and food, and then a freaking local just ran in and started punching the fuck out of me.
Oh, well, that's
Yeah.
that's
They're
not
very
good.
feisty today for some reason.
They're super feisty today. I'm like, God.
You're not the first person that we've heard to get smacked around by the local.
Yeah, and like, well, to be fair, I already may have been a little bit low on my heart, but still, they took a fucking punch today. Holy.
Yeah, they even didn't even want us to almost get in here. They were all
Yeah, they
in
were
the
not
road.
getting out of our way.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, they're still on the road? What the hell? So weird.
I think they are now.
All right, well, take it easy.
Oh, they're all gone now.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
No problem.
Don't forget
Take
to
care.
hydrate and wear your seatbelt.
Definitely not forgetting.
Hey, Dragon.
Got your seatbelt on?
It is now.
Very good.
So, yeah, even the soundboard on my server
Alright,
has quite a
back
few
to
of
the hospital
Joel's
we go.
sound bites that he made specifically for his
This is Crow and Hel'leon heading back to hospital.
Info.
he made a sound pack specifically for his viewers to use as they saw fit.
I guess we don't need the lights on anymore.
Nah, but you could use the horn to honk at people.
True. They usually just flash the lights and they move, but apparently today they don't want to. So that was really weird.
I still don't understand why they keep piling up next to our drive-through for getting into our garage.
I don't know. I think they just like to. Alright, wait. You just running around there, Yuki?
Yeah, Muni, please look at the tab on the new Dengzio location at the bulletin.
Oh no, I saw already. Don't worry.
You saw already? Okay.
Yeah, the nudist cult, right?
Yeah, the altruist call.
Yeah. Yep. Will gladly stay away from that place.
Yep.
Our patient was at the counter of the gas station. I thought that it was going to turn out to be dehydration because they were missed the window to buy a fresh soda or something, but it turns out that a local just ran in and beat the shit out of them and left.
Oh?
And they're not the first person to come here today since I started my shift saying they got beat up by locals.
They're getting more aggressive. I wonder if there's anything triggering their ire.
I don't know, maybe it's the demons. We had an ambulance end up in the hedge again today. It was so strange because we had one ambulance and it was right here, just like this one. And the next thing you know, we've got two ambulances. One's parked properly and the other one's in a hedge.
With all the anomalies happening in the city, I really hope the Foundation doesn't send agents to investigate.
Are you whispering? You're quiet again.
I see.
Actually, no, for some reason it was on shouting.
That's the loudest you get? Oh my god.
I accidentally went to the showroom.
Well, I also don't talk terribly loudly.
Yeah.
And then I accidentally grabbed the bike instead of the ambulance.
So how do I go about changing my call sign? Do I talk to?
I mean, if you
No, you can do it yourself. Just think really hard about /call sign.
Yeah, I put it back. Yeah, I just for some reason I thought it was an ambulance.
Yeah, fair enough. It's all good.
So I'm noticing there's a lot of ambulance that have not a lot of gas in them again.
Oh yeah, maybe.
I know it's not you guys. It's probably the people.
And for it to properly take effect, you will have to leave the radio channel and put your radio away, and then take it out and rejoin.
Okay. Should I go with Pulsar?
Do you want me to stay on the radio just in case you need me?
So the question is, do you want to call out Pulsar every time you go on a call?
Question.
This is 88 going 1042 for a gym run. Have
Have
fun.
fun.
10-4.
Every time I hear tires squeal, I expect somebody to be healing in here. Like, oh, I broke my ankle.
That would be fitting.
Hello, officer.
Oh, hey, it's the guy who lost his tractor.
Oh.
He was in
Hey,
he was in a
you got
hostage
him.
situation.
Oh,
Hostage
okay.
situation.
Yeah, they didn't tell
here.
me.
Did we find the tractor?
Oh, my
we-
tractor is still missing.
Yeah, I'm going to do some more investigation on this online and see what I can find.
Yeah, it's bright pink.
Bright
Bright
pink
pink.
tractor, huh?
Yes, it's like hot,
keep
hot
that.
pink. Very hot pink.
That'd be impossible to miss.
Mr. Wayne told me
Yeah,
it would
really
scare away
impossible.
the crows.
Sure would. Well, how you feel now?
Oh, I feel much better.
Oh, that's
There are
wonderful
a lot
to hear.
of scary people at the bank.
Yeah, I can imagine so. Well, if you ever need to have a place to hide, well, you can always come here.
Yeah,
Oh, I
these are all
appreciate
great
it.
people.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll keep you safe as well. You know, they're all Korean after all.
Oh yeah, that gentleman was bringing me to the police. The one in the staring through the window.
Yeah, the coroner, prom star.
Oh, bro.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Oh,
he's he's in his head right now.
Did he go indeed a lot?
Yeah, that's the
you
guy.
didn't indeed me.
Indeed.
Indeed. Anyway, so Connor, O'Connor, I have to go back to the police station to collect some review the evidence. You think it'll be okay here?
Oh yeah, I'll be all right.
All right. You guys keep them safe. All right.
No problem.
Oh, Connor, let me get your number.
Oh.
You have a phone, right?
Oh yes.
Could you pull out your phone?
A phone?
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
Okay. So do you know how to trade contacts?
I don't wear any contacts. I have pretty good eyesight.
I mean your phone contact. So when you pull up your phone, at the bottom left, do you see the little green and white icon that looks like a phone?
Oh, there's a password.
You should set up your password, or do you know your password?
Well, what is my password?
Yeah, you put it in your password. Don't tell me the password.
Oh, I just put all twos.
Okay. So yeah. So go.
That's
to
a
your...
very strong password.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like the number 2.
Okay.
Indeed.
Me too.
Indeed. So yeah, and then
Starts with the same
at the
letters,
phone
right?
part at the bottom left, click on that,
Or...
and then
Which
at the
side
top.
is left?
What?
Well, what left?
At the bottom left corner, you'll see like a green and white phone icon.
Oh, yes.
All right, click on that.
All right.
This is just like
And
teaching
at
my
the top,
grandma
you
to
should
use
see
her new cell phone.
Carl's phone.
Oh, it does.
Yeah, click on that,
How does the phone know?
and then you should be able to share.
It's
like-
really him. I never told the phone my name.
It really is.
It really is.
Yeah.
He's here.
Really?
Oh,
What?
Put that away. Put that
is
away.
that
What do you do? Do you pull out your gun?
Oh, is that Miss
Oh.
It's me, Ronche! Yes!
Yes, you were at the funeral.
Hi, Carl.
I was
Carl,
at the
you should-
funeral for
Carl,
Bella!
you should also give me your phone number too, my man.
You want my phone?
I'm sorry for your loss.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, not. Don't give me your phone. I'm going. Give back her phone.
Your phone number, Carl.
Yeah, your phone number.
Oh, what's my phone number?
That's what he wants to know. Can you tell him?
I don't know my phone number.
Well, this
Can
this is
you
gonna
look
be
in
a
your
long day,
phone?
huh?
Well, I don't
Okay.
know.
Oh, wow.
Do you see the little green square in the bottom left-hand corner? And it's got a picture of a phone?
Oh, I see the time now.
Okay. Do you see the white bar all the way at the bottom?
Hey, guys, I need to go back to the police department. Can one of you guys
You
give me his
fucking
phone
stay
number later?
right here.
You stay right here,
This
sir.
is a fucking. This is.
I want you to click on that white bar all the way at the bottom.
Alright. Alright, so
Did you did you hit the little bar at the bottom of your phone to open it?
Is there a bar?
Yeah, you see the little
very
white bar at
thirsty.
the very bottom? It's just a line. Just a white line at the bottom.
Oh, I see a line.
Yeah, you want to click that.
Lock in, lock
Oh.
in, lock in, lock in.
Oh, now I need the password.
Okay, now remember you
what's your
made your
password?
password all twos.
I'm at the hospital right
Oh,
now,
all
trying
twos.
to teach Carl how to trade.
It worked.
Okay.
Good job.
Good.
Okay, now
Do you
all
wanna
the way
join
at the
us, Sergeant?
bottom on the left, you see the green square with the phone.
Yes, I see a phone.
Okay, I want you to press that
Hey,
once.
Audie.
Twice.
Once.
Once.
Yeah. Yeah, now it should show you a screen that has contacts at the top,
There's a
right?
ghost
It says
here, and he looks like
contact.
your
He's
husband.
really here.
No, it says Carl's phone.
Okay, I want you to
Maybe I was-
tap
I thought
on
maybe I was
Carl's
gonna have to
phone.
step in as her
We
husband.
need
you
complete
know? I
silence.
just haven't seen you in a bit.
We need complete
anything.
silence on scene, please.
Just
Oh,
you see the little you see where it says Carl's phone, and then there's like a little white arrow on the right.
Okay.
Oh, it's a very big circle with CP.
Right. Okay. Now, do you see where underneath that there's a line of 4 icons? They're blue. One says message, one says call, one says video, and one says share, right?
Yeah, who do I call?
I want you to click share all the way on the right. Click share.
Oh,
Okay.
But there's many circles.
Okay, now it says Horang's phone.
Yes.
Click on Horang's phone.
What now?
I got it.
All right, you did it. Good job.
What do I do now?
Did it.
Are you giving him your phone number, officer?
I got. He has my phone number.
Oh, he has it. Okay.
Yeah.
You're all done, Carl. Good job.
Oh, all right.
Now you can put your phone away.
Yeah. I put it in my second bucket so I remember the password.
Yep, that's a good strategy.
And what was your? Do you remember your password, right?
It's in my second bucket, so it's 2.
Yes. Good job.
Yeah.
All
Do
right.
I get my tractor now?
I'll go try to find your tractor after I collect my evidence, and I'll be calling you later. All right.
Oh, all right.
All right.
I hope you find it because I have a bad knee.
Yes.
All right, Carl.
I
The
will do my
officer's
best.
got to go back to work. He's gonna find your tractor for you.
I will message you later, right, Carl?
Great. Yeah, I hope you find it
These
quickly.
guys will take care of you, and there'll be a problem. All right. Have a good one.
Hi, officer. Thank you for your hard work, officer. All right,
Oh,
Carl.
it's a very nice officer.
You got somewhere to go, Carl?
Oh no, I already I was done with the farming for today.
Yeah. Okay, but you got home to go to?
I live at the farm.
Right. Oh, okay. Do you got enough food to get you back to the farm?
Well, I got food.
But do you,
The farm is quite far away.
okay. Well,
I
you
don't
walked
have
here,
my
right?
Tractor Oh no, well, my tractor got stolen.
Okay. Do you want us to call you a cab home?
A cab?
Yeah. A taxi.
You're
Oh.
kidding?
Oh, where to?
To home. Back to the farm.
Oh. Oh. Is that expensive?
We'll take care of the cost. Don't worry.
Honestly, I don't know how much it costs, but we're willing to pay.
Oh. Well, that's very nice.
So, do you want us to call you a taxi?
All right.
Okay. I think we have to put in where you're going to. So, do you have the zip code of where you need to go?
What goat?
The zip code?
I just live on the farm.
Okay. Where's your farm?
Well, it's
Is it up by La Fuente Blanca by any chance?
it's like that way.
Yeah. That sounds about right. That sounds about right. Carl, when did you start exporting your chunky butter into the city? I found some the other day.
Oh, I don't have much left, but you know, it's the last memory I have of Bella. So I thought it would be nice to share that memory.
That's sweet.
Oh, what? You know, I think I saw a deer named Bella. Maybe they named it in honor of the original Bella up at La Fuente.
Oh, well, that would be very nice of them. I quite miss Bella. She was my favorite deer, and she made the best chunky butter.
She did indeed. She did indeed.
Yeah.
I didn't know you could make butter from deer.
Oh yeah, we milk together, and then up for the chunky
There you go.
butter.
That's what it looks like.
Oh. Fascinating.
Oh. You
Did
bought some chunky
did
butter?
you want that back?
Oh, that's all. Here, Carl. I just thought you should see that your product's being sold.
Oh yeah, I appreciate it. Oh, yeah, that's the chunky butter.
Carl!
Oh, hello.
How have you been? It's been so long.
Oh, I've been alright. I've been making a lot of crops and butter. And I even branched out to.
We're gonna make a drive around town to check up on PD and other citizens.
Oh, is it the chunky butter?
Carl's chunky butter in my pocket. Oh boy.
Yeah.
Nima,
It's
you want to run away and leave
It's
Carl
only
to
like
her?
a year old, but it's like fermented, you know?
You want to run away and
I
leave
do
Carl
need to
to
do that
her?
as well.
It's just like wine.
Uni, you stay here.
Yeah. You should try it.
I'm gonna back away a little bit.
Wait, can I eat this? I'm not hungry right now, actually.
Oh, well, it's quite filling.
Oh,
That's why
it is?
I gained a couple pounds.
Okay, that's okay.
Yeah.
Well, how have you been? How's the city been treating you?
Oh, I only got here recently. I had to walk all the way here without.
I see.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
From the 19th
And I
Police.
found the police. That man, he helped me. And then he was suddenly left his car. And then there were other people that picked me up in their car. And they brought me to the bank. And they told me they would help me with reports.
Oh?
Yeah, and then the police officers came and they made the report.
Oh, I see.
Well, that was nice that they took you to the bank to do
Yeah.
that.
The police
Did he get
officer was a
kidnapped in
bit
between the
negative
two?
about it, but I said I was happy because they helped me with the report.
Yeah.
That was
Oh,
not, yeah, that was
hey,
nice of
Carl,
them.
I just realized. Yeah, have you heard about Club Malibu?
Ballyhoo!
It's this place where I think you
Malibu.
know. I think they could really use
I like
sourcing
the
of your
boo
chunky
from the
butter
cow.
for their menu.
Oh, yeah, you should take some chunky butter up there.
Oh,
Yeah.
that would be nice.
Forgot there
Are you
was
okay?
territory with it as well.
You could smear it on like a chair that you
could.
like.
Here, Carl. Why
Yeah.
not I just give these to you?
Oh, alright.
interacting with the persons.
There you go.
Okay,
There's a
when
whole
when
bunch
you
of chunky
whisper,
butter.
you literally cannot be heard.
Oh, maybe you can go advertise
I
over there and
wanna see
get
Neil
them to
interacting with
use
this
your
person.
product in their
Oh
dish.
god, yes.
Oh, yeah, are they? What is that, where is that?
Don't worry, I'll
I'm
call you a
putting water.
taxi. Don't worry,
I am
I'll
coding
sure
water.
you
If
find
anything
a
happened
way
to me, then you know.
Carl, can I
We'll
get
watch
your
you.
phone number?
We'll
Do
spot
you
you.
remember how to give those?
Oh, the phone button is gone again.
Oh, you gotta hit the bar at the bottom, remember? And then
the bar?
22222.
Oh, what's this? There's something blocking my screen.
What's it look like?
I sent you a request to get your number
I'm
or
sliding
to
off
give you my
radio.
number.
Oh, yeah, hit
Do I
accept.
decline or accept?
No, accept.
Accept?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there's my passcode. It was in my second bucket, so 2. Oh, now I'm back with Carl's phone.
Okay, yeah. And then can you send me your phone number? Can you hit share?
Oh.
And then you'll hit share and then you'll hit Ranche.
I don't want to hit you.
Perfect. Oh, well, you don't have to hit me. Okay, hit
Oh.
accept on that one, okay?
Yeah.
Hi, I'd like to
Perfect.
get a pickup from hospital.
Okay.
There's another one.
Oh?
I pressed all of them.
What did it say?
It says,
Connor, probably.
Excellent.
Connor Quill.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Yeah, that's Connor.
Oh. Now it's gone.
Oh, because he put his phone away. Oh.
Oh, now it's
Oh no,
gone.
I accepted. Don't worry.
Oh. Did you
Don't
accept?
you worry, Carl. I got a taxi coming here that's gonna take you straight to Malibu. We'll even go with you. You know,
Yeah.
help you
Damn,
source your
dude.
product to them.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Oh,
You're going with
Yeah,
them.
we can match it with you. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Because
Yeah,
I
I just
have
want to make
people
sure
that
that
can.
we give them a real good introduction.
I wish I could hear
know?
you, but it's near. It's
Yeah,
a.
because you
know,
guys have all
what do they
tried
call them?
to
Audio
chunky butter,
jungles.
right? So you can vouch for it.
Yeah, of course, of course.
Yeah.
Oh, girly. Oh, girly.
Oh, hey,
really
it's you again.
appreciate
Oh,
it.
my. Oh,
Oh,
okay. I
you
got
okay there, buddy?
Hello.
What's this back doing?
You know, I don't think I'm okay.
Oh,
The good thing you came to see us then.
help the man.
Oh yeah, Yuki's got it. He's doing his thing.
It took a little while to.
Yeah, you. Yeah, you good. I got it.
That's
Look
Yuki.
at some
He
ice back.
normally has carriers on, so I understand not recognizing him.
And like so
I've never seen him before.
and like a little bit bratty, and that's also.
That's understandable. You'll probably end up seeing him a lot.
Oh,
I know.
well, that's all right.
Whoa.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, you're good. You're good. On.
Boy, hello.
Hi, honey.
Here you go.
Alright.
Hi there.
Oh, let me take this off.
Hello. Hey, you
Yo, what's up?
You have your glove on.
Of course I do.
Oh, hi.
I think.
What up, Doppy?
Yeah, that's y'all's
What's up?
thing.
How's it going?
Yeah, this is our little thing. A little
Oh, not very good.
Yo, how do you feel now?
Matching right arm. You guys have matching
Much better.
left.
Do I know you?
Better, okay, that's nice.
So much better.
Did you
Oh,
do
you
anything
left the
more?
vegetables in my limo.
You good?
I think I'm good now.
Yeah, I remember you.
Thank you very
Okay,
much.
okay, you're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome.
Arms out, dude.
No, I left them in there.
Oh,
Hobo.
for fermenting.
Yeah, I guess so.
I know I did.
Oh, that's what I do with my chunky butter too.
And it wouldn't let me talk, so I had to switch it real quick so I could talk.
Nemo,
Chunky butter?
were you given a piece of chunky butter?
A sample of it.
Oh yeah, do you want some chunky butter?
I'm gonna go now and fix it.
Okay.
I'll be
Oh
back.
no, not if you eat it.
I'll be standing here.
Yep, I'll be standing right here as well.
Nemo,
Yes.
were you given a piece of chunky butter?
No, I was not.
Yeah, I made
Sorry
it from
about-
Bella's milk. Bella, unfortunately, is no longer with us. But I used it in the way that she would have wanted.
Oh, I'm sorry for your loss.
Yeah, it was a great deer.
What do I?
No, now remember, it's deer milk.
Colts get it happens with Colt. Like
Yeah,
Colts
it
get-
was
What?
my dearest deer. But she felt like a cow to me.
He just said she was a deer and he milked her like a cow.
Understandable.
Oh my
Happens
god.
to the deer of us,
Being on
really.
the helicopter stresses
Oh,
Is it
yeah.
understandable though?
You know.
I accidentally hit her with my tractor.
Hello.
Oh.
Oh, hello, everyone.
I know.
Do you need
Hello.
anything?
Oh, no, no.
think I'm
I
not
was
very good
speaking
at
to
driving
Mr.
because I
Maximilian,
also
Mr.
run
Good.
cramps with the
Oh, I
Mr.
see, I see.
Henchman,
Hi,
yes,
Debbie.
there was a
That's
cab
really
pickup, and I was going to get in
Parents
on that.
detractor of us, really.
Hey, Ranshay, can I
Yeah,
speak to
my
you for a
pops
sec?
was not very happy.
Sup, turd? What do you mean? Never mind. What do you mean?
That's why I left the farm. Started my own farm.
I have no idea what's going on anymore.
See?
Oh, understandable,
That
understandable.
takes, yeah, it takes a lot of guts, you know, like starting up your own prospects.
Well, my dad was very mad at me when I
That's
ran over
what you're saved
with
as,
the
because you're a
combine.
stinker.
So I kinda had to leave.
No, but okay. Yeah,
I think we
enjoy.
might be the
enjoy
only
other-
sane people here.
I don't know. We don't really talk anymore after the incident.
Dude, what a fucking brat. He's such a brat.
I ran over my gramps with the combine.
Oh,
I
My gramps always told me that you should, put love in your work and do everything by hand. But he had this new machine, the combine, and
I'm a quit for
Where's the
today. I'll
taxi
come back
coming
tomorrow.
from?
I wanted to use it.
Okay.
Because
This is Twilight calling 1042 for today.
So I
Ten
just
four.
working in the fields.
Park this
I
time real quick.
accidentally ran over him.
I see. Carl, I think your taxes here.
The red cabbages are all covered. They still sold pretty well.
Indeed.
Hey, Mr.
indeed.
Pierce.
Hello, yes. I didn't know how many people joining us. Do you mind if I take the passenger seat?
Yeah, sure. Wait, is everyone going? Okay. There was. Wait, no. I have.
Wait.
So I have two passengers. So it's you and someone else called.
That's me.
Ah.
position to draw this.
You think they're gonna shove him in the trunk?
I hope he tips them in butter.
Oh my god, that would be amazing.
Oh, it's bad. Uh-oh. I'm gonna go to a barber shop.
Yeah, okay, bye, love you.
Ooh.
Bald, gross, bald.
Oh god.
To where?
Let's go.
Yeah, do you want to go to Malibu where Carl is?
That's why
Yeah.
Connor- that's why
Kimberly
Connor
Plus
was
2 are going
taking
to 76 for that medical emergency. It's right down the street from us.
Did somebody else take it?
It's mine. I don't remember parking here. No, this one's fine.
Wait, what's going on?
So you're responding to the Magellan Avenue?
4.
What? I mean, they are or we are?
Fuck it, let's go to the next one.
Okay.
This one, the Bay City.
If you guys have Magellan, we'll get,
Bay City.
Hel'leon and 511
Bay City.
will get Bay City.
Yeah, that
Right now next to Magellan Avenue.
Okay. Please pick a lane, for the love of God. See the patient?
Yeah, I think so.
Where?
Oh wow, you got hit so hard you're half buried.
Yeah.
Don't worry, we'll take care of you. We'll get you out of there.
Alright, thank you, man. Thank you. I was trying to have fun with my bike, but it didn't go well, you know.
Yeah, I know how that is. I just got a new bike myself.
Yeah, not really used to them, but you know, we learn. Wow,
Alright, how you feeling?
wow, I actually feel pretty good.
Yeah? Is your heart doing okay?
Yeah, it feels very full.
Okay, do you need any food, water, trip to the hospital, anything?
I think I should be fine.
Okay.
think I'm
Well, if you need anything, you know where to find us.
Yes, thank you very much.
Take it easy. Don't forget to hydrate.
Yes, I will make sure of that.
Wah.
Okay.
You okay?
Yeah, I was sending you a message in Discordia. Back to the hospital we go.
Code 4 Magellan Avenue, back 10-8.
Hel'leon and 511 en route to hospital. That was a big explosion.
What just exploded?
Seems like the locals are in rare form tonight.
They sure are.
So you get you still liking the car?
Oh, I haven't had a chance to drive it really. You weren't at the driving practice, were you?
No, I fell asleep long before it started.
The track should be up. If you want, we can go and practice there. You can practice on an ambulance, or your personal vehicle. I would advise both.
Well,
but...
I think I'm okay with my personal vehicle. It's the ambulance, you know?
Yeah. If you'd
I
like.
did go out there and see that, like, I was a passenger princess with Noah, and oh my god.
Did you want to
I don't know if you saw the picture that was taken of all 4 ambulances in a row.
No.
I am pretty sure that it's on Birdie, but it's also in Discordia. Under media.
Okay.
It was a pretty cool picture. Oh yeah, and my pictures were mostly destroyed because of the thing, you know, that was wrong with our phones, and so I no longer have the pictures that I was using as profile pics? Do you think you could take one of me?
Sure. Oh yeah, all of mine are gone. Sure, do you want to try to find some, like, ideal lighting?
I don't know.
All scenic?
Okay, well that didn't do what I wanted it to do.
Oh yeah, I think,
You think since it's nighttime, inside's probably better than outside.
probably. I did think of a call sign that I want.
Oh yeah? What is it?
Albedo.
Oh, like the Genshin character Albedo.
Never say that to me ever again. This is an anti-Genshin household.
Well, there is another Albedo,
From
the Nisekai.
yeah.
She's like the leader of an army,
Yes.
I think.
It's also an astronomy term.
Yes, I know. I don't know what it is, but I know it is stars related.
It's basically like how reflective a planet and stuff are.
A reflective
shining
planet?
Well, yeah, like that's why we can see planets. It's because there's light reflecting off of it and illuminating it.
Okay, I thought that you meant like it had such a thick atmosphere that it reflected light like a mirror.
Well, the actual definition, just to be sure.
Keep pressing the wrong one. Okay. Emote.
Fraction of sunlight that is diffusely reflected by a body. So just in general. Well, now I don't want to use it if it's a Genshin term because people are going to think I like Genshin.
Oh, yeah, it is definitely... He's kind of a popular character in Genshin. Burger pose? Why is this a burger pose? Must have a burger in his hand. Business bag pose. Terrible. Ow. Why don't we do this one? How does this look?
Not bad. It's good. Not like the most normal pose that one would do, but like It is believable.
Well, I mean, I could do that album cover one.
Yeah, that's more like a kind of slob squat, so that kind of works. That would be IRL more comfortable to do than the other one.
Oh, by the way, since I don't think that you're in the Yaoi group chat,
What? There's a
Yuki
chat.
took his shirt off and was pole dancing at the Malibu.
Good for him.
He claims to have been too drunk to remember.
Right,
Here we
let's
go.
Yep.
511 and Hel'leon reporting to the Portola Drive.
10-4.
4. I think I'll go put my truck.
There you go.
How does it do that?
Where is it taking me?
I don't know.
Around. The GPS like switched for me midway.
Whenever I try to respond, it opens my bag. Oh, fuck. Am I head popping? I'm head popping.
Well, at least it's nearby. Maybe. Oh, there they are.
See, this is also why I don't drive. What would have happened if I had been driving? And I popped. Takes so long for this shit to load. I saw the other day that interest was huge on Lodestar, that there were over 700 people in the Discord and 400 people had been whitelisted. It is interesting that we only have 120 something like actually in the server then that actually made characters and came in, and 55 online. What seems about typical between like 35 and 55. 128. Is that what that says? Looks like it. Hey, sleepyhead. I do not know why, but she's not laying in her bed anymore. In the window. I don't know why. She sits next to it on the wood. Like a gargoyle. I wish my making keybinds would work. I wonder if there's something for the Stream Deck. I wonder if I could do like a GTA. Although, would it have to be GTA Online or would it have to be 5M? I don't think it'll work. Every time I see that, I expect the one girl to hit the other one in the head with the log. Are we in? We're in, yay! I wonder where I fell out of the ambulance. Oh. How the hell did I get here?
Quest Door Street.
Oh. 511, you lost your passenger.
Getting gas and returning to hospital. 10-4.
511, please come get me.
Hel'leon, where are you?
I'm in front of recon zombies.
What is that?
7228. Fire department. Hit it.
Hel'leon, what's your postal code? Where?
Oh. 7228.
Give me code 4 on West Eclipse Boulevard, RTB back 10-8.
.511 going to pick up Hel'leon, and I'll be back to the hospital.
10-4.
10-4.
How'd you get all the way over here?
Goodbye now.
E22, E88 en route back to the hospital.
4.
I want to take this thing to Benny's first. Well, actually, it's just cosmetic. Never mind. What turn am I taking?
Yeah, my head just exploded.
Understandable.
This is why I chose the name Hel'leon. Because a Hel'leon is a little impish troublemaker, and I'm constantly causing trouble.
That works.
At least nobody got hurt.
Hey, thankfully.
Did you manage to take a picture at all?
I go. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, can I get
Good evening.
checkup, please?
Of course you can.
Let's see here.
You know what might make a good
I don't
backdrop?
see anything
The little coffee
serious,
cart.
but just to be sure,
Okay.
I will patch you up anyway.
Alright, thank you. Yeah, my heart, it doesn't feel
If
that
I can
full,
get
so-
to my bag. There we go. I was gonna wear bunny ears for fun this instead. Oh, glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. Alright. You take care now. Yeah, you as well.
Police chase, I hear.
You want to try standing up for one?
Please don't tell me I'm popping again. I'm popping again. I'm fucking popping again. What the hell? Why am I popping again?
We got some good ones. Wait, crouch settings. Oh dear. What?
This is starting to piss me off. I don't understand why this game hates me so much. I don't feel like it's late enough for me to need to turn lights on. I'm in the shadows. I can't see shit. I'm trying to feel this orange. It's literally night and day when my hand is in the way of little lights coming in through the window. Turn on the LED, not LEDs, the RGBs. Los Santos is beating me like I'm its baby mama. And it wasn't ready to be a dad. Wonder if it's inside. Got him. Yeah, highlighter jacket and white hair.
Welcome back.
Swear to God, Los Santos is beating me like I'm its baby mama.
Oh. That's not good. Also.
Can you airdrop me those
I-
pics though?
Oh yeah. That's what we were doing. Ah.
And he just posted on Birdie that Carlos is reunited with his family.
Oh my god. By the way.
Did I ever share with you the picture of Will being sucked into the concrete when we had to go save him?
No. How do I send?
Hmm?
How do I send? How do I send these? How do I send them?
I think you just do the share in the bottom corner.
Bottom corner of what?
The picture.
Oh, I gotta send them one by one. Okay, there should have been 9 pictures there. Elsa. I picked up my new call sign. Also, you need to get back on the radio.
What did you pick this time?
Hel'leon.
Hellman?
Helminth. It's a parasitic, essentially like an internal parasite.
Helmint?
Helminth. So I just need to think about change call sign.
Slash call sign. Don't forget to put your T in front, though. We're still trainees.
This is Nima. I'm changing my call sign from 511 to Hel'leon.
Why?
Okay.
I love it. I love it. I love it.
Don't forget the T in front for training.
Oh yeah. Ooh.
Oh dear God.
You good?
Nope. I'm hungry.
Okay. We use a med pack on you.
Yeah, I have a med pack. Do you need one?
There you go. Better?
Yep. You didn't need to use that med pack, just the defibrillator did it.
Oh. You need to get back on the radio now. Yeah.
God damn it.
I need to turn on a light in my brain because it's dark and I can't see my muscle board. Disease, light. I can see now.
Kind of reminds me of my high school days. My so-called, who wasn't really best friend, had the same name as me, so when people saw us coming, they were like, oh, it's the names, or oh, you've got the names in your class. In this case, it would be like, oh, you've got the hells in your class.
Hell squared. Hell.
Yeah, we heard name squared too.
Hell's bells.
Oh my god.
So that guy that I revived on the sidewalk said he knew me. I'm like, I don't remember you.
Who was it, do you know?
Nope, I have no idea who it was. It's a guy with a glove on his hand.
Huh? Oh, he had one glove?
Yes.
Oh, he was here outside the hospital talking to Ranche.
Oh. But he was like, your name, it's familiar. I think I know you. I'm like, doubtful. I'm never here. Haha, joke's on you. I just realized my pants had knee pads on them. That's probably a good thing.
So, since it's Easter, I decided to treat myself to breakfast when I got up.
Ooh, what you had?
Have you ever heard of the oh, what are they called? There's like secret kitchens or something where some company that doesn't actually have a restaurant just uses the kitchen of another restaurant to make their product and send it out for them.
Oh?
You've never heard? It's not secret kitchens, it's something else. Anyway, we got a few of them around here, like the Mr. Beast burgers and shit.
Oh, you mean like the influencer ones, yeah.
Well,
okay, yeah.
it's not all influencers, I don't think, but we've got like a Don Corazons or something that, like, their whole menu is just quesadillas, and I've got a huge fucking weakness for quesadillas.
As one should.
But because I know whose kitchen is making it, I just never really ordered, you know, because I'm like, oh, they're not, it's not even them, it's just, you know, their name is on it, but it's coming from this place, right?
Yeah.
No, not that the place that it's coming from is bad, it just seemed weird.
Yeah.
But it's a holiday and they were one of the only places open other than the gas stations. And I knew that my family wasn't coming, so I decided to treat myself for breakfast. And I had some of the strangest food I've ever had in my life.
Pro 10-8. I am back.
10-4.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. I basically had a full breakfast with eggs, bacon, and hash browns and cheese, but in a quesadilla. And my side was not hash browns like you would expect on a breakfast. It was loaded tater tots with a chipotle sauce and a runny egg.
That sounds a bit heavy.
It was delicious.
Was it busy while I was out cold?
Was what?
Was
Oh,
it busy
busy?
while I was gone? Yeah.
We had what, half a dozen calls?
A few here and there, but nothing major.
I feel like they
see, I
came in
see.
pairs. Like as soon as one person would be like, "Oh, I'm gonna go out," then a second one would ping.
Yeah, that makes sense. That usually happens. All right. Well, as long as we didn't get like 50 billion different calls at the same time.
No. I think the biggest thing that happened in the whole time for me was I fell out of the ambulance.
Oh no, what happened?
My head popped, and I ended up somewhere that we don't know how I got there.
You went to the void again?
Yeah.
Yep, been there. Very strange place.
It is. I mean, you would think that I would like the void, but I prefer not to go there this often.
Yeah. Oh. Where's that? Down the street. Oh, and a call. Yeah, everybody's all at once.
Millions is gonna 76 at medical emergency at Legion Square Park.
Yeah, I got you. I'll be right there.
Oh.
I don't think we're needed. They beat us.
Do not worry about the one at Legion. I am literally right there.
This is
I'm gonna bring the ambulance by in case they want to transport back.
Gotcha. I really don't think you need to. I think you'll be fine.
What's going on? That sounds
I'm already
suspicious.
like down the street, and I may as well just do a quick checkup.
Is that the Vespucci Drive?
I think so. Also, the police are right out there. What are they doing?
I hate that the dispatch map does not have the names of streets.
Let's move out of the way. Hi.
I got rudely shoved over
Yes,
by a
please.
dumb local with no brain cells.
Concussion.
The locals have been vicious tonight.
Yeah, it was
fucking
a
why,
rude
but at the end of that
local
call,
with
like copied.
You mind if I get a checkup too?
T-shirt.
I'm gonna go
You
check
also
my
needed
locker.
looking over?
Yes, please.
I thought you just asked him if he needed a licking over.
No, we don't provide that sort of service here at the hospital.
Darn
Looks
it.
like you have some blunt force trauma. Let's get you patched up.
Oh, Al, I'm gonna end you.
That was a threat. That was a threat.
Have a good time, Al.
Well, it's obviously been beat up, so let me get you some ice for these bruises.
Thanks.
And we'll apply a compress for this bruising.
Thank you so much.
I like when it sounds like I'm a car getting fixed.
A little bit of Monica in my life, a little bit of God by my side, a little bit of Rita's all I need.
That's not the right voice.
Square Park.
Oh. No, I was using my head
Right,
voice
and
mic.
how are you feeling?
Oh, no worries.
There you go. How do you feel?
A lot better.
Ready
Thank you
me
so
or-
much.
No
Thank
problem.
You.
Code 4 is seen clear. Sorry.
Just watch out for those locals. This is like a
Goals
full
are
Yeah,
moon
gone.
out
we'll
or
watch out for
something.
those redheaded locals. Thank
Fair,
you.
fair.
Redheaded locals, you say?
At home.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. Gotcha.
Yeah, and I got beat up by a fucking green-shirted local with a fucking toothpick in his mouth.
Oh, that's weird.
He's shirtless now.
I don't like this.
That's weird. That's crazy.
He's got a
I'm going
shirt
outside.
on now.
That's crazy.
Oh.
I already saw his bruises. I don't know why he decided to show us again.
No, he got bruises because he may have unironically
finish
shoved me
patching
to
you
the
up.
ground and given me all of my injuries, and so he said I could hit him in return.
Uh-huh. I never would have guessed.
That's acting a
What,
little
what are you
funny.
doing, Nima?
I was patching her up, but she started pooping.
Oh, was she not
Oh.
done?
She still had a little bit left, so I'm like, oh, okay, I should use
More people?
My eyes are acting a little funny.
Hello. I
Hello.
flew through a windscreen because I got locked in a car, and now I feel really bad.
I'd imagine so.
Yeah. Getting locked in the car felt bad, and then flying through the windscreen to get out, not any better.
No, I can't imagine it would be.
You're both doing the thing.
Yeah,
Good for me.
we didn't call dibs.
You'll get a
Nope.
second
Okay, I'll let
opinion and maybe a third if we really feel like it.
Hell yeah.
No, I mean, like, maybe, like, it'll double time me, you know?
Maybe,
Back into
maybe.
health.
Super
Could
healthy,
be.
you know?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Nothing is coming up, so I'm just gonna give
No
you
kidding?
a med kit.
Okay. You're gonna give me a holding med kit? Sick. Is Ronche still at the club? Club, do you know?
The club.
Oh, I
You're like-
didn't know if she was still around, to be honest.
You're like, I don't effing know, actually.
I haven't seen her since she left with Carl and the guy
Yeah,
with the glove on his
okay.
hand.
Then they're probably at Malibu. The guy with the glove on his hand?
Yeah, one white glove.
Oh, that's Hobo. She's not with Hobo.
Ah.
Oh, I think you mean
Connor, maybe?
Quill, her husband.
Yeah, I mean, Director Quill was with her. Like, Connor? The guy who
Yeah.
owns the place?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's your boss.
Yeah, I think Connor was here, and that might have been the first time I ever met him. I do know she was talking to the guy with the one white glove.
Yeah, that checks out. She likes him.
How do you
In
feel?
like a friend way. I feel 100% better. Thank you so much.
Okay,
You
no
did an
problem. Now,
excellent job.
let's try not to go through windshields for any reason.
Hello. Oh,
Well,
Hey there.
if I get locked in the car, what else can I do?
I'll let the train
I understand.
Hey there, Nima.
You need some assistance. That's
Yeah, a little bit. I had a local shot at me. Just wanted to check in.
Those damn locals.
Jeez.
Really having a heyday today. I don't know what's up with them. They won't even move for ambulance with sirens on.
Jeez.
Must be a blood moon.
They had to just nudge them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Been a
Nudge
busy
them
day,
and hope they don't have a
obviously.
bigger gun than you.
What?
How are you feeling now?
I'm feeling a lot better. Thank you.
Perfect. Do you require any food or water?
No, I got plenty.
Good to know.
It's been a busy day, obviously.
Yeah, it's been a bit busy. Yeah,
I see.
lots of hostages. If you some of you
God.
saw.
Yeah.
How
I've
was that,
also
by the
seen
way?
on Birdie.
I must have missed that with my head pop.
Oh, I don't
Yeah,
actually know
no
where
idea.
he. Oh, right. You called a taxi for him, right?
Oh yeah, didn't they take Carl to Club Malibu?
Oh, okay. Never
Oh,
mind.
did they
He's
take him
at
to Malibu?
They sure did.
Well, I heard them. I did see on here that he was home with, or that he was reunited with family. I didn't think that was at the club.
Oh, I guess family can be at the club. At the club.
Well, family can be anywhere.
Yeah.
What an intriguing human he is.
He's a darn good farmer.
Yeah, him and his deer.
Yeah.
How in the hell is he milking a deer enough to make butter of this
Look,
quantity?
these are questions you don't want answers from.
Yeah, it's safer to not. Oh, wow. Alright, that was weird in my eyes.
Alright, I'm gonna go back out there. You guys have a good one.
Alright,
Be
you
safe,
too.
officer.
Good luck.
Do you want some like bandages and medkits for
Be
the road?
safe.
Oh, it's all good. We have Dr. Joe Mama at PD that's giving us answers.
Oh.
Kits.
Okay, good to know.
Yeah. Alright, thank you.
Take care.
Don't forget to hydrate. Oh god, they're fighting again. I think this is the first time I've seen a police officer come in to get treatment.
Yeah.
I feel like I was in the middle of telling you something, and now I don't remember what it is.
We were talking about your breakfast.
Yeah. They gave me sour cream, but like a teaspoon or a tablespoon.
That's way not enough sour cream.
I know. I mean, I managed to get it to last for like half the quesadilla to like 3/4 of the quesadilla, like by using it super sparingly, but the last part of the quesadilla had to be eaten dry.
Oh. Could I change my hair? I'm thinking of changing my hair.
You've said that before.
Have I?
You could try dyeing it.
Maybe like more like an ashy blonde. But I do want to change the style as well.
Do like a straw blonde like mine.
Paler than that. Like real close to gray, but like just a tinge of blonde in it.
I think I know somebody else whose hair looks mostly gray, but like has some brown in it.
Like Arvin from Pokemon.
Irvin?
Wait, did you play Scarlet Violet?
What?
Did you play Pokemon Scarlet or Violet? And or do you play Pokemon Masters?
No, I've played Pokemon Go.
Oh. Okay, never mind. I still need to get Diet to fight me. Yeah, he still owes me a Pokemon battle.
Are you sure there's no way to boost your mic?
Oh no, I'm just whispering. This is my normal talking. Is this better?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're still probably like a third of the volume of anyone else.
Did my mic switch?
I mean, if you really wanted to know what you sound like, you could look through my eyes.
That's true. That's true. Okay.
I always find it disconcerting to listen to myself through someone else's eyes. Or ears. For a second there, I thought Shion was here and there was going to be another staunch fight in the parking lot. So busy out there tonight, but no work to do.
Indeed. Let's see how this goes. For experimental purposes, I'm standing directly in front of you and talking at you. It's not too bad.
For experimental purposes, I am talking directly back to you.
Oh, you are way louder, huh?
Mm-hmm. And I am not shouting. I am on normal.
I suppose the only thing I could do is
And
talk louder, I
there's no
guess.
background noise. Very quiet in here.
For either of us?
Yeah, it's quiet. There's no other people talking.
Oh, true. So it's good to test. Well, yeah, I suppose that would be even quieter with. Also, Miss Eve, I did want to apologize. I remembered last night I said I would be back on, but my nap turned more into a mini coma than a nap.
That's no problem. I got the keys. We're all good, and we did really well for that partner day. It was awesome. And a lot of fun. You guys doing okay though?
All good.
Good too.
Oak. Ezra. Oak.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Are you okay as well?
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I didn't realize you were talking to me. I thought you're still talking to Nima.
That's no problem. Do you guys also need any top ups for each other, or are you okay?
Oh no, I've already
okay.
collapsed for the night.
Sounds good. All right, I'll head back on out. Just let me know if you guys have any questions, okay?
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. No problem.
I had chosen something to use as my profile.
I'm going to try drinking from the fountain. Wish me luck.
Good luck. You survived. You have been found. You have been chosen worthy.
How's it going?
All good.
Great. Been busy at all, or
Mm.
not too
On
busy?
and off.
They've been coming in pairs.
Oh. Well, I guess good that there is at least something happening. Well, have a drink from the fountain.
You have been found worthy.
Yeah, I'm also gonna buy some food from the.
Oh, but you only get chips for 100. You could go to the Malibu and get a whole nacho plate for 100.
That is true, but that is much further away.
I guess. Do you want some?
I mean,
Listen, I got loaded fries, I got quesadillas, and I got chicken tenders. I went earlier today.
all right, all right.
What you want?
Honestly, anything. I'm not very picky with food. Whatever you don't want.
That is a nice hat
I mean,
on the
obviously I
water
want
cooler.
them all,
Very
but
different.
I can get more.
I appreciate it.
Very tasty. Thank you. Of course. Anytime. Okay, I go now. Goodbye.
Not
Good
hungry
day.
anymore.
Bye. What kind of hat is that?
What?
Oh, that guy's wearing like a tin hat.
Oh yeah, he's on his bike. He's wearing a helmet.
I didn't know we could have helmets. I should probably wear a helmet. Oh, he's on a bike.
Yeah, he's on the bike. Like a bicycle.
Where are the police here again?
Sure.
You should have been here when Carl was here.
Oh, it's Carl.
Carl is a farmer who's missing his pink tractor.
A pink tractor?
Yeah, he walked up here so slowly, I thought maybe he had a broken leg, but it turns out he was just looking for the police and didn't know where to go.
Oh. Hopefully you found it.
Yeah, Dr. Prom took him part of the way. I don't understand what happened. It took him part of the way, and then I think Prom dropped him off somewhere because the police were going to come and pick him up. But then he got taken hostage and was dragged to a bank. And then the police had to go there to rescue him.
I see. Cool.
And eventually they brought him back here. And I had to spend quite a long time talking him through how to give his phone number to Officer Hooray.
He didn't
This
have
is
a phone number?
8822 and Crow
He
going on a snack run.
had a
Did
phone,
anyone
but
need
he had
anything?
never used it before.
Oh. That's interesting. Was he very old, maybe? Like,
No, he didn't seem very old. Just
Oh.
very, very rural.
Seems like a rough day for him.
Yeah. And then Ronche and Connor took him to the Malibu.
Oh. Okay.
I was trying to get his zip code so I could call a cab to send him home, but he didn't seem to know what a zip code was. Just kept saying he lived on the farm.
Oh. There's a lot of farms out there.
I was honestly glad they took him off my hands. I didn't know what to do at that point.
Yeah. Sounds like a handful. Well, I hope he's finding what he's searching for.
Yeah, the police are looking for his tractor, and I'm sure if somebody took it, it can't be hard to find a hot pink tractor.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting color for a tractor.
But also,
Never seen a pink one.
how does he milk a deer?
What?
Apparently he's exporting butter, chunky butter, that he made from the milk of his favorite deer, Bella.
Oh.
And there was an awful lot of butter going around, so he must have milked her a lot.
Is that something? Is that normal in
No.
different cultures?
No.
Oh.
Trust me, I come from farm country. You don't milk the deers.
Oh, I've never heard anyone milking a deer before.
I've heard of people drinking reindeer pee.
What?
Well, people do a lot of weird things, but
Well, you see what they do is there's some psychedelic mushrooms way up in the frozen north. But if you eat them directly, they'll kill you. So you feed them to the deer, who then pee out basically drugged urine. So you kind of drink the drugged urine and you get the proper amount of high.
right. A bit like the coffee that is like cats.
Okay, but that's not cat poop. What it is that a jungle cat or some large cat.
A civet.
What?
It's a civet.
Okay.
Kobe flock is consumed by the civet.
But see what it is the shell of the bean is so hard that you can't get to the bean. So when the cat eats it, its digestive system weakens the shell and it poops it out, and then we can break them open and actually get to the bean. So you're not actually drinking cat poop.
No, but it goes through the digestive system.
Yeah, and the enzymes are meant to break down such heavy foliage, so it breaks down the shell of the bean.
Interesting. Well, yeah, I guess that doesn't sound too bad then. But reindeer pee sounds appetizing.
And you know, avocados can't be farmed. The only way to get an avocado is for some large animal to eat an avocado and shit out what's left of the core, and
thank God.
it plants itself.
Let's go. Let's go. Okay, let's go.
All right, I'll see you later, Dr. Reed. I'm coming. I'm sorry if my talk of pooping animals.
emergency there?
Whoa.
East Galileo.
10-4.
I'm sorry if my talk of pooping animals disturbed you.
It's a little uncomfortable.
I still can't press K to respond. K keeps opening up my pocket.
It tells me to go one way, and then as soon as I get out of the parking lot, it tells me another.
So are all current dispatches taken care of? I can't tell, they're not taken on the tablet.
Yeah, I don't know how to set myself for the tablet,
We're going
but
to
I'm going
Galileo,
to the
right?
one by
Correct.
just on North Rockford Drive. So
It should have worked for Galileo.
The hells are supposed to be on our way to Galileo.
10-4, thank you so much.
So
Why
I've
is it
heard.
telling me?
I've heard that
Chris and
if
Rockford are directly on top of each other. Let us know if you need us to run out there, though.
yeah, there was an explosion at a gas station, but I'm only seeing one individual so far.
All right, just radio into us if you need backup. We'll head up right on out.
I've heard that if the person you're with doesn't clear old alerts that it will give the wrong directions. So generally I clear my alerts right away to try to make sure you get the right directions.
Ah.
I can't remember if it was Colt or Noah told me that. Because he asked me to clear my alert.
Up here?
Ooh.
Does it?
Get out of the way, you fucking car.
Does the siren mean nothing to these people? See, that guy moved out of the way.
I think he parked more than got out of the way.
Same difference.
Reaper going 1041.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I don't see any. I don't know where the second ping came from over here, honestly.
You have a gun?
Yes, I do. He's in the bush.
Over here? Where? You see him?
EMS. Can you direct us to where?
Oh.
Hello?
Next to the tree with the ATV.
Oh, found him.
Hello.
Wow,
Hello.
you hit so hard, you're half buried.
Yeah. And I had another ATV accident.
Comes to the best of us. Don't worry, we'll get you up.
Thank you. It's very much appreciated.
Oh, that's a strange dog.
Oh, thank you.
Alright, how do you feel?
I feel okay. It feels like I may have some rocks in my ears, but besides that, I think I'm doing pretty good.
Your heart doing okay?
Yeah, my heart's doing okay. Thank you.
Okay. Do you need anything else? Food, water, trip to the hospital?
No, nothing else. Thank you. I feel fine. Thank you.
You gonna be able to get that ATV up?
Yeah. Let me try. Oh, jeez. Or it might be a little stuck, but oh, watch out. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I was able to get it.
That's not the way it's supposed to. Oh, maybe. No,
Oh.
there it goes.
Oh.
Hey, Ezra, check out the dog. Check out that dog real quick.
What dog?
That dog.
What
That
dog?
dog. That dog.
What dog?
Behind the
Oh,
tree.
I saw the dog.
What dog?
It's
Messed
like
up.
over this hill. It's white.
It got
It's like
messed
straight
up.
ahead.
Is it messed up for anyone else?
Yeah, it's all. It looks like an S.
Hey, buddy. How you doing there, buddy? I think you should see a chiropractor, okay? Bye.
Enjoy the weird dog.
He needs to see a chiropractor.
Yeah, that dog got scoliosis.
Yeah. Did you get it back on its wheels?
I did, yeah.
Okay, good. So I guess we'll head back into town then. Take it easy.
All right. Thank you very much.
And
Appreciate it.
don't forget to hydrate.
Yeah. I'll double check every so often.
I hear you can get a smartwatch to alarm and remind you.
Oh, you know what? That might be a good idea. Yeah, if I can afford one.
Yep. I do not know where to get them though. Where's our ambulance? Oh, there it is.
I missed. I got it.
I have a spare smartwatch if you would like it.
Oh, yes, please. You don't mind.
There you go.
Oh, thank you.
Of course.
2 million. It was RTB with 2 patients, 1 code green, 1 possible code yellow.
Oh dear.
Back to town.
Let's get back. Let's stop at Benny's real quick. Cosmetics.
Thank you again.
Ooh, where's that at?
Responding to that call. Floor.
Helmet and Hel'leon are right near there. We can respond to this in your way if you like.
But I have the outlaw.
Okay, we won't take that away from you then.
Have fun with your toy.
Yes.
Those cars are not gonna let you do a 3-point turnaround.
I'm getting to the map.
When you started going forward, I thought we were gonna do a 3-point turnaround.
No.
Is this an observatory or a mob?
Observatory, it looks like.
Pretty cool.
Silence. Yeah, we had one of these up here.
I haven't visited sometime in our off hours.
Agreed. The stars make me feel nostalgic. You have a stop.
I don't really tell people this, but when I was a kid, I wanted to be an astronaut.
Me too.
I think I like floating in water so much because I can pretend that I'm floating in space, and there's nobody around for billions of miles.
Agreed. Oh, can you radio in that we're going to Benny's for repairs?
Didn't you already? Oh, no, you didn't. Hells are on our way back to town, but we're gonna stop at Benny's.
I'm for.
Oh my god. You hear that local?
No.
All I heard out of my right ear was, "Don't you ever talk to my boyfriend again."
Oh.
Oh, where's that one? I think that one. Oh no, she's like right there for it.
MT-314 responding to Bay Tree Canyon Road.
4.
Okay, never mind. Great. Ow. Ow.
I don't think I've ever seen Tom go out on foot.
He has once or twice. I love that for me, my my vehicle isn't what's bubbling, it's the locals around me that bubble.
For me, I am kind of bubbling. We're kind of bouncing all over the place.
We're kind of what?
Bouncing all over the place.
Huh.
It's definitely not as bad as yesterday morning when Noah was taking me to the airport and we did like, let's see, what's 360 times 3?
You're asking me for math.
Is 3, it would be over 1,000. Okay, so let's just say I did an 1,100 in my eyes. All right, where the fuck is that one?
That's right near us. We can respond. Or not, someone already claimed it. Okay.
This is 88 and Crow responding to the dispatch at North Rockford Drive.
And full.
Can you hear me or am I popping?
I can hear you now.
Oh, for a second I thought I was popping. It was just a headache.
Oh dear.
Was there somebody outside or we gonna have to make a call? Oh no!
Dr. Green, I received the report if you just want to include anything that might come up during the MRI.
No problem. Could we please have some repairs on our ambulance?
I will check it out first. Would you like a full repair?
Yes, please.
A little bit of difficulty breathing today.
Oh dear. Is anything triggering it?
Shit.
Is anything triggering it, or you just... Does that just happen sometimes?
Gotta.
Ezra?
Yeah. Yeah, what?
Did, I asked if there was anything that triggering that, or does that just happen sometimes?
I'm sorry. It kind of happens all the time because I'm allergic to cats and I have a cat. But it's also, it warmed up today, so there's pollen in the air.
Oh, dear.
Today's particularly bad.
Do you have, like, Claritin or anything for it? Or, like, an inhaler?
I'm a paramedic. Of course I've got medicine for it. I just don't like taking it.
Why? Because of side effects, or?
I'm sorry, did that just say the EMS bunnies saved Cletus's life?
Well, what's her name? The
I'm
painter?
Birdie.
Moore, I think. Moore's wearing, bunny ears. One of those pink-haired ones. Oh. Thank you. I'm sorry, what was that? Me. Okay, I can pay with, card, please. Thank you so much. You're welcome. Good to go. Come on. Come on. In car. In car. Let's go.
Wait, are we all done already? Did you pay?
I'm sorry? Yes, I paid.
Okay. Damn it, you know I don't like it when you pay.
What is that supposed to mean?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sadie 8 and Crow, en route back to the hospital.
Elves are leaving Benny's on our way back to the hospital. Anyway, to answer your earlier question, it's a nasal spray, and I absolutely hate spraying liquid up my nose.
Fair.
There was one time a couple of years ago, I had to take an ambulance ride myself. And I don't know if the guy ever believed that I actually had a broken bone in my foot, or if he thought that I was faking it for drugs, because the hospital certainly thought that I was faking it for drugs, but the EMT in the back of the ambulance had me snort some liquid he sprayed up my nose, and I had no idea what it was. So I had to ask him, I'm like, what the hell did you just, make me snort? He said it was fentanyl.
What?
For pain, I guess. You want to take that one?
Sorry for responding to that call.
Not fast enough.
4.
How do I remove my...
4.
Whatever.
I don't know how to either. If it was fentanyl, it was like the worst fentanyl I've ever heard of, because I didn't feel shit from it. I have a feeling that it was a placebo. But at the time, because I was
Oh,
in
is it
so much
taking me to
pain. Sorry?
It's taking me to the because I accidentally son of
Hold on.
wondering why.
Oh, you already got it. Okay.
Yeah, I just changed it. I was wondering. I'm like, this isn't the route to the hospital.
Yeah, I was like, wait a second. This is actually kind of when you went under the freeway, I was like, I think we're going the wrong way.
Yeah, we're going the wrong way. But yeah, I definitely understand that hatred. I really don't like nasal sprays after so my brain is not quite as it should be. To the point that to remedy the imbalances in my brain, I had to go on medical ketamine.
Medical what?
Ketamine.
Oh. That's the
Yeah.
first time I've heard that.
Yup, it's called S-ketamine. It's a treatment called Spravato for treatment-resistant major depressive disorder.
Damn. At the time, though, I think because of the pain and the, oh my god, I'm gonna have to pay for this, and he wouldn't let me be on the phone to text my mom that I was on the way to the hospital. So, you know, tensions were high. So I didn't really have the thought that he had lied to me. I just remember thinking, why don't I feel any liquid going down the back of my throat, you know?
Yeah, that was not typical medical procedure. They were, yeah, no, I don't know what that was, but
I'm pretty sure they were treating me like I was there just to get drugs. But, no, it was from a fall, and it turned out that I had broken a bone in my foot and torn a muscle. But
yeah, that was
according
not
to
standard
their
procedure.
according to their evaluations and their x-rays, I was fine, and they didn't want to give me anything at all.
Were you able to
This
get
is a
second
big
opinion
group.
somewhere?
All right, Barb, you take the lead.
Hello.
Oh, it's the cat lady. Hey,
It is.
Barb's here.
Oh, I'm not going inside. I
Oh,
wouldn't be
thank you.
comfortable going
Get her
inside.
number.
Apparently, there's a
wanted to go
disease happening that's can kill people and
Oh,
it's really
oh,
dangerous
really?
to cats.
We don't want to go in. We don't want to go
Yeah,
in.
that's what Connor said. I'm not,
Oh, okay, yeah.
What did he say? What did he call it?
That's why we're outside, you see.
Influenza or something?
Feline disease or something?
Yeah, yeah.
Feline
So I can't be going in there. I'm sorry, I can't go in there right now.
Yeah.
So I
I'll
think this
do
is
that.
I think this is Nima's first time meeting your cat. Do you think you could introduce him?
To all
this is
EMS
Carlos.
personnel,
This is
the
my
front doors
baby
have
boy.
been locked. If you are out there, you are out there with Barb.
Beautiful.
Good luck.
Thank you so much. His family's in town, actually,
Family's
across
in
from
town?
the
Oh, yeah?
police station. You guys should go visit the family.
Mm-hmm.
That
They love walking around.
They
You
love
know what
walk.
I'm
You can
saying?
walk them around. Yes.
Oh, so that's nice.
Yes.
Do you ever let him down to walk around, or do you just carry him all the time?
Oh, absolutely not. I can't let him down. Look at him.
No way, no how.
Mm. I
He's
hope
pretty
to
much
keep his
fused
claws
into that
trimmed.
carrier at
He's
this
really
point.
he's reliant on this carrier. I saved him from a dumpster.
Oh, I see. That's very
He's eating
noble
needles
of
and
you.
cheeseburgers. Needles and cheeseburgers.
He was eating needles and cheeseburgers, and I saved him.
Very noble.
We're
So
looking
what
for
can
a
we do for
different
you
kind-
today?
Oh, we're looking for a different kind of family.
Yeah.
There's apparently some
A little bit of
rats in town.
information. A little bit of information.
Rat.
Yeah, your
Yeah, let me
boss
check
said
this
there's
trash can
rats
real
in
quick.
town. Connor, he said there was some rats in town.
Oh, I wouldn't know about that.
Interesting.
Well,
okay.
Okay. You happen to know where any encampments of unhoused people are around these parts?
Some tense
I
situation.
do not. Would you like me to ask on the radio?
Yes.
Would
that
love
would be-
that. We're
we-
seeking rats.
We hate to ask. We hate to ask.
We're just trying to do our
Barb is looking for rats or camps of unhoused people. Would anyone know about that?
We don't have that at the hospital. She should check with the homeless, probably.
I have been informed that it's not anywhere near the hospital, but we don't know where
The
exactly.
homeless encampment At the crossroad of like
Have
Adams
you guys seen any
and
homeless
Hel'leon
people,
intersection.
walking around?
I
Perhaps?
have not.
We haven't, but more than likely, if there are, most tend to shelter under bridges. And like
Reaper and
impasses.
MC314 right there in the hospital.
Barb, you had an impasse stent replaced, didn't you?
I'm sorry?
Sorry, what was that?
Barb had an impasse stent replaced, got a faulty heart.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
Flew one too many Hemis.
I had some stones removed as well at the mechanic shop.
Oh, and did you also have your oil changed?
Yeah, they changed my oil as well, because if they can change an oil on a 967 Chevrolet Cavell, they can change the oil on me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, of
It's true.
course.
It's true.
They've got
Makes
all the
perfect
equipment.
sense.
It makes complete sense.
Are
Still
y'all
got a
gonna add
hell
an
of it.
outside spritzer, by the way? Barb needs her showers. I just didn't know.
Oh yeah, I got dehydrated earlier because I'm not getting my showers, and I can't do the ones. Ranche said I should go to the gym, and she took me to check out those showers, and they were awful. And I
Yeah,
used to been
they're pretty
showering in
powerful
here.
over there. They just spray you right in the face.
They're horrible. They're
Oh, in
horrible.
the face.
Yeah, I always feel like I'm under a waterfall at the gym. It's too much.
It's too much. And I used to get my pits over here by the water cooler, but I can't go in there right now.
Is you,
Is that a forever
have you
thing?
tried the water fountain by the big wheel in the casino?
It's just
Ooh.
not the same. It's just not the same.
I mean, it's too many lights in it. I'm gonna
There's
get a
also one
Caesar
at the
salad
city
if I.
hall.
How about the pool by the DJ booth outside of the casino?
It's too many lights again. I'm gonna get a Caesar salad.
Caesar
You know what I mean?
salad's dangerous
Ah, I
condition for
see, I
Barb.
see.
That's why she wears the hat.
Yes.
Hey, Barb.
Yes. Oh, hey, babes.
Oh, hey
Hello.
How
Hey,
are
Jen.
you?
I'm
not good,
just
I-
doing work, so.
Oh my God, you're working for yourself for a job now?
Yeah, it's rough on these streets.
God damn it. God damn
Self-employed
it.
hustling.
That's awful. That's
Someone's
awful.
gotta
do it, you know?
Yeah,
Yeah,
someone's gotta do it.
God, that's awful. What? I know I'm not doing well. What's happening to me again, Pilf?
Well, you got a lot going on. You got the blue gangrene.
Yeah, I got the blue
You didn't get your
gangrene.
oil changed the other day. You haven't been able to take a shower inside.
I can't
one
shower here.
Break out of the.
Oh, goodness.
What was it like? Colgate Glenzarenza or something?
You guys
that's in
are
there?
on
What is it?
lockdown. I can't go in there.
You
My
guys are on
cat,
lockdown.
Carlos, will die if I go in there.
Oh, we don't.
Oh, good lord. Do you still have
You had to take that
Brooklyn
restraining
State?
order out the other day too. That one as well.
Yeah.
That one as well.
Yeah, what was it, Prom? What's going on? What's the outbreak going on in there?
Yeah, so we've been having a large number of cases of influenza, which is basically it's a fast acting, very lethal
Is that Sam Speed?
airborne
is.
disease. That is Sam Speed.
Hey, Sam.
It
Hello.
only affects cats,
Look at
but
your
in the
number.
1%
Yeah,
of
of
time it
course.
affects
Nice
humans,
to
it is
see you.
hyper lethal.
Yeah.
So
Hyper
it
lethal, that's
oh yeah, so it's really bad. It's airborne, easily transmissible, and because the testing time
Nice.
takes a long time to go
Oh
through.
my God.
If I recall, it's about 72
Hope to see
hours.
you around when you're not working, 'cause then it would mean-
it's
that means I
very
would need
hard to
medical
tell when people come in and come out.
Well,
with
yes,
it.
true.
So we've been doing routine sweeps of the inside to try and make sure everything is all clean and
That's
clear.
tough stuff.
Barb?
That's tough stuff. Barb, don't
oh,
break
yeah.
the glass. Barb,
Yeah,
don't break
you
the
don't want to
glass.
break the glass because then the disease will get out.
It
Hey
will
guys,
get
I
out.
miss you in there.
So we've just got the hospital on lockdown, just trying to make sure that nobody gets in that can possibly carry it, or if they have felines with them, that they can't.
So do you have vaccines
spread it.
by any chance?
No, there's not a vaccine that we can currently have access to, unfortunately. If there was, that'd be great. Yeah, it's been rough. I'm a mortician. I've been handling bodies. The shit is it's really bad. Like bubbles in the
why would-
skin.
Oh.
Why would you need a body? Don't you usually like pull rabbits out of hats and stuff?
No, you're thinking of a magician.
Oh,
yeah, that's what you are, right?
Is a doctor
well,
not a
that
magician?
too. I'm a magician and a mortician to some extent.
Oh, that's stressful.
Um,
how do you not?
Oh,
how do you
I
know
did
which one
remember
to do?
seeing you do that magic show though.
Indeed, yeah, where I made a man disappear with a gun.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy.
Thank you. It's really easy. I'm quite good at both of my jobs, but yeah. So I've been around a lot of the dead locals that we've been getting in here, and some of the unfortunate civilians, and it's really bad. like bubbles on the skin, eyes bulging out. There's a lot of blood.
Oh
it's just
my
really
God.
bad.
That seems pretty good.
That does.
And you know, God forbid the cats as well. It's really
Oh,
it's
the
really sad.
cougars.
Bob,
right.
I
Well,
won't
with
even-
I mean, we could
I
use a
won't
few.
even like regale you with what I've seen with some of the cougars we've been, you know,
Really?
had coming in recently. But it's really
Winnie
I
hates
would never.
cougars.
I would hate to see it happen to
Do.
Carlos.
Oh my God. And you haven't gotten any. I mean, you've had to do a lot of bodies. Your body count's probably pretty high. Being working in the morgue, right?
Indeed.
You haven't gotten anyone flown in, let's say, from the mountain region, like maybe all messed up. Maybe they took a fall, or like,
kinda
or maybe got eaten up by a.
maybe like a glacier type.
Yeah, like they. Yeah,
like a
like
Yeti. You talking about like a Yeti?
yeah, like one of those. You haven't got anything like that recently, have you?
I don't think we've like a Sasquatch. No, we haven't gotten any of those recently, unfortunately.
Okay. Okay. Interesting.
Well, this
Yeah,
one might be a little bit more human, so to speak.
Yeah. They may be over they may be at the Haunted Lodge.
No, we're looking for You think maybe they would wind up there? At the hunting
well,
lodge?
the only reason is because like seeing how Sasquatch likes getting his picture taken and he likes being really blurry inside of photographies.
You know how you can like.
Yeah, so it might be he might be over there because then people are taking pictures of birds or cougars or mountain lions or cougars or mountain lions, and they may
What about
see him
cougars?
take a picture. Potentially cougars, and they may see him and get a picture, and that may fulfill the little fetish he has for it.
Interesting.
Indeed, it's like it's kind of like it's kind of like rubbing up against people, but not necessarily being able to do that internally, just doing it via photography.
So you're saying that this Sasquatch fella gets sexual gratification out of this?
Yes.
That's pretty chill.
Indeed.
You rub up on people?
Me? No, I'm saying the Sasquatch might.
Okay, just checking. I
mean,
feel like
yeah.
I.
You could as
no,
well.
I don't. I could as well, but I don't feel the need to scent. So.
Sure.
Yeah, unless I'm like being walked on a leash, then then that's a completely different
Absolutely.
scenario.
My man.
Yeah, and getting praise for doing so.
What's that Christmas song? The bells ring-a-ling, ling-a-ling, ling-a-ling. What's that?
Yeah.
Lick of my, sniff of my, suck of my piss.
There it is.
Christmas is
Oh.
lame. Christmas is trash.
Uh-huh.
That song.
I had never.
I
heard
was
that,
genuinely
that
worried there for a
rendition
second.
I released a song a little while back. Yes.
Indeed,
Yeah,
as did I.
Barb, is that song still available?
Somewhere, yeah. Actually.
Oh, Winnie, you gotta listen to that song.
I
Oh, yeah.
can't wait.
Oh yeah.
Somebody's
Barb
gotta share it
actually
with me.
sang it. I think it's
Indeed,
on the MooTube or whatever it's called.
Something like that.
Indeed, yeah.
Indeed.
Indeed.
I haven't checked MooTube yet.
I can't believe I got paid to do a song as well. That shit was crazy.
It's crazy, right?
Big stuff. Big stuff.
Indeed.
What you say that disease was again? Sorry for the people in the back. What
Oh,
you say that disease was?
influenza, yeah.
Influenza.
Influenza, yeah.
Influenza.
Really spreadable, really airborne, incredibly lethal, unfortunately. Yeah, we don't want
I
to
know,
get Carlos sick.
I'm sorry, Carlos. We can't go. up there
No, we
anymore
definitely
right
would
now.
not.
It's not safe.
Can't let Carlos get sick. He is a treasure.
Unfortunately,
It's
yeah.
not safe right
It's
now.
not safe, Carlos. It's not safe.
Unfortunately,
It's
yeah.
safe,
It's just,
Mayor.
it's really bad. It's really, really bad.
We don't want him getting any diseases.
Yeah, I can't.
No,
have
definitely
that.
not.
This is my baby
Yeah,
boy.
no.
You saved him from the needles and hamburgers. You'd not to lose to
Yes.
influenza.
Indeed, yeah. You don't want to lose them to influenza. It's really. But Bob, to
can't
give
go
you an
on there
idea, I
anymore,
think
you know?
so with what I've been seeing with some of the the remains that have come into the morgue.
The remains.
Um,
Yes.
Well, both human and some of the cats that we've gotten in there. Judging by Carlos's weight and size, and can you cover
The
his
ham
ears? I don't
chops,
want him
right?
to hear this. I don't want him to get scared.
Okay.
If you just cover his ears really quickly. We're good?
Perfect.
Yep.
No notes.
I think if he were to enter the hospital, he may explode.
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh.
You're shitting my piss.
To
Yeah,
shred,
I
you
think-
say?
I think he may actually explode.
Oh, just viscera everywhere?
Viscera everywhere, yeah, really
Oh my
bad.
god.
The whole cat and caboodle?
Absolutely.
Oh
Oh my god.
Gone up.
That's
Oh
not
my
good.
god.
That's
Which,
not
and
good.
I don't want to see that happen because I love.
Oh, sorry. He doesn't like when I cover his ears. He doesn't like when I cover his ears.
That's
I mean, same,
understandable.
Carlos. Same.
Yeah,
same.
same.
I wouldn't want anyone covering my ears.
So,
I'm being really honest.
Yeah.
I guess another question is, would it be safe to bring Pino here, just in case? You know, like if Pino ever needs medical attention.
So I honestly, as much as I would like to say yes, we do not know how it properly affects other animals in a reliable way. So, for example, we have tried other kinds of animals. We've tried some cows. We've tried some chickens. We have had mixed results. So until we have a proper working hypothesis for how it exactly affects them and how it changes in showing with different creatures and different genuses, we can't necessarily allow them inside, unfortunately.
Understandable. Understandable.
Well, that's how it's gotta be.
Like we brought a silverback in there one time, and the fucker went mental. It was rough. I mean, it was really
Would you say
bad.
ape shit?
He did go ape shit. It was really bad.
Really?
It was really bad. Started crying in the corner. We lost him. We don't know where he is right now.
Oh, you
had a
lost
really-
him.
Wait, so
Like
there's a
literally
gorilla
lost
on
him.
the loose.
Yeah, it really bad. As it turns out, does not like having his picture taken. So if you
Are we, as
Yeah.
civilians, supposed to know any of this information, or should you have probably kept these little secrets maybe secret?
Oh yeah, I mean
Barb and
it's
we work
a
for the beach.
yeah.
This is
yeah,
true.
Yes.
Yeah.
Everything the sand and water touches is yours.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. It's really not even ours. I think it wandered in here, and
Oh,
I was like, yeah, and it's like, okay, well, might as well get a picture of that and see, how it's gonna react. And I took a picture of it. Fucking immediately started punching the wall, running. It ran towards me.
Oh.
Thank goodness, I was able to get away in time. But yeah, it's on the loose. I do not think it likes having its picture seen or taken. So if somebody shows you a gorilla picture, you may just want to prepare for the impending pain.
Oh,
Like
okay.
a bizarre
Okay,
Sasquatch situation. you're
Just about to say,
Yeah.
what is this Bigfoot's cousin?
That's a good question. That's a really good question.
Here we stumbled upon a, what's the word, cryptid phenomenon?
Yeah, he's somewhat of a shy guy.
Shy guy.
Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Interesting.
he's somewhat
What
of a shy.
crossover
He
I didn't know we
seems-
were gonna get today.
He seems a little bit. He seems a little bit shy. That's what I mean. He's just a shy little guy, little fella.
Shy little.
Wow. Shy guy.
Indeed. This is the shy of us, really.
There's a lot to take in.
Magical mortuary services. We put the fun in funeral.
T-76 over to the car dealership where that recent emergency was.
Yeah, we
Hey,
got
welcome back.
we got somebody coming towards you. Don't you worry.
I'll go with you.
Uh,
What happened?
A firm.
Indeed, we got somebody
If
coming
you
towards you.
had come
Don't
back
you
like
worry.
10 seconds sooner, we could have taken that call.
Anytime.
It's Prosperity Street.
Tell him I love him. Oh.
He hung up on me.
Yeah.
That's
yeah,
too
much-
bad.
usually what happens.
Much. Yeah.
Prom, you do fantastic work. I would love for you to host my funeral.
Something fun for
Oh,
you
thank
to
you
do.
very
We're still
much.
working on the money.
Oh, absolutely.
I still gotta get the money.
I mean, I am ordained, so I can
Hmm.
help with that.
So weddings and funerals, all aspects of life.
Sorry, what did you say?
Are the ambulances doing something fun for you too?
One of them is blocking the street now.
Yeah, and the other two are well, they're kind of sinking into the world.
No, there's just the one blocking the street, and the other two are fine.
Yes, I got engaged to a ghost in this here parking lot. You never know what could happen.
Oh, really?
Yes, I had. Thank you so much. I haven't seen my.
She just said she got engaged to a ghost in this parking lot.
I just
Sure
imagined
did.
that.
Is that causing any conflict for y'all, or?
Oh no, I think that's just our dynamic. I think that my fiance is a free spirit, and when yes,
He's a free spirit.
I haven't asked. We are waiting till marriage to swap.
Now, the dumpsters over there have been sinking into the ground over and over the entire time I've worked.
Yeah, I mean, make Salmon actually. He got in with a clown one time back in Coventry. He did something. I didn't know you could do this with clowns. It was really bad. Go to the specialist
I wish I could start Spark over. I was so scared I swiped left on everybody. And now there's no pictures for me to look at.
Oh my gosh. Oh man. We are waiting till marriage to swap those
Now the dumpster's over there.
we are waiting till marriage to
Just watching that over and over.
Now the dumpster's over there.
we are waiting till marriage to swap
Now the dumpster's over there.
Are you just watching that on repeat?
Well, I was trying to crack my neck, but yes. I was jump scared by my own voice. Hmm. I can believe. It's very interesting, but I wish they would. I want to get at the water cooler.
Clear and available.
I'm feeling particularly haunting.
I'm particularly haunted.
We can go around
Oh,
to the
excellent.
garage.
Perfect.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Kindred spirits.
I mean, it's not dire, but
Do you think if I enter the ambulance, they'll stop doing that?
I don't know. You can try. Wow, as soon as okay. Nima, stop touching it. What's going on?
I just got this fixed.
They can. They got 4 doors. Hop in. Let me show you around the place. Come on in, y'all.
3, 2. I'm probably gonna pass out here in a sec.
I'm sorry about that, bud.
Yeah, the gloves look really nice. I love I just got parked Betty real quick. I don't want to lose Betty.
Okay, okay.
Quite enjoy them.
Hi, Miss Barb. How you doing?
Oh, I'm good.
Yeah, Ruby is a good word.
Oh my goodness.
They're delicious.
I'm glad
This
to
is
hear that.
nice.
I like that word too, Casey.
Who's this blonde-haired fella back there? Who's
Oh,
that?
yep. Yep, there I go.
Me?
Oh,
Yeah, how you doing? I don't think I've seen you
Oh,
around.
deep happens to the
Bob,
Riz
Sam Speed.
Yep.
Oh,
That is true. Maybe that's the word of the day.
Nice to meet you. Let me grab some drinks real quick. Sure, yeah.
Well, I mean, not good. Don't go into the hospital. Oh, they got an outbreak. I can't get my
Yeah.
showers in there. They got influenza. Tell
Yeah,
them, dog.
it's really bad in there. Influenza.
Oh.
It's really bad. Yeah, it's.
Is that why
it's
everyone's standing
mainly
outside?
affects
Oh, is that why we can't go in?
Yeah, it is.
I have a concussion.
When it affects people, it gets really fucking like it's violent.
I would appreciate that.
Oh, I see.
So
Is that what's in the water?
that's what we're thinking. So we've been checking it out really quickly, but we've got the hospital kind of quarantined off right now, at least for people that are in
Oh, the
very
red
close
ambulance
proximity to
disappeared.
cats.
Oh.
It's a
It's
lack
really
of knowledge
bad
on
because
how
I
to
think
find the
so
seatbelt
with
in
my
the car.
current prognosis of how it is,
Oh.
if
Oh.
we were to go in there with the amount
Goodness.
of shit,
My bad.
Wasn't the red ambulance
That's my
always
bad.
here?
That's my bad.
Carlos us would explode.
Did you?
Yeah, definitely don't.
Faith, what are you doing?
Yeah,
No,
and
no, I
then
did.
if Bob goes in
No,
there
it's
because she's with
just
Carlos, it could
that
also be
part
bad
there
because she could
was
catch it.
you know,
Gestation time.
you see how it's
the red
all torn up
ambulance
a bit.
was,
It's a
like,
beast
on
of
the
a
hill.
car,
It's
but
now it's gone.
So it's just
a bit of
it's
whiplash if
no,
you
it's right
buckle down.
there.
Just been like running around.
Okay, so there's the orange ambulance, and then another orange ambulance, and then the red ambulance, and then the blue ambulance.
Clear up there after the treatment. Thank you.
Yeah, Faith, you hear about the disease, influenza?
Yeah. No, I heard you talking about it before I went inside.
Indeed, yeah, it's
Just
really
take a
bad.
picture for me. Go over there and
Oh
take
my
a
god,
picture.
Faith
Oh,
is
shit.
me.
A lot better
Faith is
now.
a staunchy.
That was yeah.
He's a certified stauncher.
He didn't leave us. He just wanted to show off his card. I didn't know cars could do that. I am a little bit.
Oh, do you need a bandage?
Yeah. I got a boo-boo.
Maybe we I have my bag. I can go to the garage.
In the amount of time it took me to get my phone out, the red ambulance has disappeared.
I told you.
At the time, it was there.
You're worse than I am. Hold on.
Stop, here we go.
But you know what? You can always go back and look through my eyes.
That was nice.
Put her down, put her down, put her down.
Thank you.
Oh, this is nice.
Anytime you want to ride, Miss Barb, just give me a call and I'll give you a ride.
Force drama. Here, have a nice bag.
You too, Mr. Pill.
Incredible stuff. What a vehicle. We'll
Girls
train
love
Winnie.
that.
Right.
Winnie, I'm not quite sure how to push you now.
Okay, thanks.
Why is there blood on the pavement?
I've
What
been
did she
holding
do?
your fucking chest there for a minute. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I think there's not.
What happened, Winnie? You okay?
Details missing. You know, you mentioned the
Yeah, so
situation.
I was being kidnapped. Now I can't put her.
Oh man.
Personality, I'm
You
stuck.
hit your E
MRI,
muscle, maybe?
Like the injuries.
I did. I hit my E muscle. I hit my X muscle.
What about your?
What if I do
your
this?
sleep
Oh,
muscle?
no, that didn't help.
Oh yeah, the
Well.
texts are helpful as well.
I don't know what that did.
What if I do this?
Oh.
Nope.
Help.
Oh.
Help.
I don't know how to get
We'll take that
yeah,
one.
that's unfortunately.
Yeah, go on and get it.
Hell's heading to Atlee Street.
Well, that didn't
Help.
didn't quite work.
For fuck's sake, you can try to
Just
make the
hit it.
day.
You too, partner.
Is it further over?
I think it's inside the building.
That explains it. What are the PD doing?
I don't know. Just park in front.
Here you go.
Hello. What are you guys doing?
Have at 'em.
Hello, there's some plants and poisonous water are
Station.
I'll take this one, Ezra.
Stay down. Just stay down. Just stay down.
I'll take this one. If you can step into your
Alrighty.
place.
Hey, you good?
Yeah, I'm back.
Welcome back.
I got my gun.
Oh, my stomach
The
hurts.
problem is I still can't find a map.
Looks like you've got some bleeding too. You might have fallen
For
on the
what
way
exactly?
Just a map to try to find my way around.
Embarrassing.
Oh, like a physical one?
Yeah, I could use a physical map.
I don't know if we
Can
have
you
one. I know if you use your escape muscle, you can have like a GPS map. I don't know about a actual physical map though, unfortunately.
Well, I don't know what a GPS is, but if you say I've got an escape muscle, I guess that could be some sort of a physical map.
Possibly, yeah.
Well, let me try that out then.
Alright, I'm gonna go back in there, but I think these EMS might also be able to help if I'm incorrect.
Alright, yeah, that's no problem. I just checked it out and it sure did work.
Oh,
Awesome,
oh my
yeah,
god.
Perfect, actually. Alright.
Oh, thank you, Nima.
You're working too hard, I see.
You could say that.
You should work less hard, brother.
I'll try, sir. I'll try.
The water in this area does seem to be anomalous.
Yeah, it seems to be something.
Since we're here, how do I get a gun license?
Oh, yeah, it's with me. Do you have a gun license, Nima?
I do, as well as a firearm.
Good, good. Come with me.
I will wait in the lobby.
It's good for EMS to get a gun license. You're gonna need one.
Yeah, people keep asking me if I got one yet.
Alright, man. First, what's her name?
Ezra Lyon, Lyon.
Ezra. There you are. Right. So to get your weapons license, you need to answer 6 questions, and you need to answer all of them in order to get your weapons license. You ready? All right. First question is, what are the 4 fundamental rules of firearm safety? A. Treat all guns as loaded. Never point at anything you don't want to destroy. Keep your finger off the trigger. Be sure of target. B. Always keep loaded. Point at ground. Shoot quickly. Ignore surroundings. C. Unloaded. Point anywhere. Pull trigger. Shoot randomly. Or D. None of the above.
Oh, it's multiple choice and I gotta remember all those, huh? I didn't really hear what was D, or not D, what was the 4th one on A?
I'll just say it again. For A at least. A was treat all guns as loaded. Never point at anything you don't want to destroy.
Yes.
Keep your finger off the trigger. Be sure of target.
Was that make sure of target?
Be sure of target. Yeah.
Be sure of target. Well, I mean, that sounds correct.
Okay. Next question is, when is deadly force legally justified? A. Whenever you feel scared. Oops. Oh shit. Sorry.
Ow.
Sorry, that was a muscle spasm.
That's okay. I accidentally muscle spasmed on 2 people at the Malibu today.
Yeah, it happens to the best of us, right?
Yep.
All right. Let me do it again. Second question is, when is deadly force legally justified? A. Whenever you feel scared. B. Only when there is imminent threat of death or serious bodily harm. C. Against anyone on your property. Or D. Never.
Reaper and MC314 responding to that call by the dealership.
Well, my personal preference is never, but I have a feeling B.
Next question is, what should you do after a defensive shooting? A. Leave immediately. B. Call 911. Secure the scene. Wait for police. C. Hide the weapon. D. Celebrate.
Call the police and secure the
Good.
scene.
Okay. Yeah, you'll be surprised how many people pick D. Next question is, where are concealed weapons prohibited? A. Nowhere. B. Schools, government buildings, posted private property. C. Only schools. Or D. Everywhere.
I think everywhere.
Sure, this is where concealed weapons are prohibited. Like, you cannot take.
Wait. This is where are concealed weapons prohibited?
Sure.
Uh,
You want me to say the choices again?
so I can have a concealed weapon out on the street, but not in a government building in school.
Yes.
Okay. Because I would have thought that you couldn't have a concealed weapon anywhere, but okay.
I mean, if you have a weapons license, you can carry your weapon concealed. But there are certain... But you can only really have like you're not allowed to have your weapon on certain areas.
Okay.
Was your answer B?
Yeah.
Okay. Next question is what is the duty to retreat law? A. Always run away. B. Never retreat. C. Varies by jurisdiction. Must retreat if safe to do so in some states. Or D. Only applies to police.
Guys, we got a case of influenza outside the hospital. At Red Wash.
Give me a second.
It's Bob Beverly. She says she's patient 0.
Yeah, you can. It was a reason we.
Sorry, Barb showed up at the hospital and they made up something to keep her out, and they're talking about it on video. I'm sorry, I did not hear this question.
No problem. I'll do it again. What is the duty to retreat law? A. Always run away. B. Never retreat. C. Varies by jurisdiction. Must retreat if safe to do so in some states. Or D. Only applies to police.
I have no idea, but I'm gonna say it was the varies by jurisdiction.
Okay. And last question is going to be, how should firearms be stored at home? A. Loaded and accessible. B. Unloaded in a locked safe, separate from ammunition. C. Under the pillow. Or D. Anywhere.
B. In a safe away from ammunition, unloaded.
Good. Yeah. You passed.
Yay!
Good job, man. Also, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Officer Horong Lee.
We've met a couple of times today.
I know. I have to introduce myself for this every time. But technically, I haven't gotten your name yet. But it's good to meet you, Ezra.
You haven't got my name yet, but then you used my name.
Well, I mean, you gave me your name for the weapons license.
Yeah. Well, the first time we met, we were a little busy with Carl. I was trying to get you out of there faster.
Remind me his name. All right, so I gave you your weapons license. Your weapons license isn't a physical thing. It just allows you to buy weapons from the weapons store.
Okay, cool.
And I would recommend using the gun range to practice shooting as well.
Yeah, probably. I don't really like the idea of having a gun, but every single day when I get to work, have you gotten your gun license yet?
Yeah. It's gonna be good. I always recommend it.
Yeah, and we did have to go up in the mountains today to rescue a hunter, so.
Oh wow. Oh yeah, mountain lions.
Yeah, he was out there hunting and he flipped his ATV into a tree.
Oh Jesus.
All right, thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
No problem. Stay safe out there.
You too. Don't forget to hydrate.
Just did. Thank you.
What did you say?
I'm like, one, that's protected health information, and two, you said don't forget to hydrate. I said not too much.
Yeah, speaking of, I need a drink.
Yeah, watch out. That might be poisonous. But it's okay. Nemo's here. Nemo will save you.
No, I'm fine.
No, not this time. I see.
You've been blessed by the RNG gods.
I have been deemed worthy. All right, should we go back to the hospital?
Let's go see if Bart's still there, and we can.
Yeah.
Oh,
hospital.
You know what though? I turned my radio off because they were talking about the influenza.
Influenza, because it's felines. Influenza.
Oh, I thought it was influenza because it, fleas cat.
Oh.
So it's influenza.
Yeah, get out of here, you two.
Oh, fine.
Get back to work.
Yeah, it's a little difficult to understand Dr. Star sometimes.
Yeah. Well, they were talking on the radio about somebody coming in saying that they had their first case of it in front of the hospital, so I had to turn the radio off.
Barb was saying that she was patient 0, that she had it.
Oh, God. Well, how did she get it if the cat didn't?
I don't know. Should we walk of shame back to Benny's and get my fucking door back?
That is entirely up to you.
I'm missing a door. How's our en route to Benny since the ghost took my door?
And you'll all be happy to know I finally got my gun license.
Yippee!
Since we were here to pick up Officer Lee. He got poisoned by the water. Nima, I hate to say it, but I took my spray and I can breathe again.
Yippee!
I hate the fact that it worked. Oh, I never finished telling you my story. About the fake fentanyl.
Oh yeah.
I thought it was so fucked up that they had given me fentanyl, and I couldn't tell that they were lying to me at the time, because I was in too much pain, that I kept telling everyone that they sprayed fentanyl up my nose. Like, can you believe it? And some nurse was like, "Oh yeah, that's how we administer it."
Yep, that's how ketamine is also administered nasally, and it's the worst. It's so awful until it actually kicks in, because it just. Have you ever? I don't know. This is a very immigrant family thing to do, but my parents, they didn't give us Vicks Vapor Rub the correct. They shoved it up our nose,
Ooh,
which you're not
no,
supposed to do.
that's not how it's supposed to be.
And when it gets into your throat, it is the nastiest burning you've ever
Oh
felt.
God, I'm
Ketamine
sorry.
was like that on steroids, because it's just like this awful, like, acrid feeling in your throat. And whenever you start, the company that does it, they send you like a little welcome kit that's got like a mental health wellness like journal, and they also send a bunch of fucking Listerine strips because
Oh.
the taste is so bad that people like want Listerine to get the taste out of their mouths.
Damn. Alright.
Reaper responding to that call at the town. Four.
Do you think if I, like, made a new Spark account, I could start over?
Oh, fancy meeting you two here.
Really?
The ghost took my
Are,
door.
are we going to see you everywhere we go today?
Possibly.
God, I hope not.
That's supposed to mean.
Nothing.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
That means he thinks you're ugly.
That's okay.
What? Don't say that shit.
I feel
Who hurt you?
a lot of people hurt me.
See, but at least we know that. Me please. I'm so sorry to bug you again. The demons were back in the hospital parking lot, and they took my door. I would like a door, please.
Okay, technically the demons didn't take the door. They took the whole ambulance and dropped it from like 50 feet up. And the door fell up.
That's interesting.
They put another ambulance in the hedge.
Oh, there's a door in your eyes?
There is no door, but you just... In my eyes, when I look into the car stats, it would be 100%. In my eyes. Even if I try repairing this, I wouldn't be able to.
What if we went outside and rammed it into a pole?
No!
Yeah, because then you could get it fixed and you get your door back.
Or I
The
could
best
just
way,
put
I
it in the
actually
garage.
recommend is to park it in your hospital parking lot, and then take it out.
We'll go and park it in the garage in the hospital, and then pull it out again. I'm not
Oh.
spending more money if I don't have
Fine. Do it the
Get in the
hard
car.
way.
Get
I
in
mean, the
car.
easy way.
Medical call up north.
That one's a gunshot. That one's for you.
I get a 10-9 on that.
At Benny's.
Team Billy is going to be 76 to that medical on Conquistador Street. By the Up and Adam, I assume. Or Up and Adam.
4. 4.
Could you please
Whoever's blue car that is, they are so fucking brave to park it there.
Yeah.
You're not going towards the gunshot, right?
I'm here, I'm just going to wait for PD to see if any assistance is needed, you know?
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, 10-4. Oh, he's 4. Returning to hospital. 4. 4.
Also, radio that we're returning to the hospital, please.
Hell's on our way back to the hospital.
10-4.
I'm getting a weird engine noise.
I don't know.
Like every now and again, there's like an extra, like little bassy.
Oh, that's when we run over these.
That's what?
Uh,
Oh!
When we go
It's
over
all. It's the
crosswalk
wheel
things.
things in the road.
Yeah.
See, I'm used to those only being on the side of a highway.
Well, yeah, it's the crosswalks because they're a different texture. Okay, let's try it.
I may be stuck eating this tornado and not getting any nutrients from it. Okay, that was weird. You were the second person today to accidentally take out a motorcycle. The door fell off. Immediately, the door fell off.
What? There's not even.
Do it again. See if the door falls off again.
This is E22. T-Million, there was an emergency at Bay Tree. That's the location of the gunshot wound, I believe.
Yay, the door stayed on.
It's just farther up north. There's a medical emergency
Yay.
back at 76 to that.
Ah, sounds great. Thank you so much. 10-4.
Okay, let's go back up. Unless you'd rather go from the inside.
No, I'll just take the elevator.
Okay.
What?
Fast enough for an emergency vehicle.
Was it
Yeah,
fun?
we noticed that actually during training, it was a lot slower than we thought.
Yeah.
I would have expected it to be even
So,
faster.
how did it go with Barb thinking she's patient
alright.
0?
Oh, she's arrested. She went to the prison apparently. They're having a peaceful
Why?
protest outside.
Oh.
I had to
don't
turn
really
the
know what's
radio
that
off because I
happened.
couldn't hear the questions for the gun license.
Oh. Also,
okay.
I think I can tune just our emergency vehicle to be a little bit better. So that's probably what I'll try and do.
Amazing.
That would
so
be
good.
pretty fun.
But I want to talk with Connor and Ronche about it first because I think they were a little bit concerned about that with the driving ability of some of the EMS.
So,
Some people got training.
What did she
Okay,
get
alright.
arrested for?
What did you say?
I don't really know.
Patient 0.
What did you say?
There was a
just
peaceful
now?
protest.
About
Zero?
about training.
Oh, a
some
couple
people
people
got
had some
training.
driving
Barb got
practice. Yeah.
arrested.
Some people.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, I stayed back. Because I know my
Oh,
driving
I
is fine.
see.
But some people got training.
I
yesterday.
see. Interesting.
Well, now I wonder who's on that list of people they're worried about. It's not me, right?
Dr. Green is hesitating quite a lot, Uni. I hate to break it to you, but
What have I done?
Correct.
What did you say? Didn't hear you.
Oh, I said that you hesitated to answer Uni's question if she was on the list.
I don't. I said I have no list. I didn't say. No.
Oh, I see. Okay, no,
only
no,
said I had
totally,
no
totally.
list.
Yeah, Uni's still down there.
Yeah.
Okay,
It's
I'm
on
back
top
up.
of that list if there is a list.
No. I thought I was doing so well. My life is over. No, it's fine. Understandable if true.
I don't think. I don't know if anyone has looked into that much detail
In the what?
into driving skills.
Mm.
But I mean, as long as you're not bashing up the ambulance every 2 hours, you know.
True.
If you need to, yeah. If you need to get to Benny's like every call that you have, then, you know, you might have to worry about your driving a little.
I just realized something. I left my ambo out there, but I don't see it anymore. Do you think one of them took it?
Is it the red one?
Yeah, the red one.
The demons took it.
Code over by the
demon?
hunting
Yeah, it just disappeared.
Oh, okay. Miss Roma's car?
Oh shit.
Fancy.
Very pink.
Sorry, 10-9 on that?
Code 4 down at the hunting lodge medical emergency. I'm gonna be RGB.
Yeah, the colors are so cute.
It's like bubblegum. Which car is this again?
She.
This is the Cross Mamba. The Mamba. Yeah, that makes sense.
Very cute.
Very cute.
God. It's so cute.
I love the lights underneath too. I'm so glad I got that one. Yeah.
Stunning.
Man, if I could go to the PD and just free the cat, I would.
I'm gonna go talk in for a little bit.
Just Carlo.
Okay, that's such a cute little car. It does look like a little bubble of bubble gum.
She said that she has
Yeah.
never ever set that cat down. Like, it probably doesn't even know how to walk. I feel so
Carlos?
bad.
Yeah. Well, Carlos can drive though. He's taken a lot of.
He
driving
can
lessons,
what?
So.
He can drive.
Yeah, he can drive.
Wow.
How
yeah,
does
she
his,
actually can't drive. He's the one that drives her around most of the time. So.
how does his
Wow.
feet reach the pedals?
I think they have little extender things or something.
I see.
Or
I
like little strings that they attach or something like that. I don't know.
Are you
what?
telling
That
me
makes
that the cat
perfect
is
sense.
smarter than her?
Well, he's more practiced. I don't know if that means smarter.
Maybe he's the one controlling Barb.
That
Maybe.
did cross my mind.
Wouldn't that be a switch up?
Oh, yep.
What,
Barb is
what
in
if
jail.
that? What if? Okay. Wait. You play.
Wait, how do you take a photo in jail?
What
Well, I
if
don't think they take your
they're
phone
like a
away,
pair
do they?
and Carlos is the
but-
mushroom?
Alright.
Morning.
Morning.
Morning. Why did Barb get arrested, Dr. Green?
Apparently she was protesting.
Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't know you could get arrested for that.
Well,
Apparently.
maybe it was not a not so peaceful protest. I don't know.
It must not have been. It
Nemo.
must have been a very violent protest.
Yeah, I haven't seen.
What?
Are you there?
Yes.
Did you hear what I said?
No, you didn't say anything.
No, I did. I said what if she's like a Paris and Carlos is the mushroom?
Oh, I thought
Whoa,
you were
whoa!
talking
We
to
don't,
the
we
other
don't,
over there.
we don't need to bring that
You're-
one up.
you're
We don't
really
need to bring
quiet.
that one up. That hurts. We don't need to bring that up. You
What
don't need to
hurts?
bring up Parents in the mushroom. You don't have to bring up Parents in the mushroom. Did you by any chance in your mind see the one like comic that came out about the Paris and like a game named Cocopia, and it being all excited because it thought it was about to evolve?
No.
I did. Oh, it's so sad. Oh,
You staunched me.
Oh, welcome back, Prom.
Dr. Prom, welcome back. Are you whispering, Dr. Prom?
He sure is.
No, not at all. I would never do that. I would never.
No, he would never ever do that. He would never.
Happens to the whisper of
That'd
us.
be crazy.
Indeed.
Happens to the
Never.
whisper of us, really.
Happens to the
Indeed.
whisper of us, really.
Indeed. Indeed，早上好上过，现在我要冰淇淋，还是为冰淇淋。
What the fuck was that?
Yeah, that sounds about right for prom.
Right, I got taken over by something just now. I don't know what that was about.
Nemo,
Guys,
which
those walls
one
sure
of the?
are walls.
Oh, shall we
Lido
take it?
Boulevard.
Yes. Let's go.
Yeah, you guys go. Oh, Polito.
Which one's ours? Is it this one?
22 going 10-7 for a bit.
4.
Hell's taking
For the two trainees, Dr. Green's gonna take Angel 1 if you want to go with him.
Oh.
Yeah, so far. Yeah, I highly suggest getting your first experience on Angel 1.
Helicopter, helicopter.
We were going 10-7 for a minute. 4.
Careful of the tail wing. Alright, here we go. Be sure not to flex any unknown muscles in the helicopter.
Seatbelt.
Even seatbelts are not as important in a helicopter. I mean, it's good to keep them on board. Important in a car. I always say this when flying to Polito. It's probably not gonna happen, but Polito has been pretty rowdy. So, if we see any suspicious activity, just be vigilant.
Understood.
If necessary, like if we see anything.
Look at me holding on for dear life.
Or get PD, whatever, depending on what we see. But it's probably nothing, it's probably just one person that needs help, but just in case. Alright, we're almost there. Clothing shop? Is this the bank? No, it's the gas station, okay.
Can I not get out of the helicopter? Okay. Do we not know where they are? EMS, call out. Oh Jesus, I'm so sorry, guys. EMS, call out.
Quick nap because sometimes they painful. Yeah, so keep an eye on the helicopter.
Hello, EMS. Anybody need assistance? Maybe they're on the roof of some place? What's this arrow?
I think that's if you need to go and take a job or something.
Oh, okay. There's nobody inside?
Can't go inside.
Oh, okay. There is somebody here, because there's a car here. Hello, EMS? Well, there's nobody on the roof. Well, this roof anyway. Do we know exactly where the ping was? There's got to be somebody here who owns that Mini. Think they're on top of this building? Hello, EMS?
That's too far out. And the ping's already gone. They might have responded to the hospital. Did Dr. Green need to head pop?
I don't know. I mean, I was looking for somebody at a bank the other day, and we looked everywhere inside and around, and it turns out they were on the roof. And, like, Faith realized they were probably on the roof, probably 15 minutes later, and they were still laying there waiting.
Wow. Did they respond to, like, shouting out?
No, we yelled all over the place, and we couldn't hear anybody. Ladder. I see a ladder. Hello, EMS? Is there anybody injured around here? What the fuck? Alright.
T-Millions is running to this recent medical emergency.
Coming
Yeah, what the hell? It's right here.
Jump on the highway. Save me.
Will do.
I'll be more careful up here from now on. I'm so sorry.
If one of you wants
good.
What happened?
A local was not very fond of me.
I usually take a nap because, especially when people are hunting and they have, you know, all their animals in their trunk and all that. Take a nap, you'll lose all that.
Ah, yes.
So, I have nothing to lose pretty much. So I just take a nap. So.
Well, we appreciate you very much.
All good, all good.
Yeah, those locals they hit hard.
Hey,
Yeah,
been
be
messing
careful. I think
everybody
it's
up
gonna
today.
explode.
No, I was running around and I hit somebody by
Careful.
accident and then I got jumped.
Yeah, those can be quite waiting for the tail.
They've laid out my friends before too. They're strong.
We picked up someone earlier at a gas station who was jumped while paying for their groceries.
Back into
Oh, thank you so much. I feel fantastic.
back.
I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you.
Of course.
You need anything else? Like food,
Oh, no, that's-
water?
This is
You
fine.
need to go back to the hospital at all?
Oh no, I'm alright. Thank you so much for your help.
No problem.
Happy to help.
Y'all have a safe flight back.
Thank you. Will do. Please stay safe as well.
I will. Thanks so much.
Of course. So let me get back on the radio.
Angel 1 returning to hospital.
Clear.
Yeah, unfortunately, that happens quite often all the way here in Toledo.
Say the word and I'll take a local.
So yeah, I usually I used to just think about letting people know they had to take a nap, but I figured out that I also could take the nap instead. So I just usually I'm not alone up here, so I can easily do that without being catastrophic for the Angel one. Because if nobody's with the Angel one, they will just take an away. That's in the city, right?
Prince Power Street.
get hit again down there? Maybe.
Alright.
Here. EMS down. Bike exploded.
What?
She's back.
Bike exploded.
Whose bike exploded?
I don't know, but EMS down. Dr. Green just left.
Back at the hospital.
Barb is also back.
Oh. Are the doors locked?
The doors are very much opened right now.
Do you need help with the EMS down situation?
Did you get this one?
Oh, what's this?
Just press E.
These doors are unlocked. Doors locked.
Where do
Oh,
vehicles
the
go
protest
when
to
they,
get her out
get
of jail, Mr.
destroyed?
Word.
Does the impound, like, local pick them up?
Sorry, 10-9?
When a vehicle gets bombarded or bombed, is it like, does local get them or?
Yeah. If it's a personal vehicle, you can get it from the impound next to City Hall. If it's a work vehicle, we can get it in the garage.
Hey, firm.
So what do you think? Was my description of Barb accurate?
Yeah, pretty much.
Meow. Meow. You can come up here? Damn, what's with all the exploding bikes?
Give me 10-7 when I bring this woman to the impound lot for her vehicle.
10-4.
Have fun. Happens on the impound of us, really.
Indeed.
I need a little medical assistance. I got maybe an abrasion, maybe a broken ankle. I'm limping a little bit here.
Oh, let's take a
There
look at
you
you.
are.
I don't think you have a broken ankle.
Thank you.
But you do
quite
have a
get
lot of
flung like
wounds
you,
on your
but-
leg.
It still got a little
thankfully
bit.
it's not
Explain why
broken
I'm
though.
limping.
Say I was
Okay,
missing
good, that's
half of
good.
my
Yeah.
heart.
Yeah. Just,
I know what that's like.
if my eyes stop freaking out
too.
for a minute there.
And I go turn the water.
There we go. And then I will patch you up.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Metaphorically
Might
speaking,
I
of
say
course.
as well, I like
Metaphorically speaking.
Right, yeah, metaphorically speaking.
I'd love to see another day.
You're welcome.
I was at a party.
Alright, let's see.
Where is it at?
Oh.
5022. She said she was hunting, so I'm guessing it's up. Oh, I see where it is. It's above the theater. Oh, that's right. My ambulance got taken by the demons.
I don't think he was really thinking about anything because she blew the back of me fucking skull off.
Doesn't
It was crazy.
anyone have an ambo out? Mine got
What a
taken by the
crazy
demon.
I know,
I
right?
do.
I do.
No, I
You do?
don't.
Do you guys want to take a call at 5022?
What?
Sure.
Sure.
Okay,
yeah,
I just marked it on the map.
We all know. What do
Perfect.
you mean we all know?
I'll go with you guys since I answered the phone. All right, along in the back, guys. You got this.
Oh. Why is it locked?
Isn't this one ours?
You did not break my window again.
I didn't break shit.
We not taking this one?
We're having issues.
Oh, I'm sorry. I did not mean to take your
No,
seat.
that's
Here, let me-
fine. You do that. I'll go in the back.
Okay. Alright, you two got this. I am just a fly on the
Go.
wall. D22, let's go! He's passing out! He's bleeding out! He needs us to save her! Oh wait, fly on the wall. Go.
You're so cute.
I imagine a fly would sound like.
This one?
Excellent maneuvering there.
Appreciated.
Alright, 2 million back 10-8 on RTB.
10-4.
22 last. I'm stopping by a convenience store.
Get some good snacks.
All right, and here's our patient. Did you do that? Need the distraction again? I do. I got you. Don't worry, ma'am. This will make your pain go right away.
Responding to that call.
It's the cutest thing I've ever seen.
Okay, you've got some blunt force trauma. We'll get that taken care of.
Don't worry, ma'am. No matter how many times you might fall down, we'll get you right back up.
Thank you. I appreciate
How's
you.
your heart doing now?
My heart is still not fully full.
Okay. We can fix that. How about now?
Oh my word, this is so much better. Thank you.
Oh, happy to hear. Make sure you're staying safe out there, ma'am.
Yeah, hunting's dangerous. I don't know
It
if y'all know
is.
that. It's kind of
Oh,
dangerous.
I've answered many a calls out here.
All right, well, I think I'm gonna turn in my hunting stuff and then maybe go back into the city. I'm not feeling safe out here.
No worries, no
Understandable.
worries. Make sure you take care of yourself and be careful on your way back.
Thank you. I will.
Of
I
course.
promise.
Of course. And one last time for you.
That made me feel so much better. Thank you.
I'm happy to hear. Have a good day, ma'am.
Take care and don't forget to hydrate.
I will.
I'm crossing the road while
Oh.
I'm sit in the back this time. I'm just riding along with you guys. Yippee! Took care of her friend earlier. He fell asleep at the wheel.
Oh no.
Yeah. She actually took a video of me doing my distraction jump so that the gentleman who had fallen asleep at the wheel and then crashed into a pole and taken a lot of damage from it, in order for him to not feel the pain of the situation, I showed them my best Easter Bunny impersonation.
Did you give them any chocolate?
Oh, I gave them my strawberry donuts. They're my signature.
Oh, yeah, the strawberry donut.
Mm-hmm. I have had some people who are not fans of strawberries, so I have started carrying along caramel shake as well. That way I can offer people either option, or both if they want it. If it's someone I know who both forgets to eat and drink, I'll normally give them one of each.
For the first time, I forgot to eat today.
Oh, really?
It just happened to be in the lobby of the hospital, so it looked like I was going for floor time.
Oh, did anyone realize what had happened?
Oh, yes, Nemo was there.
Oh, okay. If it makes you feel any better, in another city, I was working at a restaurant, and on the day that I being trained, I literally had food in my pockets because I was using it to make food. I passed out due to not eating, and then I got laughed at by the doctor at the hospital because of it.
Oh no.
It happens to the hungriest of us.
Happens to the hungriest of us.
Exactly. Excellent job, guys.
That's who I met today.
Thank you.
Of course.
Now I guess we have a point of contact. I just hope that he pulls through. Oh, there's Abel again. Hi, Abel. Small world, I guess.
Very small.
That's Bob. Bob and Puff. I called him Pilf earlier.
Roma! Hi, Caroline.
I love Roma
Hi.
as a doctor.
Nice to see you guys again.
It's good to see you. Oh, that reminds me. You missed out last night, man.
What happened?
You missed out so much last night. Club
You know,
Malibu was
you know what?
popping
You know
off.
what? You know what? Maybe I could have
Oh
just
my
stayed up. Because you know
oh
what
my
time I slept? You know what time I slept? I
God. You
slept at
missed out
7 a.m.
You missed out so much.
I slept an
Club
hour
Malibu.
before work.
I think it's actually floor time right now.
Yeah. Three and two and look at
So now I suppose I've got to go get a gun.
Yep. Is your floor time not working?
I'm ragdolled on the floor to me.
You're just standing very awkwardly, like you're maybe holding something in front of your crotch for me.
Nope. I'm slowly turning on the floor like every time I ragdoll.
Interesting. I ragdoll?
What about ragdoll?
Am I ragdoll to you?
No,
Oh,
you
there
were
you
just
go.
standing on the. You were just standing there.
You've ragdolled in a very interesting way for me.
You are very slowly falling. You just hit your head on the chair. Oh, there it is.
What's the secret? Do I need a whisper?
No need, but I might have made an outfit for this last shot. No, just saying. I'll give you a peek.
Tell me time.
I'm not allowed to let you inside, so stay out here, okay?
Okay, I'll drink some water.
Slash.
This is beautiful.
The director popped out
I got an
yesterday.
Adidas jacket and everything.
I will watch you. Don't worry, I'm here to help you.
Wow, this is a.
Let me caress the hat. Yo,
Caress the hat.
baby.
Wish
Oh,
for
I
good
forgot
luck.
to touch it. I mean, spread it. I mean, heal it. I mean,
Stop, shut up.
sorry. I get nervous when I have to
Let me
compliment
have my
people.
moment with the bubbler.
Okay.
Hey there, bubbler.
Hey, I'm back.
That was a
Welcome
beautiful
back.
secret. Wink.
Yeah.
Oh my!
Totally.
Something got stuck in my eye. Roma, can I have help?
Yeah, of course.
My heart is a bit empty, but
Oh,
after
you did
looking
it.
at two
Absolute
beautiful
hydration.
women, I will
Great
be,
job.
I
I
will
am
be
fully
fulfilled.
hydrated.
Fully hydrated.
And also my
Absolute
hydrated
hydration.
now.
That was
concussion
amazing.
from
Great
earlier.
moves.
Thank you so
Great
much.
luck.
Thank you.
Of course, I'm here anytime to
Did you
watch
see the
over you
spread out
as you drink
earlier?
water, okay? Yes.
Wait, Evening has seen the spreader?
I think Eve has seen this better.
What a beautiful woman. I hope she doesn't kill me.
No. Eve is so beautiful.
What's wrong, maybe?
Nothing.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Let's ask Steve.
I want to go
She's
fish.
seen
I might go
Maybe-
fishing. The tournament's about to
Okay,
start.
let's go fishing.
Fishing.
I can't wait to fish for another fucking hour.
Do straight people really talk like that?
Do what?
Do straight people really talk like that?
Like the guy?
Like both of them.
I would say that the only thing that made me question if either one of them was straight was his walk.
No, like they're definitely straight, but like do straight people in the Mind Palaces talk like that?
Team Lincoln 76
I guess
to the
so.
gym for that town individual.
Should we go take the one on Elgin?
Reaper responding to that call.
Never mind.
4.
Apparently, Wolf hit somebody with a door and knocked him unconscious.
Good for him.
I do not know who he is.
What? Who's who?
I don't know.
Oh, unfortunate. They can
Oh,
only
see,
hope
I was
that
right.
one
It
day they'll
is
get a date.
influenza.
Sure is.
Influenza.
Most deadliest one.
I just jumped over that whole thing in one shot. I really might be the Easter Bunny.
Oh my god.
Do it again.
Look at you.
No, I didn't do
Oh,
it that time. I'm gonna try. Yeah.
done that before in front of Ranche.
See that? You see that?
Yeah. You really
Yeah.
are the Easter Bunny.
Oh, I didn't get it that time. Oh, break. I'm trying to see if I can clear the chairs in one go.
Are you interested in staying on the clock, or do you want to go with me to buy a
Mid-air
gun?
collision. Oh my god.
I'm sorry, Dr. Green. Are you
I
okay?
need to be in my head for just a moment. And
Sure.
then, yes, we can go get that. And then I also want to get a haircut.
Oh, Dr. Green, you might need to take a couple trips to the gym yourself.
BRB 1 second.
Oh, I see.
be
Also,
code,
Dr. Green, I think
forward
you
to
might
jam
still
on
be
the
whispering.
You are right.
4.
What did you say?
I forgot immediately.
He's going to something? He's going to the call?
I
No,
think
we
he's
already
coming
have someone
back.
dispatched to a call. I believe he's coming back from a call.
And 4.
And 4.
More.
Let's see, how am I doing on snack?
Yeah, he's coming in.
That's not chicken tendies.
You sure?
It was a burger. It also did nothing
Burgers
for
should be
my
chicken
hunger.
tendies.
Really? The burger used to take care of me real well.
Well, they're chicken tendies.
Oh, there he is.
Oh, they're chicken tendies. Oh, I don't know about those. I haven't gotten those.
I got
Yeah,
them
those
from
don't fill
Malibu.
up very much.
Whenever
Wait.
I go to Malibu, I get the loaded fry.
It literally. I never ate anything according to my pockets.
Oh, well then that's why your hunger's so like that.
Happens to the hungriest of us, really.
Indeed.
Oh my god. Ugh. Sorry. It's getting late in spirit realm.
It really is. No one tell Dr. Prom this, but I still have not considered consumption in my imagination.
Oh, that's not good.
That's okay. Consumption is a deadly disease.
It is?
Yeah.
Sure.
I
can
don't
be.
disagree, but I'm pretty sure you mean consumption.
Well. Yeah. Determined to get my magical skill of jumping over these in one
Did you just
shot.
jump on my coworker?
What do you
I
mean?
don't
He's
know
your,
what you're talking about.
he's your
I
coworker too.
saw you stomp on my best friend's stomach.
No, please understand that
I
is
don't know
a
what you're talking
director of this hospital. He would never put any of the staff in danger.
Unless they needed some serious CPR like that.
I think they're okay.
Yeah, they're fine. I mean, look at Faith. She got blown up today. Talking like it never happened.
Oh, yeah. It's rough.
I'm a little disappointed. Yuki only went on a friend hangout with Tyler instead of a date.
Really? Even though they took those pictures up in the flowers?
Yeah.
I've completely ruined my spark. I was too scared to swipe right, so I swiped left on everybody, and now there's nobody left. And won't let me try again.
No, everyone is
You have to make a new account, I think.
I don't know how.
I was told that Spark was for making friends, and so I should swipe right on everyone.
You were lied to.
I know, that is fair. I mean,
Oh,
can you
apparently
put a
Mr.
bio
Wolf-
in your Spark? Is that like a thing? I haven't used the app. If you can put a bio, you can, you can always put that you're only looking for friends.
That's true.
Yeah.
You can say you're only looking for friends, but that's not the original purpose of the app.
Why would I? Oh, wait, it's not?
Well, then they can swipe left if they don't want that, I guess.
Apparently, Mr. Wolf is beating people with doors.
Yeah, I saw that.
Wow. He's so talented.
That's pretty impressive.
Crazy.
Alright. Well, I didn't want to get into that. Fine. Be that way.
I might. We've got a pretty decent amount of people on. I might see if any new friends that I made from my 2 adventures of going outside at Ale Mary's. Go get me some food.
Alright.
Good morning.
Morning.
I'm go change. Should I wear the new outfit?
Yes.
Oh, see that?
Do it. Yeah. That was some serious air.
Oh my god, I really am the Easter Bunny.
I think I'm gonna go pass out. Oh.
That's a bit rude, ain't it?
Isn't it?
Oh, excuse me.
you, Doc. Oh, good night.
Thank you. Well, I don't actually know if they're awake. I should probably ask.
Might be a good start.
I'm going to go to bed. So.
Oh, good.
Yeah,
Good
everyone's
rest.
going to bed.
Good
Everyone's going to
night.
bed.
I mean, it's pretty late for me.
Yeah. I can imagine.
This is Crow going 1042. Good night.
Good night.
Ugh.
Don't mind the uni-shaped person on the floor.
I think y'all at the club might have forgot to clock off.
Oh, people went to Malibu?
I just see 3 faces there.
Yeah.
We're here with Dr. Prom. We're here with Dr. Prom.
Oh, okay. It's official business, then understandable.
Correct.
I saw it from a mile away. I saw it. I saw it occur.
Oh, yeah, you should have.
It happens to the nervous, really. It happens to the nervous, really.
Million's gonna be going 1042. Good night, y'all.
Good night.
Good night.
Night.
Hey, hello.
Hello.
What's going on? Why is everyone?
There's a couple people at Malibu, I think, grabbing food. I don't know if anyone's out on dispatch
I'm
right
back.
now. And a lot of people are kind of just around.
So, if you're feeling better than expected,
we
they
have
in
a
the
decent
process
amount
of
of people on
attempting to
tap.
jump the
So
chairs
I was
in
gonna
one
try
leap, someone may have landed on your stomach. And being a director did not want me to tell anyone that he jumped on your stomach.
Outside the hospital.
So you gotta heal.
Oh, she was.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, I think about something about we quarantine hospital or something.
Yeah, something.
Director?
What's Dr. Palm?
He's one of the people at Malibu grabbing snack.
You know, they may have said
One second.
doctor,
If
and I
I'm
just
gonna,
heard
I'm gonna
director.
potentially change
Was it
outfits, but I'm
Dr.
gonna
Green?
be in the locker room. If you want
Oh,
to talk
It's
me
an
through it.
interesting outfit.
This thing, oh yeah, I was hunting.
Hmm?
Ah.
Yeah, I was hunting. Hunting for what? I will not say what it is, but I was hunting.
Was it a Yeti?
No. I wished, but no.
Oh.
Yeah, anyway, yeah. Yeah, well, don't mind the armor. It's just something I have
Was
on my
it a
own.
boyfriend?
Like, no, boyfriend. No way,
Yeah.
my boyfriend afford this kind of armor.
Yeah, see, you
it's
could
an
just... what you really need for a boyfriend is a ghillie suit and one of those dart guns that they use to trank tigers, and you just hide in the bushes and shoot him from a distance, and when he wakes up he doesn't have any choice.
That's a galley suit, and no, this is not a kind of. But anyway, I'll be going now. I need to go swimming.
I wouldn't trust Ezra's judgment on that. Anyway.
I noticed.
You wouldn't trust me?
Based on the dating advice that you have just given, it seems to go directly against what 90% of human media seems to say.
Yeah, well, if you're watching rom-coms, those are all garbage.
Anyway, so, Dr. Green jumped on my stomach.
More like he tripped off a chair and landed on your stomach.
Wondering why my house and my thirst are completely full.
Yep, that'd be it.
God, I wish I
Where did everybody go?
do not know.
Several people went 1042. I kind of get the feeling that Thomas does something like this in his brain as well, because he was using a lot of codes that nobody else uses.
Probably.
He seemed
so he
very
does this what?
lone wolf.
He does this often?
Huh?
Wait, you said he does this what?
He uses codes, like, you know, we use just basically 1041 and 2 and 10 7 and 8. He was using like all of them.
He likely practiced a lot then.
He also seems like a lone wolf type. He kind of stayed away from the pack and wouldn't take anybody with him.
He's probably done this in another city then.
This is the first time I've met Thomas.
For me as well. But like I said, he's probably just done this in another city.
So, do you want to stay on the clock, or do you want to clock out and go with me?
Can you fuck out? done, either go back or if you're tired. No.
We can come back afterwards. I just probably should go to the practice range for a little bit.
That's a good idea.
Because if I shoot like I drive, you kind of want me to practice.
Yes. We can also go practice driving.
Oh yeah, we can steal an ambulance and go to the airport.
I'll be on duty for that.
Well, that's a different outfit.
Yeah, hold on.
I'm gonna head over to Club Malibu. I was gonna go to Ale Mary's, but apparently my
Yeah, but
friend
the
said I
same,
was
hold
gonna
on.
hang out with her at Club Malibu.
Ooh, you look nice.
Thank you.
You both look very
Let me
sharp.
see if this. Thank you, thank you. Yuki, are you taking a trip to Club Malibu?
I am.
Okay, I'll see you there. Lucio's coming to pick me up.
Oh, but say if you need to go to Cup Mobile, I can take you there.
Oh, I'll just tell him.
No, I haven't read this outfit in a while. I'm gonna wear this outfit actually.
To give me. Oh, let me clock out as well. This is 88 going 1042. Have a good night, guys.
Good
night.
Good work tonight.
Now I really look like Gojo. Now I can't unsee it.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You just... Yeah.
That's a little bit better, I guess.
Alright.
Alright, let's boogie.
The Hells are going 1042 so I can buy a gun and practice with it and possibly steal an ambulance and go practice driving since I missed driving yesterday.
10-4.
Good time.
There you are.
Yeah, sorry, I was clocking out and getting off the radio. Ah! Just had to give me one for the road, didn't you?
Yes.
Some people just have to show their affection through bullying. Why is there a car in the hedge? Anyway, do you want to drive or do you want me to drive?
I can drive.
Where's your car? Here?
In the garage.
But I mean in the red garage?
Yeah, I could just transfer it. One second, let me. Go, 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 go.
Another bike blew up.
Seem to be doing that a lot lately.
Like the third one in the last hour. Is there a cop following us?
One second. I have a dairy can. I need more. Well, actually, I might make it to the gas station.
You have plenty of gas.
Yeah, but I took it. I don't want to use my jerry cans if I don't have. Sit. Sit. It's my turn signals, officers.
I don't even know how to turn the turn signals on.
Your left and right arrow muscles.
Hmm.
And y'all, please hurry up. Oh, she's so sharp. I love it. I love this car. I want this car in real life. So bad.
It's a beautiful car.
I've always wanted a muscle car since I was a little kid.
Never been a car guy. I tried to be a car guy for a while because the other boys were like, I tried baseball cards and I tried cars because that's what the other boys were into, and it just really just didn't take. Couldn't do it. I love the Wi-Fi gas filling.
Yo.
Hello?
You know how to purchase those jerry can thingies?
Yeah, there's a circle in the middle and you just gotta use your alternative eye on it.
When you use your alternative eye on the gas pump itself, you'll see the little menu below with all the options and
Gas
stuff.
pump itself.
Yes, so like one of these, your left
Yeah.
alt muscle.
Yeah.
It'll
Open
say,
refill menu.
Yep. There will be a bunch of jerry cans in the middle on top of the like pump itself. You'll just click on one of those. There's a small circle.
Oh.
Right in the middle.
$700. What the hell's wrong with these people?
There is.
Well, you get 100 liters and you can refill several vehicles.
Yeah, you can use them on several vehicles. Once you use all the fuel in the jerry can, though, unfortunately, none of us have figured out how to refill the jerry cans. I think they're disposable, so you can just throw them out after they're empty.
Alright, thanks, appreciate it.
Of course.
Yeah, you guys have a good day. My name is
You
JJ,
too.
aka John J. Johnson, aka John Johnstar Johnson, by the way. You can just call me Triple J, though. What's your guys' name?
Very nice to meet you. I'm Nima.
Nima,
I'm
hi,
Ezra.
nice.
I think we've met before.
Oh, okay. Oh, I think we have. I think. But yeah, nice, and thanks for the help, you know.
No
Appreciate
problem.
it.
Have a good day.
Yeah, you guys have a good one. You too.
She is a kitty cat. I wish I'd noticed that sooner. Must be ammunition.
Yep.
What?
No, don't touch my phone. There was a gas station right next to it. Son of a bitch, okay.
Well, you know what? Fate took us there so we could help Triple J. Oh no!
She's good. She's good.
You don't know what I've done to get this far. Beating you is like killing a baby.
That local just said beating you is like killing a baby.
What in God's name?
Mima, I don't think that the people in this city are great to learn how to be a human from.
Well, Miss Ellen did recommend this city being varied and this is on the map. Okay, yes, I can go in.
From the outside, it doesn't look like much, but You know what I should do?
Talk to this man.
I should call one of my demons and ask him for help picking a gun.
I would advise just a handgun. The range isn't.
So, wait, this is all that there is? Just 4 pistols, a
Yes.
flare gun, a knife?
Yup.
No. You know what? Hold on. Why didn't that work? Why did it go from all the way up there? That stupid computer. And now it's acting like it didn't. I need a new PC. This one is so goddamn slow. I am requesting a demon. Damn, another one?
I would also advise buying a few boxes of ammo.
Yeah, that's understandable. What? Wait. There it is. I'm sorry I'm making you wait. Tism doesn't love me. It's not illegal for us to own knives, is it?
Not to my knowledge.
Since these... Does the, pistol ammo work in all 4 guns?
Yes.
Does it tell us how many ammo are in a box?
Nope.
Do we... I mean, this isn't like 1 bullet per box, right?
No, not to my knowledge.
Nope, that's not what I wanted. What? It's not gonna let me buy from the bank? I gotta have cash? Son of a bitch. Is there a cash machine in here?
Yes, you can buy from the bank. You just have to click it.
Oh, it told me. Oh my god. Is this like the tip thing where I just didn't notice I could click something at the bottom?
Probably.
I thought it was being mean and telling me how much money I had in the bank. Oh my god. I'm so stupid. Which reminds me, I need to go to the Ale Mary and give the white-haired bartender a ton of money. Because I never tipped her.
Happens to the moist of us.
Why would you say the moist of us? Oh my god, I could just click bank. I'm so fucking stupid. You know how much money I've wasted at the gym because I didn't realize I could do that and there's no ATM there? Oh my god!
Oops. Why?
I tried to pull the gun out and I decked you.
You put it on your 5 fingertips and you press the fingertip.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Now, how do I aim?
I believe it's.
Oh, okay,
your
okay,
left
okay.
mouse button.
It's the stance up button.
Oh, we go to the shooting range and find out.
And of course it's got a sight on it, but I can't fucking see through it. Do we have to register our guns?
No.
Okay. So wait, if we don't have to register our guns, if I killed you right now, nobody would know it came from the gun I just bought.
Why would you say that?
What?
Why would you say that? Should
I feel like this is an oversight on the police's part. Also,
I mean, I think I don't know. I don't know.
also, why does he have that? Why does he need that?
Why does he need any of those? I don't know. Come on, it's a shooting range. I don't know where it is, but let's find it.
Oh, goodness gracious. Of course, I have to wonder, if I shot you in the head, would it even matter if I didn't hit the worm?
Well, I do need a host to survive outside of water. If you were to kill
So, if I knew where in you, like, let's say we went down to the garage one day and I hit you on the head and knocked you out, and then I dragged you into the coroner's mortuary and did a vivisection, and I found the worm inside you, and I put that worm in a Tupperware container of water with holes poked in the top.
In theory, I would survive. However, I would need nutrients, which are most easily provided by a host body.
I mean, I could give you fish food.
That would not sustain me.
Well, I'm sure I could find something.
One, you have a spider on your foot. Two, you're still pointing. Still pointing. There you go.
You're so quiet, I didn't hear anything. You need any food while we're here?
No.
Damn, good car. Very impressive.
At least the locals like you. Shooting range.
Okay, 1 second. I have to reply on my mind phone for something.
Got busty gun. Is it?
Okay. Do you know where the shooting range is?
I do not. I have actually been looking around the map.
Point of interest.
Fishing? This is skate shop. Okay. Wow, there are 9 gun stores? Family
don't even know what the icon for it would be.
I feel like it should be in the back of the gun shop, but I don't think.
I thought it was supposed to.
I would think either that or the police department.
Maybe we can just go to the police department and ask them.
I'm hoping the Condors will feel Liberty City wrath in that game tonight so I can vent some of my pent-up aggression.
Because I cannot find it listed anywhere on here.
Yeah, let's just go to the police department.
I get the job, man. Lay it on.
Did you see that there are speed cameras around town?
Yup.
Yo, man, I'm in.
Oh, hello! We keep crossing paths!
I wonder how many times the speed cameras go off and they look at it and they're like, oh, it's EMS again.
That's a good question. The next one. This one. There it is.
Jesus, it's the cop. That's a nice car. Whose car is that?
Very nice car.
I like the detail of hearing the engine knock when we get out.
But there's no bell ring if we can run.
I rang
I
the
suppose I
bell.
could just text Haram. If he's
What?
still awake. I can text Haram if he's still awake.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hi. How can I help you today?
We got a dumb question.
Oh, Nima and Ezra, right?
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah. Sorry about that. And
So
I was literally
I
just about to
finally
text you.
went and got a gun. Where's the shooting range?
say it one more time. Sorry, the radio's going crazy.
Where's the shooting range?
Shooting range is at any like ammunition like gun store.
Really? We were just there. Where? Or is there like a door in the back that we didn't see?
Which one did you go to?
Ammunition.
They're all
They're
ammunition.
all-
That's why.
The 18140.
Okay, yeah, that's probably why. Go to the one at 8168.
8168. Okay.
Yeah, 8168 has a gun range, and most of the EMS go there to go practice.
All right, much
Okay.
appreciated.
Thank you.
No
Sorry to
problem.
bother you again.
No problem. No worries.
Appreciate it. Have a good
Stay
day.
safe out there.
You
as
too,
well.
officer. Haran!
Come here, I want to show you my car.
Haran!
Come here. You're so mean to me. Boo.
Go ring the bell.
There's a bell?
Yeah, go up to the speaker.
Bing. Bing bong. Come here. Come here.
Konnichiwa. Hello. How can I help you?
You're not Haran.
Hello.
Oh, do you want her?
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Oh,
I was going to show
may,
him
may
the
I ask
car.
who's asking?
Oh, tell him it's the EMTs being dumb again.
Oh, okay, got you. Oh,
That's
they want you.
Phil.
Okay, specifically you.
I wanted to show you my car. I forgot to tell you I got a car. Please come
Oh,
see my car.
yeah,
It's
let's
very
see.
cool.
Yeah, let me see which one to keep. I mean, look at.
Don't you dare.
Which one's yours?
This one.
Oh, this one's so. Oh, this one's yours.
That one is really cool too. I just can't afford that yet.
Dang. You like? You did a color like this.
Yeah. Smooth.
Nice, nice. Just give it the old autograph.
Don't leave me skid marks, you nasty.
Nice. How much was this?
30K.
This costs less than my bike?
Oh,
Why do you want a bike?
Because I can't drive a
can't
car.
drive.
Then you know, learn how to drive maybe.
Do you want to see what it looks like when I drive a fucking ambulance?
It's bad. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. I need we're gonna go.
Yeah,
actually
but like
practice.
motorcycle is like so dangerous sometimes.
The motorcycle is far less dangerous than me behind the
You
wheel
go
of an ambulance.
flying if you hit something.
It's easier to drive, but it is more dangerous for the driver.
Some of the folks at the PDs are complaining for a police bike right now.
We have an Akuma at the hospital.
What?
An Akuma, the 120k one.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I don't know why, but we do.
Yeah, we have a guy at the police department that owns one of those like 120k cars as well.
Ooh.
Yeah, he's been saving a lot for that.
Yeah, so listen, one shift we went out and did what, half a dozen calls, and then we went to Benny's to get it fixed, and it was like $1,300 to get the ambulance fixed. And then they left me alone at the hospital, and I had to go on a call to the Ale Marys. And in that one trip, I did the same amount of damage.
Yeah, well, this guy is Never gonna get a car.
That's why I got a bike.
Yeah, I mean, we have police officers as well that like, are terrible at driving, but they learn.
How fast does your squad cars go?
Like over 100, I think.
Okay, yeah. Our ambulances, I've seen them hit like 117, 118.
What
Oh,
the
wow.
fuck are you driving with?
It's like a tank.
Yuki.
Oh, okay, yeah, that checks out.
He literally
gonna say,
drives so fast that the world is a gray blur for me.
I was gonna say, I've only ever hit like 80, because that's the fastest that I can control it at.
Yeah, we may have been airborne a few times.
I see.
That doesn't surprise me.
Well, to be fair, I've been airborne quite often too, but due to police chases.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we're trying to get there before they bleed out, you know?
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm gonna go shoot some paper.
All right. Yeah. Have fun.
In hopes that he
Thank
won't
you
shoot
for
my
your
son down.
help.
Yes.
Wait. What? How much do you have right now for a pistol?
What do you mean?
Well, how much do you have? Money-wise.
Money?
Yeah.
I already got the pistol.
Oh, I see. Okay. Never mind then. Which pistol did you get?
The heavy.
Okay, good. That's my off-duty and on-duty pistol too.
I wasn't sure which one to get, so I texted a friend who knows about guns.
Yeah, that's the one you want to get. The SNS is a crap gun.
Shit.
Why do you have it?
Yep.
Yeah, get it changed. That gun sucks.
Duly noted.
It's like a little pea shoot.
Haha.
That's probably why you want.
What's that?
You heard me.
If you had to use it yet.
Wait, what the fuck? Why are they here again? That black car came around here like 3 times already.
You think they're staking you out?
Possibly. You two get going, yeah?
Okay.
Stay safe. I may or may not be there to scrape you off the floor.
It might happen.
I have to purposefully not know things I learned watching Apollo stream last night.
I haven't actually watched any of Apollo's stuff, but I'm assuming I can just sort of infer that, especially since Declan was in the fucking opening movie for, or like the trailer movie for Lodestar, he's presumably a larger villain.
I never watched that trailer. I probably didn't even know there was a trailer.
Dude, it's the one that plays whenever you open the game now.
I was kind of wondering if I recognized people.
Yep, those were some of the people who were here during the like
Stress test?
before the stress test. Well, like make your character. Let me get the proper gun now. Oh, well, he said the SNS. I got the Walter. Of course, the SNS is a fucking pea shooter. Damn, fine, okay, I've got both. Do we have to like
They're not.
just targets or something?
I don't know how it works, man.
We gotta like why can I open the vending machine from here? Doesn't say anything.
You figure out what to do?
No, I've just been shooting at the wall.
There has to actually be a target. All right. Fuck this. I'm googling it. Siri, how do I use the shooting range in GTA 5? So this says, thank you, Siri. This says that if you go to ammunition stores, you talk to the clerk and select the shooting range option.
There was no shooting range option.
ammunition shooting ranges. No, that's Vice City. Okay, Grand Theft Auto 5 and online. That are located in only 2 ammunition stores. One in Cypress Flats and the other in Pillbox Hill. And a shooting range. Entry cost is $14. Okay, look, I'm looking at a wiki for GTA, and it says in Grand Theft Auto 5 and Grand Theft Auto Online, shooting ranges are activities or hobbies that are located in only 2 ammunition stores, one in Cypress Flats and one in Pillbox Hill. In a shooting range, one can level up shooting skills or train with various weapons through different challenges. The entry cost is $14.
That's weird.
Do you have Harang's number?
Yeah.
Because, I mean, he told us that the EMS come here, but how the fuck did we start it?
I don't know, man.
I can't practice target shooting if I don't have a target. Why isn't this it? Oh, are these... Is this cigarettes? Cigarettes and not, like, targets. Okay. Just... So confused.
We can just try going to one of the 2 that have... sitting.
What's going on?
We can just try going to the shooting ranges that have the thingy.
I guess. I literally thought that this box over here might be like a vending machine for the targets, but I think it's cigarettes.
Oh. Anywho, what were those 2 locations?
Cypress Hill and Pillbox.
Can't access the outside map from here, so let's go.
I don't get it. I don't get it. Why is it bright out? Ew. Do you hear the rapid fire gunshots?
Yes, I do. Okay, Cypress Flats it is. That's the only one I can find.
Just the nose. Cypress Flat versus Pilbara. What makes it Pilbara? I don't know what the fuck these areas are. Oh. Oh no!
You.
I mean, to
Son
be
of a bitch.
fair, we were running a red.
My car. My fucking car. We were in the clear until the fucking local bubbled and teleported back.
I don't know how you can tell what the area is called. Like, how do you know this is Cypress Hill?
I poked around on the map, and then at the bottom left it says, what the area is called. You fucking go, my man.
Oh, Cypress.
Please. Thank you. Come on, pitter patter. Let's get at her.
Pinewood Hill. Hel'leon.
Gotta get up. Oh, my baby.
This ain't a door. Range. That way? This also ain't a door. Nima, I'm lost. Nima? No, that can't be it. What the fuck? Nima! 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 I got lost.
You at the club tomorrow?
Huh?
It's the exact same thing on the inside. The dude doesn't have any.
Oh, is it these doors over here? I couldn't even find the fucking doors.
But yeah, nothing. It's the exact same.
Except that this guy's drinking beer instead of smoking weed. Alright, I'm gonna do something. Sorry to bother you guys, but does anybody know how to start the gun range, shooting range? I don't think that went through. Sorry to bother you guys, but does anybody know how to start the shooting range?
I don't think that there's an actual start for the shooting range. You just should maybe call into the police and let them know that you're going to be shooting.
Oh, well, we stopped by the police to find out where the shooting range was.
Right. I don't think that there's a mechanical thing that works in there. It's just shooting.
Oh, okay. Thanks. There isn't any. They don't use it. Oh, do we want to like see if we can we pick up a chair or something, put it down there and shoot at that?
I don't think we can pick it up on.
They did suggest calling the PD to let them know that we would be shooting, and I'm like, well, they know because they sent us to the shooting range. I guess we just pick a spot and go. There is no... Can I even tell? What did I just do? What? I don't see how this is supposed to be helpful at all. And why the fuck would they give us a crosshairs? If you're talking, I cannot hear anything.
For some reason, I get put on. It changes like what my thingy is when I don't press it, and I don't know why.
Wait, that was all my ammo? I bought 5 boxes.
No, you have to manually reload. Like you have to go into your pockets, right?
Yeah,
right click muscle.
Yeah, all of my 5 boxes are gone.
There's no way.
I have no ammo. That was it.
Jesus fuck. Well, when I got my pistol, Ron did say that. Or no, he was advising someone else that was watching through his eyes. That yeah, ammo goes really quick.
You hear an alarm?
No. Good enough.
I don't. I need like a fucking crosshair.
Yeah.
I mean, look at how we hold it. How are we supposed to know what we're aiming at? My first shot looked level and I shot the fucking ceiling.
I suppose the point was to make it not easy on us.
I guess. Maybe the hunters have it better.
Probably.
Well, I guess I gotta waste more fucking money on ammo. Nima.
Yes.
I have to go to the bathroom.
Okay.
If there's something else you need to do, I'm just gonna sit here for a little bit while I go do that.
Okay. I'll be poking around.
I mean, if you need to like go somewhere too, that's fine. I'll just sit here. All right, guys, I'm gonna put you on. I'm gonna put you on. Be right back. Please be patient with me. Nima? Oh, hey, there you
back.
are.
I want to go get my hair done, but I need a second opinion. I'm indecisive.
Hold on. I'll put my glove under my arthritic shoulder. Okay. Sorry, I had to get my pillows under my arthritic shoulders.
You're good.
Ugh.
Come with me to get my hair done. I can't decide which hairstyle I want.
Sure. I was thinking about maybe finding something that showed my hair while we're at it. What did I just do? Go away, Steam.
You okay?
No, I accidentally opened the Steam menu and now I can't stop running.
Holy, that car is fine as fuck. What the hell? You see that?
I'm getting the idea this ain't the best part of town.
What gives you that idea? Pittsburgh left. Get there. It's okay.
Do we change our hair at the hospital?
At the barber shop.
No, there's a barber shop? A mega mall? Wow. Actually, it's not very big. What do they mean mega?
Well, unfortunately, the Mega Mall is a parking lot, and that's it. Or here.
Where's the barber?
It's I'll show you. It's right there. Did I give you enough room to get out? Okay.
Barely.
Oh gosh, you. Walk through here. No, I just pushed my own car.
What are you doing? Are we playing merry-go-round? We chasing each other? Why am I not running? Now why won't I stop running? I'm sorry. Oh my god, I thought I was gonna say Gringo's Carpets. Fuck me. Sorry, I'm having a little bit of like brain lag.
It do be like that.
Like right now.
Any of these.
I'm not walking, but I can't stop walking.
Oh. That's no bueno. You seem to have lost control of your faculties. Would you like punched? Oh, there you go.
Maybe one of your brothers or sisters is trying to get control.
Well, you would very much know if they had entered your body, so. And
Ow.
also, I don't specifically remember if I have siblings, so. Wow, that's
Oh.
through the bottom of the world and definitely not the look of my face. That's too far away. God damn it. Just my face. My face. There we go. Oh wait, no, I needed your opinion, so I'll wait until you're done.
Wow, honestly, because of the my hat, I had no idea how many earrings I was actually wearing.
Oh, you did cover up quite a few. Do your VODs just go up like as soon as you're done streaming, or do you have to like manually upload it or something?
I have it set so that I tell it to post or not.
Okay, are you gonna be posting today's?
Yes, unless you don't want me to for some reason.
Oh no, I need it because I need to look back at when we were dealing with Carl. I asked Ranch on Discord if I could draw the scene of her having her husband slip chunky butter into her pockets.
Ah.
Because at the time she was literally like, "What did you just put in my pockets?" And he's like, "Butter." And then Carl was like, "Oh yeah, that's my old chunky butter." And I was fucking losing it at the thought, because I'm like, how is he storing this? Is it like a stick of butter? I doubt he's got like, if it's homemade, that he's got like the the nice marked up like parchment paper, whatever, like with all the little numbers and the clear print on it.
Yeah.
I'm like,
kind of looks like a clamshell, doesn't it?
it does, but I'm like, since it doesn't show any like container, what if it's just like a ball of butter? Like just like
There needs to be like little stick you and me in the corner going, how do you milk a deer?
yes, absolutely.
And I just knocked my water off my desk. Wait, I think it was 378 last one. Why does it sound like fucking Big Brother is outside?
Because there's this train station directly across from us.
So, question.
Yeah.
Can you see me?
Yeah.
Okay. This is 468. What do you think?
Hold on, let me write that down. I like it. The hairline is a bit strange though.
The hairline's strange on all of them. Mm-hmm. Or this is 378. What do you think of this one?
I do like that one. That looks a bit closer to like what would have been, or like what one would have expected to see under that beanie. What number did you say it was?
378.
What number did you say that one was?
3. Fuck. Sometimes I just talk into the microphone and expect you to hear me.
Yeah,
378.
Okay.
What about this one?
That one's real nice. That one's sharp.
This one's 478. Oh, hey, Burr.
That one feels
Did
like
you
a
not
good
know that my Lodestar streams are generally 9 to 10 hours long? Sorry, what'd you say?
That one feels like a good balance between the two.
Way to tell me you didn't even look at my VODs. Yeah, if you look at my VODs page, on either YouTube or Twitch, I've got like 3, like 9 plus hour videos already. They're not the most exciting shit in the world. Because I'm EMS and we stay at the hospital. What the fuck is that? There's so many black hairstyles. Can't wear them. He's from the middle of like fucking Nebraska.
He do be white.
Did you pick a hairstyle?
Oh, I need your opinion on them.
Okay.
Oh, that way.
I thought we were both going through like 900 hairstyles right now. I didn't realize you were just standing there.
Oh no, yeah, no, I wanted to wait because I wanted your opinion. Because I'm indecisive. I literally have a fucking like little fry bag from fucking KFC that was on my desk, like empty, that I've been writing like numbers down for shit. I don't even know what half the numbers on the other side are.
Numbers for our clothes.
So this was the other one that I was considering.
Oh,
but
I like
don't-
that one. That's so pretty.
I do like it, but like I don't know if it's more scraggly, which is what I was going for, because I'm assuming that Nemo would like cut their own hair.
Yeah. It's like Nima tried to do feathering and didn't really understand what it meant. Thank you, Burr. Was there another one?
Yeah, let me. I have a shit ton of numbers written down, so it's gonna take me a hot second to find the exact right one.
I have no idea why they have the train guys say, "Please mind the gap." That's a London Underground thing.
I don't know. But like, I also like this one because this is one of the few long hairstyles that there is. But I'm like, is this too glamorous?
It is very glamorous. I would expect to see you in a evening gown, not a sweater.
Exactly. This one I thought was kind of fun, but I don't.
That one makes me think of like a Greek statue.
Yeah. It doesn't really read as Nema though. Like this is another long one, it's up in a ponytail, but I don't like the bangs.
No?
No. The bangs don't feel right.
Well, Nima does keep trying to hide his eyes.
This is true.
Oh, I should probably eat before I pass out.
Please do.
Those are not loaded fries. I feel like someone's about to be arrested for being in a bar at 19. I know you're not looking at Birdie, but the notifications are popping up where they're like, we've got bunny girls at Malibu. And then the Ale Mary's like, there are bunny girls at Ale Mary's too. And then somebody from Malibu's like, aren't you 19?
What?
I'm sure it's a pre-storm party going on at both places and they're trying to get people to come in and spend their money. Hey, we could match.
People have enough problems differentiating us by our voices. We don't need to make it look
Despite how very, very white, Storm is a euphemism for a restart of the server. It's either a storm or a tsunami. Despite how very, very white my little Midwestern boy is, you are whiter. Not my fault I was born on 666. I've always felt like I was way older.
What?
Is Johnny Johnnington? What in the Sam hell is going on in Malibu? Wait, is that Malibu? Okay, that is Malibu. Why is he talking about Ale Mary's has bunny girls? When he's... Those aren't even girls! Those are all men! I know, Burr, I know. It's not nearly as fun as the pictures make it look. She looks so bored. There's one woman on the floor and 4 men on the pole stage.
Equality.
And the woman is wearing the most clothes.
I see nothing wrong with that.
You know that all of these pictures are going to end up in the Yowie chat. What the fuck are they doing at the Malibu? This is how they celebrate Christ's birthday. Okay. Whatever these 2 pictures were, they are no longer. Oh, there's our favorite, Declan Weaver. Why are 2 of our EMS in prison?
Fuck if I know.
Which one? Okay, that's obviously evening. Is morning the one with two bows in her hair and the bandage on her nose?
I have no idea. I cannot tell the pink-haired ones apart.
Hmm. Well, they're both handcuffed and in adjacent cells. True, Burr, true. Those two are friends with the cops. What are all these other pictures? Are they non-pictures or are they broken pictures? We had some trouble with our pictures that we were taking on our phones. I had the most amazing video and I'm so angry that I don't have it because I took it on the day that our phones broke. So look at all of these black spaces are pictures and videos that I lost. And it was the very first one right here. It should have been. And I can't even delete these empty spaces.
Why are there like no long options?
Probably because they're all for women. I didn't even realize the shit was gendered until we went to put the cat ears on and we couldn't find it. I fucked up my spark burr. I didn't realize that if you said no to somebody that they never come around again. And I was too scared to swipe yes. I just wanted to see who was on there. So now I have nothing. And I can't make a new profile. And I tried deleting the app, but the data doesn't go away. I think the only thing I could do is I could reset my phone, but then I'd lose the numbers of the few people that I actually have. I don't think I should reset the phone just to not go on any dates because I'm still too shy to say yes. That one doesn't look terrible. It's got a bun.
Yeah. I don't know if Nima's
You know that I could do that.
the type to tie his hair though.
Honestly, the one right after the fuck. The elegant swoopy one is one that I would think was appropriate for Nima because it's like not really messy but like bedhead.
What, this one?
No, go back. That one.
This one?
Like bedhead.
It's not too much different from what I had though.
You definitely do not look like Gojo with that haircut though. I don't know how to explain it. I want to get a nicer set of clothes too. What do you think, Burr? Which haircut do you think suits Nima? I'm asking chat. They like this one.
Cat likes this one? Okay.
Yeah, chat likes this one.
Oh, there we go.
They like it with a more gray tone.
How about this? This is what I was going for. This like
Yeah.
ashy blonde. What do you think, Ezra Stevens?
What did you say?
I asked your demons.
Oh,
Your
I
chatters.
swear to God, I thought you said, "What do you think, Ezra Stevens?"
Ezra, I'm assigning you a middle name. It's Stevens now, apparently. Ezra Stevens, what do you think about this?
I'm just like, how did you get my last name wrong when you're the one that came up with Lion in the first place? Burr, what do you think? Is that good?
What do you think? We like this? I'm liking this. I'm feeling this.
I'm waiting for responses. The fuck was that? They say a little darker, but that's good too.
Like this? Or like this?
I don't know, I feel like that one's too much because you don't see any highlights.
Yeah.
I like that one.
Oh shit. Yeah, okay.
Is that thunder? Is it raining outside?
Oh hell yeah, that's
Yeah,
louder
that's
than I thought.
definitely
There's stuff
thunder.
back. What IRL or in here?
Do you not hear the thunder?
No, all I hear is the stupid music or whatever's next door. I hate it. It's really uncomfortable. Oh, yep, it sure is raining. To the car! To the car!
Burr, you're gonna love Nima's car. You're not gonna be able to see it very well in this rain, but look, it's iridescent it's iridescent rainbow.
Alright, where to next?
Clothing store. But we're also
Good.
getting a tsunami in 4 minutes.
Yeah. 3 minutes.
My chat is asking, is this a drop top Impala?
I don't think it is. I don't think it is a...
Oh dear.
But...
You are missing a headlight after hitting that car.
Oh no! My car! Well, we're going to Benny's for the fucking...
Well, now you're missing a taillight.
We're going to Benny's for...
And they're on opposite sides. Don't worry, Burr. We'll get it fixed.
We're going to fucking Benny's for the goddamn...
Don't back into that car.
Maybe we should stay put just so, like...
Yeah, when it gets to like 30 seconds, well, you know what? When it does the 5-second countdown, just stop.
Yeah.
Maybe pull off the road so we don't get hit by a local. Damn, man.
You
Well, look at your
bastard.
hood.
You bastard.
Listen,
Oh, were I a lesser
from
man, I
my
would
point
kill
of view, you just swerved off the road for no reason.
Please disconnect now. Okay. Sorry.
Burr, don't worry about it.
Sorry,
We'll
we
get it
didn't make it to
fixed.
any parties.
Chat's like, oh god, he fucked up his car. It was so pretty.
Glad you feel my pain, chat. I'm glad you feel my pain. My beautiful.
All right, I'll see you on the other side.
See you on the flip side.
It only takes like 5 or 10 minutes. Usually during this time, I play Galaxy Burger. I'm gonna check my notifications though. What's in trainee chat? Wait, what's going on over here? Oh, that. Okay, yes. The Neko Doctor porn video killed me? What the fuck is going on at the hospital? Oh, I know what they're talking about. They made Prom Star, our coroner, do a nya with the cat ears and the uwu fingers yesterday. Days we can cut. Oh, good. Burr. I just said it takes 5 to 10 minutes, and I usually play a couple of rounds of Galaxy Burger in between. But I was gonna call Aya. Hello.
Hi.
So.
Yes.
Would you like to talk with me during the tsunami?
Sure.
I usually play a couple of rounds of Galaxy Burger, and then when I'm done with that, they're ready to take us back in. I heard it takes like 5 to 10 minutes. What was I gonna do? Oh yeah, it's gonna change what game. Have you ever seen Galaxy Burger?
I think at one point I lurked while you played it, while you were waiting for a server reset.
Yeah.
I think it was at work. I was sitting down for a few minutes.
It's so cute though. You make burgers. Wait, no.
Born.
Here we go. Go back to Earth. Do a Zen shift.
Oh, my little icons there.
Yes. Because you don't have a Fugi, it automatically chooses whatever your Discord profile picture is. Boost tips. Add the deep fried dishes. Never raise prices for the customer. Replaces all coupons. Gain 75% more reputation per order. Gain 200% more reputation, but all burgers and sandwiches are free, and all deep fried food is free. In other words, everything is free, but I get 200% reputation. Gain 100% extra reputation if the order is perfect for a robo kitten. Yeah, you know what? I need the reputation far more than I need the money. Oh, and I get... Oh, I'm buying all of them. Free extra customers? No cost. I don't need this. I don't want to be vegan. And this is Zen, so they're never gonna rush me, and the food's never gonna burn. That's all you want is onion rings? Okay. Doesn't really matter since everything's free. Oh, but everything's gonna be really slow to cook because I better start putting meat on now. Because of that 200%.
I'll see, now I'm hungry.
I'm sorry. I know, every time I play this, I want a burger. What's a Venusian burger and french fries?
Honestly, I could go for some onion rings right now.
I could go for some loaded fries.
What's one? I think it's gonna be open right now.
Nothing is open for me. 'Tis midnight. And our magic closing of fucking everything is 10 o'clock. Let's see, Venusian burger starts
Yeah,
with
right.
mustard,
Like I
right?
thought moving closer to a big city would mean that, like, oh yeah, the everything's open all the fucking time. Because I used to live in like a college town, and like there was a lot that was open 24/7 because college kids are awake at all hours.
Right.
Nope. Here there is jack shit open all night, except for like the local gas station.
I wish I had a fucking Taco Bell. I got a quesadilla this morning.
Fuck you mean you have a taco?
What? Oh, yeah, I don't have a Taco Bell in my town. I have one in the next town over that's like 10, 15 miles away. And I'm in their extended range. I'm in their extended range, so DoorDash and Uber will bring it to me. But it's not going to be hot when it gets here. It's also not going to be crispy.
That's the saddest thing I've ever fucking heard, dude.
I do have
I'm
a Taco
so sorry
John's.
for your loss.
There's a Taco John's, okay, which is great. I love Taco John's. But the only one in my town is attached to a gas station, and they will not deliver. They will only deliver from the one that's even farther away than Taco Bell in the next town. Okay, this guy wants one raw piece of cheese, 2 pieces of lettuce.
Understandable. Just a one piece of cheese. You know what? I have some cheese in my fridge right now.
I have lots of
I'll
cheese.
take a bite in honor of this dude.
I generally buy 3 bags of cheese. Like, okay, I will get between 4 and 5 bags of, like, the big bags of cheese every time I go to the grocery store, and which is like every 2 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks. What was I doing? Cucumbers. Okay, I need 1 red
Understandable having
onion
that.
and 2 pieces of lettuce.
Oh wait, I'm not rushing right now. I can spice this up with man.
That was not the right
Mayonnaise.
one. And your 2 orders of cheese balls. Yeah, I was looking this morning for some
Ooh, I
place
can
to
fuck
get
up some
breakfast
Wisconsin
from.
cheese.
And it was pretty much, it was all of the, you know, like those secret kitchen ones.
Yeah.
Or gas stations. Which is how I ended up getting quesadillas. And honestly, the quesadilla was good. I wish that it had been as big
More
as the
fucking
fucking
sour cream.
picture.
That's a goddamn crime that they only gave you like
I
a teaspoon of
know.
fucking.
You know what? I actually took a picture of the amount of sour cream in front of the amount of food and sent it to my best friend. And I'm like, I'm so glad they gave me enough sour cream. It was a ridiculously small amount. When I'm logging back into 5M, I will send you the picture.
Thank you.
Because I
So I
don't.
can witness this monstrosity.
Yeah, I don't want to stop my burger maxing here.
Burger Max.
What? Wait, what did I get wrong? What did I get wrong?
They overheard you saying Burger Maxing, and they didn't like that.
Oh shit! There were supposed to be eight fucking pieces of meat on this. I completely missed that she wanted 4 pieces of meat to each piece of cheese.
Fucking mood, my girl. Holy shit, girl.
Alright, he wants a Mercurian burger. Mercurian burger starts with mayonnaise. And he wants added mustard. And we put on the meat and the cheese. Oh wait, no. Tomato. Onion. Pickle. Ketchup. And your potato wedges. Extra crispy.
I'll put regular mustard and stonecrab.
He wants potato wedges and chicken nuggets. Nope, those are cheese balls. Wait.
Oh,
yeah.
a tism meal.
Okay, and a simple burger. Toasted, as it should be. The people who get raw buns make it easy on me, but also, ew.
I haven't drink out of the water. I don't have any soda.
Okay, have fun. Eat for us all.
Oh, I do have juice down there. I like juice. I require the nutrients.
So I don't eat as much as people think I do. I have like one big meal and then I generally have like little snacks along the rest of the day. Because I can't really afford 3 square meals every day, right? So I've taken
fair.
I've taken to getting meal replacement shakes.
Yep.
So that I'm not hungry during the day.
Yep, I do that too. I also eat like a snake, where I just have one big meal and then I go comatose for a while. which is probably an overall not a good. It's not quite the healthy way to do it, but it works.
The
And I
only
think
thing
that's
is
yourself.
I wish that it were easier to get these bottles open. They, you gotta crack them so hard to get them to open. And it hurts my hands, and my bottle opener, I can't squeeze around such a large lid.
Oh
I gotta
no.
fucking do it myself. Mercurian burger, mayonnaise. Okay, and then cheese. Yeah. Tomato. Onion. Pickle. Ketchup. For you.
My dog heard me opening this package of cheese. Instantly just woke up from the other side of the room.
Mine
Girl.
hears when I put my feet down, and it's like, oh, you're getting up? You can get me food now.
Angel, my love, my life. Not getting my food.
Why did they call the people from Venus Venerian instead of
Oh.
Venusian?
I don't know, man.
Toasted. 3 pieces of griddled onion. Egg. 1 cucumber. 3 onions.
Right in the middle. One cucumber right in the middle.
Yep, if they only want one of something, I put it right in the middle, because what am I gonna do? It's not big enough to cover the whole thing.
Oh, I'm in an ad break, so it was just
Oh.
I'm like, that's what I would do. Right in the middle.
Yeah, that's what I did right over the yolk.
Good, good. That's how it's done. My angel. Easy puppy.
Okay, 2 potato. We gotta turn on a second fryer. 2 potato wedges. 2 chicken nuggets. And a Venusian burger. See, they say Venusian for the burger, but not for the people.
Oh, croissant.
No. Ah, fuck. Alright, Venusian burger. Mustard. Egg. Yeet. Oh, I thought it had cheese. That's a waste of cheese.
Wait, do you watch B. Dylan Hollis too?
What's that?
Do you watch B. Dylan Hollis on YouTube?
And his brother.
He's got a brother?
Oh my god, you don't know about his brother? The Bane Freak?
No. I just watched videos like the cooking part.
Yeah, well, no, they cook together sometimes. And a lot of times when his brother, like his brother...
Oh, that's his brother!
Yeah, the one who's with beans. You know, he's always making stuff with beans. And I think he's like vegan. He doesn't eat meat.
Oh.
And occasionally he'll be like, he'll add an egg in and he'll be like, do I do it? And then he'll go egg. Yeet.
Eggnog. I want to make that eggnog recipe that he made so bad.
There was one I watched today where he did both eggy and nilla.
Yeah, I picked up saying the synonym.
Floof powder.
Gotta add the floofers. Oh, is that? Are you done?
Huh?
Yep. Dog right now. Oh, that's cool. Cold. I just put in my fucking AC yesterday. Hot. Up today. Cold. Run sweater. Used to. Here, please. So cold. Open top. Hold on. Good girl. Atta girl.
Ooh, this is my first Terra burger. My last customer is
That's
getting
so
my
bad.
newest burger. I'm gonna have to open the recipe because I've never made one. Terra burger. In. Hey, Terra burger does not toast the bun. I am judging. Well done. You know how long that's gonna take to cook?
Not so bad.
Listen, honestly, I have to eat my meat well done because it'll upset my tummy and all the shits for 2 days if I eat pink meat. But
Understandable.
God,
Have a
it
nice
takes
day.
forever to cook.
Yeah. I'm the type of freak that likes it like raw, like as rare as you can get it.
Yeah.
Although I do
agree.
enjoy whenever it's warm.
And I eat pink meat. And you know what? I had a roommate once who knew that I would get really bad IBS and basically shit my brains out if I ate red meat. And so she told her mom that I should come for dinner and that she should make me a filet mignon as a treat.
Aren't filet mignons supposed to be like medium rare?
It was very red, like not even pink. And
Oh my god.
she did it on purpose. No, she didn't. She knew. Just like when she found out that I have a very huge love of bacon. And she promised to make me bacon for dinner once. Or with dinner. And she fucking made turkey bacon. And out of politeness, they didn't say anything. And I was just like, yeah, it was great. She's like, I made it with turkey bacon. You couldn't even tell the difference, could you? I'm like, yes, I absolutely could. I was being nice and you're being an asshole. So let's not do this again.
Fuck.
I think that shift actually gave me my 5th star on Earth. It did. I am done with Earth. I can move on to the moon. I get 1 cash register. I have to pay $20 per shift in rent. $15 as a shift bonus. 4% tip. Oh, and they're gonna introduce drinks. That'll be new. But that was probably more than enough time. We can probably go back into 5M.
Okay.
You know, I haven't seen anybody go live. Am I just missing it? Like all my usual people. I don't want to break my streaks. I'm quite high in the streaks for some of these people. Oh, there's Croc. Croc's in the game, so yeah. No, just none of them went live. Oh,
that's fine by me.
That's probably because it's Easter. You know, some people have family that actually want to spend time with them.
I just forget that Easter's a thing that people celebrate.
Yeah.
Because, like, it's a very Christian holiday.
Yep.
I am very not Christian.
Yep. I should change this back now that it's open. Oh, go off and come back.
Oh, I did not make
Bye,
it.
man.
Because I taste like wit.
I am one of two waiting to get in. Oh, it says you were in the queue. Thank you for waiting your turn. Like I have a choice. Are we going to Benny's first or the clothing store first?
Benny's, please.
Okay. Okay, we can take care of your baby.
Thank you. Oh, she doesn't want to sit on me.
What's your pet's name?
Tova.
Tova?
Yep.
You must have said, oh, she doesn't want to sit on me. And I heard, oh, she doesn't want to sit on me. And I was just like, did you name your pet Oshi?
Where's my fucking car?
What?
Where's my car? Spot back in. And my car is not here.
Oh god, what if it's an impound?
Please, no, please, God.
Where do we go for the impound? Is it only at the hospital?
No, impound is at
any garage.
Why do I keep putting waypoints?
How did you get in so goddamn fast?
I don't know. I pay a lot for my internet. I have an expensive computer. That's that.
Well, the expensive computer is probably the more important part here. I'm at 60% of loading the game, and I don't have the preview video.
Oh. I keep fucking activating my... Oh, I can climb this ladder. What's up here? I keep activating my mic in game.
Yeah.
I will, don't worry. Wait, shit, how do I get down? Oh, hey. So I have to... Dude, I look cool as shit with my new hairstyle. It's a valet.
I wonder why I'm not getting the video this time.
Okay, I'm gonna fucking this car out.
Okay, I'm at character selection.
Maybe.
Where are you?
I'm running to the nearest garage.
Okay.
Fucking sucks, dude.
Oh, you poor baby. How much is it gonna cost to get your car back?
$100.
Oh, that's it?
It's not bad. Yeah, that's not bad.
That's all.
Just the fact that I have to go run to grab my car.
Right.
Yeah.
That's all it costs to transfer from one garage to another.
Yup.
Oh, I'm on the clock. That's why I can see people
Oh
moving
shit, I got.
around. Did you go south? To like
Hold on.
9110?
Oh, Jesus Christ. Hold on. I'm literally about to be there, so let me just hop in, grab my car, and I'll come pick you up. Vault, Nima, vault. You. Where's my car? What do you mean it's out of garage?
Oh, no. Where's your
Where's
car?
my fucking car? It, it says it's at the red garage, and I told it to valet it here, and it says it's gonna be $1,000.
1,000? It only cost me 100 to get it moved from the casino. My bike.
Well, it's not transferring. I need to, because it's out of garage, needs to be valeted.
But why is it out of garage?
Because we were out and about whenever the storm hit.
So it just placed it at the garage and didn't put it in?
Apparently.
Well, which garage are you at? Give me the number.
The Mega Mall, the Davis Mega Mall, self-storage. Not an actual building. But it's marked as a garage, because it is a garage.
In Davis at 9110 something?
Yeah, 9110.
Well, if it's only at the red garage, we could just go north.
I don't know if there's a valet bringing me my car or not.
Did you pay for it?
I think so, because until if anything's actually been taken out of my account. Nope, nothing gets taken out of my account. So pretty sure it's supposed to be like instant, so I am off the clock. Why can I still see a 30 EMF? Okay, whatever. We could go to the red garage then to get my fucking car. I'm mad. I'm so mad. My baby.
You literally just need to run more. Like, well, for you it's more than that, but for me it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Like 11
That's
blocks.
so much effort.
Well, you could always just rebuy the car.
I swear to fucking God, I do not have an extra 30K on me and then another 3,000 for stupid fucking customizations. Oh, I was like literally a millimeter from getting hit by a car. Fine, it's fine. Fine. I did Bowie in this fit, and I'm loving it. Like David Bowie from The Labyrinth. Making me really happy, actually.
That's good. It's supposed to make you happy. This is where I lost my skateboard because I accidentally hit the I-beams.
Oh, this was a big intersection that I'm proud of. I am fucking high.
Parkour!
Okay, good. Oh, nope, that's the wrong direction.
Parkour!
If you're parkouring over cars, is it parkour?
I'm starting to question whether I'm running the right direction. I did not run the right direction.
You want to know the funniest fucking thing?
What? Neither were you?
That just made me look at my map and realize that I was also running in slightly the wrong direction.
I wasn't running in slightly the wrong direction.
I mean, I was kind of just at an angle rather than running straight at it. Which is fair, you know. It's hard for me to do things straight, you know. Straight doesn't really apply to me.
It says evening is here, but at the same time it says that she's 30,000 feet away. Or no, 3,000 feet away.
X-Files.
I was gonna say
The red garage is the
It's the one right across from
That's
the from the hospital.
the hospital, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Wow, someone's sinking through the floor. Wonder who. Oh,
This is good though. We're getting our exercise in.
yeah, I don't like it.
My condition has become terrible. I wish I had some like pre-workout. Oh my god, am I at the cat
It's
cafe?
not here. It's not here.
We'll talk to that valet.
I did talk to that valet. So says out of garage.
Maybe someone stole it because it was just sitting there unlocked.
I'm gonna freaking lose my marbles if that is the case.
You can call the cops and tell them to look for it.
I mean, at this point, it's probably best to just go straight to impound and, like, impound it directly. Oh my god. Closer to impound than I was this, and now I ran.
Well, can't you talk to impound under the hospital?
What impound under the hospital?
Yeah, there's... That was definitely a civvy. Somebody with a massive gasoline tanker just took the hood off a local as they went around the corner in an intersection. There is no way that was a local.
Anyway, what do you mean there's an impound in the hospital?
Okay, so like you go down into the garage at the hospital, and when you're looking at the normal guy, turn left, and there's a lady in the other corner.
Oh, you're right. I completely forgot that lady existed. Shit. Oh, jeez, don't hit me. Let me in. Ah. Let me in. Run. My car. Do. Oh, wait. I think we pulled out a different ambulance that one time. I think. No, I don't want to. Wait. Yes, this is. My Tampa. I'll call it a tampon. Wait. Searching for vehicle. Can I actually pull it up? It's. Oh, wait. Do I need to go to a different garage now? Letty. Oh, I gotta go to a different garage.
Okay, no,
Anyway,
just go down, go further into our garage.
I know. It impounded it. Wait, this is different. I impounded. Where am I?
I don't fucking know.
Anyway, I impounded it, right? So it's in impound. Wait. But I can only access ambulances from the like it only showed me ambulance.
Right, but you go further in to our garage, not the guy you get the ambulances from, but the other one further down.
Those ones are normal valet.
They are.
I may be stupid, but I'm also un idiota. Idioto. Hey. Let me in. Let me in. Let me in. Further down. Further dude. You. Give me my fucking car. Give it. The Tampa. Okay. Take out. Take out. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! There's no damages on it.
Nice.
No damages on it. They fixed it. Storm fixed my fucking car. Let's go.
You got both headlights, both taillights, and your hood is attached.
Both headlights, both taillights. Hood is on. Oh, I could fucking cry.
Aren't you a lucky fucker?
I am. I'm such a lucky fucker. Oh goddamn, my fuel's out. I'm out of fucking gas, but that's fixable. Let's see, how close am I to a...
Oh my
Ain't
god.
good.
So originally I veered too far to the west. So then I tried to correct and go northeast. And I ended up just going straight east. So I'm like, fuck. So I tried to just go north. I am closer to Malibu than the fucking hospital.
How about you just stay there for a hot second? I'll come pick you up.
I'm gonna go to the Malibu and get some food if they're open. Since I'm already on my way there.
This thing has a fucking 70-liter. Jesus.
You got a muscle car.
Yeah, that's fair.
Wow, look at all these cars trying to make baby cars. Why is there an ambulance outside the Malibu?
Which one questions you search?
I'm gonna look in and see if there's anybody in there. I wonder.
God, I love hearing that fucking room.
The Malibu is locked. There are a bunch of girls in bunny suits and an ambulance
Okay.
outside.
Sounds about right. Alright. I am en route to get you.
There's a bunny girl just like,
Hello?
oh my god.
Oh my god. I'm just trying to park very gently, that's all. There we go. Ooh, not far.
That's not the right way.
There is intense bubbling.
Thank you. No worries. It just said 10 minutes? Yeah. Oh, that'll be a
Oh, that's a lot of cars.
There we go. You good there?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Oh, sorry, say that again?
I'm fine. I'm just wait. There she is. My ride.
Oh, is that your ride?
Yeah.
Ah, no worries. Oh my, I do see the invisible cars in my eyes. Yep. Yep, they're drilling in the ground. Oh my goodness, yeah, we can definitely with you.
She's
I'm
beautiful.
Isn't she? Okay, I'm getting off Discord now. That's
Okay,
too much
bye.
audio. Okay, bye.
Yeah, I hit disconnect. Are you
Okay.
gonna do it?
That was an adventure, and then some.
You're quiet again.
Get a ride with somebody else?
Oh yeah, there are a bunch of bunny girls. Oh.
Yeah, I told you.
And then.
And I
then a
wonder whose
guy in a
ambulance that
white
is.
suit. Good question. Anyway, also, I think that we ended up pulling out a different ambulance that second time. The door didn't fix itself because
Yeah,
I
they're in a
just
meeting
saw
right
someone
now. It'll be another like 10
driving in,
minutes.
and their ambulance had no door.
Yeah, and maybe they rammed into something on their own.
Oh wait, we're not going to the hospital.
Yeah, well, we don't need to go to the hospital. We don't need to go to Benny's, so we can just go to the clothing store.
Gosh.
Oh, nice car.
Oh, thanks.
Hello.
I didn't ding you, alright?
No.
Okay.
It seems like you keep trying to, though. Hey, whose ambulance is that outside the Malibu?
I have no idea. I'm not trying to. I came around the corner and I started headaching.
No worries, you didn't hit us.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so my bubble is a little bit,
Yeah, it's kind of hard around here right now.
yeah, I don't know if it's the people or what. Yeah, okay, cool. Just making sure.
Have a good one. So that Ron's car. Alright, he's got
You
good
think he
taste.
knew he was talking to EMS?
Would hope that he recognized us, but
We both
I
just
mean, I don't-
changed. Like, I took my hat off and you changed your hair and your hair color.
That'd be really fucking funny.
He is so plain Jane that it's hard to tell him apart from locals, except for his fucked up Coventry accent.
Is there actual parking spaces around here? Not, I'm just gonna... Oh, here, probably.
Wow, I've never been down here.
Either.
Oh, is this guy the clothing shop?
No, it's around the other side, but... I just didn't want to park out in the open. Over here.
I want something a little classier.
Damn, this outfit looks good.
Okay.
Listen, I'm allowed to be vain. Nima's my own creature.
I'm just looking at your boots, babe. That's all.
What's wrong with the cowboy boots?
They just don't. Never mind.
They do. They do. No, they do. They're literally something that I would wear IRL. This is literally how I dress. That's a good question. I wouldn't put my faith in Grand Theft Auto being that inclusive, though. Do I have hands or do I have shoulders check? Wait, can you see me right now? What do you think about this shirt? It's a button up with a turtleneck underneath. Cool, it's too white, it blends into my skin then. What if I just lean fully into, Jareth, the Goblin King from fucking Labyrinth? Not the Declan Weaver jacket. My creature is so shaped. Oh shit. Hey, you wanna, you wanna earn $400 real quick? Just real quick. Just... Thank you. I think that I shifted from like down to un, which is your diagnosis. But hey, I paid for your clothing. Oh, that wait. Wouldn't that mean that we wouldn't be able to see each other then? Ah, shit, now I gotta find whatever the hell I had on again. Well, yeah. Here, let's stand next to each other and both face the wall this way. So that way we're right next to each other. Or I can come over here. Can you see me? There we go. Whoa, that's an option. What? Why is that an option? You wanna look like fucking David Hasselhoff? Equip new hands. How does this game even fucking run? It is so bugged to shit. Like, why are some of the like the decisions to put things in certain places, like, they make no sense. I like these horns a lot. Wish I had an excuse to use them. Do I still look like Satoru Gojo with the shades? No. Perfect. Real quick, the bigger round shades, these ones, or the little ones? These little ones. Which one? Bigger one? Okay. I don't know, I feel like the little ones give me more of like an Ozzy Osbourne kind of look. I kind of dig these. It does kind of feel like we're in a thrift shop, not gonna lie, or like a resale clothing store. I'm gonna pop some tags. Only got $20 in my pocket. That's gonna be stuck in my head all night now. Thanks. Thanks. Oh, we were looking for formal wear, huh? And I'm just like... Oh, that's fair. It's giving vaguely Leon Kennedy. Yeah, it's the jacket. He's got a bomber jacket. Okay, well it's leather. It's a leather jacket. Nice. Crisp, a little bit NPC, but nice. Why does that not surprise me? Yeah. Not a bad look, though. What if someone was like playing a ghost or whatever, and they just equipped all the things that would make like their body invisible, like this? Is this a skirt? Oh my god, there's a skirt for men. Oh my god. It's fucking beautiful. God, that would be funny. Very dapper. I like it. That's crisp. That's like some Ocean's 11 shit right there. Well, it just means you gotta change your hands. Oh, they are, That one's good. Nothing sticking out the back. There you go. Oh, there's some stump sticking out the front, though. Nothing on the front. Nothing on the back. There you go. Where am I supposed to find pants tight enough to not fucking clip through this jacket? Even the skinniest of jeans clips through there. What's going? Is this it? Does this fit? There we go. Egg. Oh. What? I am Confucian. I am very confused. There's no more leg for me to take off. What? What? I don't think so. What sort of toothpick are they expecting out of someone who's wearing this shit? Oh, my feet. I don't know. I think this jacket's just not meant to. Wait, what? 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 Hey, look at me. Look at me for a second. Look at me for a second. Apollo probably has this jacket in one of his fucking outfits, doesn't he? Now this is a thrift shop. This is a Macklemore jacket. Okay, yeah, I see it. True. Okay. I think for a little bit. Oh, do you wanna ride somewhere? It'll save you the money if I drive you. Plus, I need to be done doing just fucking stupid outfit shit anyway. It fucking better be. I can't. 1 second. Ah, what? Wait, what? What am I looking at? Yeah. I don't understand what happened there. very smart looking. Let me see. Oh, you've got a hair trail. My car. Still there. Alright, where are we going? Nope. So I could see who's coming.
Ooh, honey, boo that car.
Car with the long ass nose. Good God, this thing. I mean, I chose it, but. Yeah, I know. I've learned my lesson, okay? Yoinky!
That's how we put the trauma in trauma team.
See you tomorrow. Hopefully.
Trauma on my goddamn head.
Hello, did you need help? I do not. Is that Ursa?
First time I've ever fucking seen
Oh
you.
my god. Recognized you.
Oh.
That changes a man.
Huh. Oh, that was a good one. For everybody. I feel like I usually see you with a mask on.
Stay down. Stay down.
I'm gonna pull up
Oh,
my
you
skateboard and skate sludge everywhere, I swear to God.
Okay, but in my defense, I've never seen you without your EMS jacket. Mm-mm.
Same.
Robert.
Who's
Robert.
this? Hey man, I am an advanced EMT. You wanna chill a bit on the tone?
He's been through a lot today. Be nice
I've
to
been
him.
given clearance for this because we're doing a lot of mountain rescues now.
Becky.
Becky, let me smash.
I have stick.
Also, yes, this is advanced
Becky, I
EMT,
have
so.
stick.
I have stick.
Becky, you like yellow? I brought yellow. Becky loves
You
yellow.
like green? I got green.
Yeah, I don't think
Becky,
I've
let
seen
me
you in it though.
smash.
Becky.
Hello.
Oh!
Just love
blue.
Big fan of red.
In my eyes,
fucking
practically
movie where
related.
she dumps
I think.
like
Oh,
a
I
fucking
have seen
diamond
you in
worth
this
16
outfit.
quintillion
Yeah,
dollars into the fucking ocean?
And you got a haircut.
What a fucking stupid ending.
Oh.
And then they
Okay,
go
well,
and
you know what? I
find
don't
it.
think this is
Who
my
the
fault. This
fuck-
is your fault somehow.
Hey, K-pop.
10-4. This is 100% your
he's
fault, and
going
I
off.
cannot be held responsible.
Hey, this is a diamond worth 16
Mhm.
trillion dollars.
Will, if you
I'm not
ever
gonna
take
give
off
it
your
to my
glasses and I
descendants or
can't
anything
recognize
like
you,
that.
that's
I'm
your
just gonna
fault, not
dump
mine.
it off the fucking edge.
Do
I want to show them.
you want to see me without my glasses?
No, that's not the point. I'm just saying I wouldn't be able to recognize you properly.
Wait, hold on. Let's see. Let's
Oh,
test.
Nicky Boss! What the?
Generational wealth over generational trauma.
Yep.
How the
I love
fuck did you
screaming it.
injure yourself again going through the goddamn door?
I love how he just
Come here.
he just got up and kept walking like nothing happened.
Oh dear.
It's the hat. You're not wearing your hat. I never saw your hair before. I did that on purpose.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Do you want the one?
You hate me. You just hate me and want me to suffer. I understand. It's not my fault. It's not my fault.
She's a bitch.
Oh yeah, she is a.
Fucking hate Lala.
All me and my homies fucking hate her.
It's not my fault.
No, I second that. It's not her
It's
fault
not my
at all.
fault. If you guys, hey,
It's not her
listen,
fault.
Are you saying that if I like, I don't know, cut my hair or something, you would still recognize me?
Lala.
I wouldn't. I wouldn't have any idea. I would be like, "Who are you?"
Have some respect.
I'll
on
punch
the
you.
movie, Lala.
No, don't do it. I'm holding her
punch
back.
you.
You're very lucky that I'm holding her back. You're very lucky. She's a very strong woman. You would be absolutely dead if I wasn't obstructing her walking path right now.
Wait, Will literally just ran straight past us.
You built like a Lala
he's having a
sim,
moment,
right?
I
You fucking
suppose.
your little legs out, fucking tidy shorts on, and your hairline running from your eyebrows. You fucking Lala sim.
Oh, we should probably. Did we have an ambulance out?
Sorry. Was that my fault? I'm so sorry, Roma.
It's okay.
Why are you up here?
I'm just chilling.
Oh, you didn't take your glasses off.
Yeah, I didn't have the money to go into the clothing store to change them.
Can't you?
I couldn't be bothered with drawing money.
Can't you just
They're
think
not
really
if
hard
I-
about slash glasses?
Go, Roma.
No,
Go,
if I think
Roma.
about
Go,
glasses,
Roma.
it
Oh my
doesn't work for these ones because they're technically decals.
Oh.
Yeah.
I saw you got a job at A.M.A's.
Which I don't get because there's a lot of hats and glasses and stuff all in like body armor and decal and all that stuff.
By the way, even Sabine and I were talking about doing like a girls' day with shopping and stuff. Would you like to join us? Okay, I fell off on accident, but okay, I'll add you to the group chat.
Apparently, we've reached the silly hour of the day. Yes. I don't know.
Might have to stand up. Try now. Maybe just try and drop it on the floor.
Oh no.
We'll go down
Is
here
it
then.
underneath the ambulance?
Oh, it is. It's underneath. Hold on. I'll move the ambulance if you hop off.
Hold an Oprah.
I can't even see what it is. Yeah, I can't see what it is.
He pulls an Oprah and he doesn't even get to take it home.
Vanished. What if I move the ambulance back and then stand? Stand where you dropped it and maybe I can pick it up. Oh. Oh, what the hell? Why are you giving me... What the heck? I have money, it's okay. You need to see my eyes?
Will, I'm putting you in a fucking meat processor. I'm putting you in the meat processor. I'm gonna get you before you go back.
It's a little personalized if they have time for you.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Ezra. Hey.
Hello.
Is that Nima?
Yes.
Oh my god, you guys changed up your looks. Holy shit.
That's what I said. See, it's not just me.
Did you guys get promoted or something? Is that why you guys are changing your hair? I'm very oblivious, okay? Wait, when was this?
When he asked what you were wearing.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah,
It's getting
yeah.
heated. It's
No,
getting heated.
I did not. No. And yeah, and I'll be so for real with you. No, I did not notice it was you.
Well, there's a fight in the lobby.
What the There's a fight going on in the lobby. I see.
Because Ezra wanted to see.
Oh, I see.
Well, yeah, I just didn't have money.
Okay, he's still
Will,
mostly recognizable.
Will, look at me. Where are your
Hit that
glasses?
sick move. Who was doing the sick move?
I took them off, man.
Put it back on.
What? Are my eyes not pretty?
They are pretty, but I'm getting.
Your eyes are very pretty.
Oh, thank you.
You're making me want to kiss you right now. Put it on your glasses.
Oh.
Can I film it?
Yowie? Yowie?
Yowie?
Yowie?
Yowie?
Yowie?
Yowie?
Yowie?
For the Yowie chat. For the
Yowie?
Yowie chat. For the Yowie chat. For the Yowie group chat.
Yo, you're back as
Yo, even this fucking Yao in the lobby is crazy.
You got Yowie up in the
Nubis said he wanted to kiss Will.
I always want to kiss Will. What?
You
I
know
think
what?
I
I'm
made
gonna
it
pay him.
quite clear.
I'll pay him so he kisses.
Hey Nubis, can you make sure you put your full pussy in that when you're kissing them so I could film it and get like a
Alright.
shit ton of views on trendy.
Do I need?
Thanks.
Do you want tongue
Oh,
as well?
are you in the Yowie group chat?
I'm not in the Yowie group chat, but I love
Would you
Yowie.
like to be? Would you like
Oh,
to be?
absolutely, I do.
I want to be in
Just
the-
bear in
Oh
mind.
my god, go Roma! Holy crap! You can do a spin on your head?
I fucking love Yowie.
There you go, Prom. You're in the
Oh,
Yowie
shit,
group
Will.
chat.
Oh hell yeah! And Yuri. Yuri is also good.
Oh, I love Yuri. Doom Yuri, let's go.
Am I in the Yowie group chat? Wait, I don't see anything. I don't think I'm in it.
Oh.
Yowie! 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 It's happening!
Whoa! Oh shit!
Where are you?
Yeah, we put it in the group chat. Put it in the group chat.
Wow. Wow.
It's okay, it's a video.
Look at them go.
I think they
I
tried.
wasn't here. I wasn't here. You can't blame me for something I wasn't here.
Didn't Nah take a picture and then the picture was corrupted?
Did someone just head pop?
Go on. Kiss and tongue. Go on, guys.
Oh my god. Yeah, I need a clock off soon.
Tickle each other. Aww.
I haven't met that person before.
What about Yuri? Where's our Yuri at?
You can make a Yuri.
Really?
We could kiss.
Kiss.
Whoa.
Oh.
You should kiss.
I would kiss you.
Kiss.
Here.
Well, how fucking long has that been going on?
What the fuck noise was that from? They're kissing! They're kissing! Guys, they're kissing! They're kissing!
Why are none of you filming it?
They lost their chance.
They lost their chance.
Lost their chance.
He lost
They
their
lost their chance.
No! Do it again! Do it again!
You lost your chance.
How
You
much?
lost your
How
chance.
much? From I'm
This
gonna
again.
put your fucking cock through a meat
$5,000 each.
$10,000 for me.
That hits
Oh,
home.
$10,000 each.
Even now.
Okay, man. I'm not hearing my phone ring.
Change it. Okay.
This is a purchase well made, by the way.
This is going towards my outlaw.
Oh my god.
The
This is going
best
towards
use
my
of
new
money.
car.
God, I love
can
having
eat
a
again.
job.
God, I love having a job.
Wait, did you guys actually pay them 10,000 each to kiss?
Yep.
Alright, come here.
Yowie!
This better be some
Yowie.
sloppy ass French kisses.
Squeeze his ass.
Get a grab. Get a
Bonk it
full
like
fucking
clown
fistful.
nose. I heard they like that.
Dude,
That was fucking amazing.
Oh my god! The Cabadon too!
That's what
Whoa!
Yeah, that's
Whoa!
What? We got a free Cabadon?
Wait, I need to add
my
you to the
God.
group. I need to add you to the
If you
Yowie
want to
group
give
chat,
us
right?
another
Please,
$10,000, I'll do
Do
it
it again
again.
for another $10,000.
Do I have your number?
Man, nobody pays
do
me
not
to kiss
think
men.
so.
Well, you gotta put it out there that you want $10,000 to kiss another man.
Send you my contact, but I'll add you now.
Okay,
Yellow
okay.
Pages is the thing.
Wait, our pictures are broken. Fuck! No!
Damn, that's so unfortunate.
Fuck my stupid bucka life, bro!
There you go, Mari. You're in the group chat. I think there's like
the
nearly
pictures
4
are
people in the
broken,
group
Will.
chat,
The
by the
pictures are
way.
broken. They can't
I
save
do
it.
not
scammed,
see
get
it yet.
scammed.
Maybe
I don't
I'll
see
have
that
to
I'm in
fix
the
it.
group chat either.
It's
might
because
take a
it's not
moment to
messaged for a
load.
while. I'll send a
Dang
message
it!
to it.
I should have recorded on my tablet. I heard the tablet pictures work. Oh shit. Okay, well, thank you for the good night, Yowie. I very much appreciated your services, and thank you, Yvette, for paying them. I'll buy
Thank
you
you,
food
Yvette, for the
sometime.
$10,000.
My dreams will be. My dreams will be.
Oh, there we go. I
I'll
see
do
it.
it again
yeah,
for
yeah.
another $10,000.
I don't have that
Save
kind of
less.
money right now.
So how much do we need? How much do we need to pay for you to be able to, like, you know, bump it in the
Yvette,
fucking?
if you pay them
you know,
again,
in
I
tell
think
me.
Will. I
need
think
to
Will would do
record.
it for promotion. If you promoted him just to EMT, I think he'd do it.
Oh man, but that's
I'd do what?
unfortunate. I
I'll
don't
do it
have
for
that
50K.
power.
What would I do?
50K.
You'd kiss for a promotion.
They're trying to get you to kiss for a promotion.
I'd kiss for
No, I believe he
anything
said
involving money.
bump it.
Yeah, so I'm talking about fucking.
I'll live for 50k.
I'm
I'd
talking
fuck for
about, you know,
I'll
like,
receive for 100k.
you know,
you could use
something
you
HR.
could use the bed
Wait,
at the
wait,
apartment.
Prom,
You could
do
use
you
the bed at the
want
apartment.
him to fuck you, or do you want to watch him fucking someone else?
Someone else, the fuck?
Aw, you don't want him to tickle you? Tickle you, Elmo?
Okay, but Dr. Prom,
No,
Dr.
I have
Prom.
different tastes. What's up?
When are you gonna do voice packs? EMS voice packs.
Yeah, when are you
Oh,
gonna do
don't
it?
you?
Dr.
Oh, don't you worry. Don't you worry. That day is really, really close. As a matter of fact.
Yes!
That day is
Oh,
really, really
let's go.
close.
Let's go.
Absolute victory, absolute victory.
That day is really, really close. I have to actually. You know what? Let me go in my head really quickly. Hold on.
Let's go.
Oh, he spread his legs and
I-
everything. I'm gonna get
I
a
love
picture.
how he goes in his head and just like it's like
Flops.
hitting the off button on a computer.
We need the shutdown sound effect.
Standing these them.
Oh! You just jumped on his spine.
I should specialize in chiropractor.
Look at what you did.
Oh, my head popped. All right.
He's
Driving on the
wiggly
ground.
dancing.
And 4.
Prom's possessed. Prom's possessed. Prom is
Someone jump on
possessed.
him. Jump on him.
From the top rope. Oh, I can't jump from up here. Damn it.
Wait, he's still moving. Oh my god.
I'll
Let's
show
see
you
if, he,
from the top
if, he,
row.
if he's fleeing his head.
Mega staunch jump from up here.
Should we? Oh, he has to agree to that one. Never mind. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
From the top rope.
Jeez!
Oh, you just got aerial staunched.
Oh
Look at him go. Oh, yes, sir. He can boogie. And he
Oh,
don't
wait, not
need
that.
any song.
Whoa, yeah,
He can boogie.
Why are you pulling out your gun?
boogie,
Why'd you pull out your
all
gun?
night long.
Hello, return. Okay, so
Oh,
maybe I may have
why am I on
mentally
the
I may have
ground? What just
mentally
happened to
done something. So you know the the Slack.
Oh my god!
Oh shit.
Oh my
you may
God.
want to
Oh
check
my
the
God.
Slack in media. Let me know when you're in there.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
What is wrong with me?
Oh my god! Dreams are coming true. Oh my god!
That's 2 minutes and 47 seconds.
This is the most amazing thing I've ever seen in my life. Thank you for my life, Dr. Prom.
Indeed.
Holy shit.
Oh my god, the promisms.
This
Let's
is the
go.
best thing ever. Thank you, Dr.
Beautiful.
Prom. Thank you.
Beautiful.
Amazing. We need to sell these. We need to sell these.
Oh my
Thank you.
There's been
thank you.
so much going on. I can't fucking get to the bottom of media.
I'm gonna have
Oh,
sweet
there
dreams
it
tonight.
is.
I'm glad.
This is so awesome.
Indeed, of course, understandable. Happens to the best of us, really. Indeed, yeah, you need to have the,
You are so cursed. We're such a cursed
particle
business.
accelerators. It's really important. Magical
you
mortuary
please,
services. We put the
in the
fun in
bottom?
funeral.
I'll
have Indeed, felicitations. My name is Prom Stir, the greatest mortician in Coventry, the only mortician that can come and
in the hospital other than
Oh, it's
mortician
perfectly
and
fine. You
clinical
just got a little bit of
advisory.
blunt force trauma. It should be perfectly easy to get solved here. Let me just grab an icy pack and get you looking better. Because right now you look
Okay.
really, really fucked up. You're fine.
He's like, how dare you ask me this question right now?
He's like, fuck, I see my brain.
He's like,
This is-
damn, I have
there's
to do
another
a
2
work
Just like I
minutes
just
for
gave
that.
you guys promisms. You asked me these questions, really?
They have to do my
Okay, I'm
job.
back out of my head. What happened? I didn't hear anybody. What happened?
See, he wasn't here. We had a question. Nubis,
Yeah,
ask
what's up?
again.
Hey, what's up? Blake?
I was I was gonna ask what other specializations are there in the
Did you call
hospital?
him Twink?
You know what
I
other
mean, he's not wrong.
specializations? I was gonna say I'm just spitting facts here. So in terms of specializations, I mean, it really depends. You know, there's different. Yeah, you can. There's different things you can do. I'm like I said, I'm a mortician. You know, I'm sure you could probably go into therapist if you wanted to. You know, security, all that happy shit.
Okay.
Security?
Just something to keep in mind. You have different fields. Yeah, I mean, if you want to be like Max Tack or some shit, you know, feel free.
Yeah, I'm going around holding big guns.
Yeah.
That ain't me though.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I mean, you still have to
It's
get
not
it,
gonna be me
you
too.
know, approved
We
by
haven't met.
higher ups and shit. But
Okay.
you know, just something to think about. Yeah, while you're doing your thing, figure out your specialty, what you wanna become at some point.
Yeah, I guess Department of Information for me.
Indeed.
Y'all need dispatch. I pitied the poor blokes who have to go to the same mountain rescue and it's already done. Because I was the poor bloke who had to go to a mountain rescue that was already done.
My name is
My email?
Cole.
Ah!
Are you
Okay.
sure?
Problem, check your emails. Okay, let's exchange.
Are you
thoughts.
sure?
My name's Mari.
Are you sure?
Oh, check my emails.
I'm sure. I haven't seen his name
Uh,
before. I will punch you, Ezra. Don't test me.
Message from Doc.
I mean,
It's not
maybe
my
he just
fault.
took a tie off.
I think I got
It's
it.
not my
Okay.
fault that you look
Dr.
that
Quill
different
messaged
without
you?
your hat. Wait, I didn't send
Yeah.
you my number
Yeah.
yet. There we go.
Thank you.
Yeah, nice to.
What's up?
Hi.
At least they recognized you.
Nice to meet you.
It happens to the
Which is
To be
ironic,
honest-
given that I'm the one who
To be
changed.
honest, I didn't. If it makes you feel better, Ezra,
Oh, what's
I
that?
didn't
How's
recognize
that?
either of you. Although, to
Thank
be
you,
fair, I
thank
talked to
you.
Nima less,
Thank
so
you,
I
thank
think
you.
it's not either of our faults. Oh, I can't
You
hear
thought a
Ezra.
tail would be
Uh-oh.
wagging right
No, I'm
my
processing
God.
how
I
angry
figured
I
out the
am.
sweet spot to do aerial punches.
I didn't recognize either. So now you know I'm not just like prejudiced against you. I'm just bad.
Watch out.
Uh-huh.
Watch out those who mess with the EMS. We're
What
gonna
was the new guy's
aerial
name?
punch you.
If Dr.
Agreed.
Prom took off the other guy's named
split.
Ko,
Yeah.
but if Dr.
Oh.
Prom took off his glasses, I probably wouldn't recognize him either.
No, you would not. You'd have to look
Yeah,
into
exactly.
my piercing gaze.
I did see it at the salon. I do remember that.
David.
Oh,
I saw him in his
I
car
gotta
when he
do-
almost
Wait,
hit
can you
us.
take your glasses
Come here,
off?
come here, come here.
You want me to take my glasses off?
Take them off.
Oh, yeah. Okay, sure.
Let's see if you
Oh my
have
goodness.
Haunting.
unforced
Promise
trauma.
piercing gaze. Oh my
Yeah.
goodness.
What say you that you do? Yeah.
Yeah,
Nah,
so
it's
there's a
fine.
reason I
You
wear
just-
glasses. That's because I've
I'll
seen
just
some
leave
shit.
it, no worries.
Thank you.
It's the glasses to protect you
My
or
pics
us.
are
at
broken. I
this
don't know why I'm
point.
doing this.
Yeah, that's because I can't be I can't have my picture taken without my glasses on. Try to take a picture again,
yeah.
it'll work this time.
Yeah, no, my pictures are just broken. None of the
Oh,
pictures I took
that's
before were
understandable.
working.
Yeah, I'm like the pale
Right, here
rider
you
really.
go. Let's heal you. Oh, gunshot.
That's a good.
Gunshot. Bang, bang.
Man, the pictures we took earlier today were good. It broke again, huh?
Yeah.
Every single time I want to take a nice photo of myself,
Okay.
I get freaking
Just for the break of us, really.
yeah. True.
Yeah.
This isn't the outfit that you're
What?
talking about being a nice picture, is it?
What?
What? Is it not a nice
Your
outfit?
sense of humor just it happens to the.
You look like an Ace
word of
Hardware.
us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Come here, come here.
Well, now look what you've done.
He's either going to cry, change, or he left so he wouldn't stab me in the eyeball.
Happens to the most of us, really.
Did you listen to the voice back that he put in media?
No, not yet.
You have. I listened to the first 30 seconds. It's just, oh my. You know what? The film may not be there on my phone, but at least I had my eyes open for what I recorded.
Oh, that's true.
Ooh, that means that I have a not great image of the two kisses.
Can't you just like whenever you were looking through your camera, you can pause that memory and crop it.
I can.
Gorgeous, beautiful. It will live on forever.
I wish that I'd had my eyes open when I went to the. Oh, we gotta go to the Ale Marys. I gotta see if that bartender's there. I owe her so many tips.
Oh, I'm back.
Welcome back. Do you want me to drive you?
No, I can take my motorcycle if you want to stay here.
Welcome back.
I'm debating whether or not I want to stay on shift for a little bit longer.
You sound like you're almost as tired as me.
Yeah.
The question is, do you need the money?
I mean, I could use the money.
I mean, we
since
could
I
all
bought
use
that
the money.
I just don't know what I gotta do to get promoted. I wanna be promoted.
Well, you know what? Being on when Dr. Green is on is probably helping your case. You've been on shift when he's been here the last 2 days.
Yeah.
And if anybody tries to put me in front of you, I'll say no.
You're so sweet.
So, do you want to stay or come to the Ale Mary?
I've never been there, so I might as well come.
Really?
Going off 10:42. Good night, everyone.
Good
Yeah,
night.
they're over there. But let me drink some water first.
Oh God, yes.
Yeah, yeah. How was your thirst?
Almost dead.
I'm watching to make sure you don't die of overhydration somehow.
It's intriguing how we need a water spotter.
I know.
If I, oh. I'm so tired. I'm sorry. Hit me back.
Oh, they're fighting. Oh, okay.
Okay.
Good night,
We're
guys.
even now. Good night.
Why can I not move out of this stance?
Nubis.
Well, at least we can find you better if you get stuck up there.
Nubis, let me.
Look at what Anubis put on.
Can you lift me? I can't move out of this stance now.
Did you try X?
Oh, there it went. Okay.
Don't forget to drink.
Where are my fucking glasses?
They got knocked off.
Alright. Alright, let's ride.
Nope, try again. Nope, try again.
Didn't go far enough. Good stuff.
Oh, hey!
Hey y'all, how's it going?
We were just gonna go to the Ale Marys.
Oh shit! Well, I was just about to
Hey.
throw down here, play some music.
You trying to get
Hey,
No, I was not.
your bartender with the long white hair.
Mhm.
Is she working right now?
I don't believe so. I didn't see her in there.
Do you know when she's due back?
She's usually like a day shifter. She's around like mid-evening. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So, I'm unaccustomed to eating out, and I didn't realize that I was supposed to
Who
be
are we
filling in
eating out?
tips. So, like, every time that I
Sorry, that's
ate,
what I heard.
got food at the Ale Marys, I never tipped.
Oh, that's okay. You know, you didn't know.
So,
What were you fucking about? Killed me.
when she comes on shift, I'm gonna have to go over there and give her a nice big tip.
Oh, good idea. Good idea. Yeah, no, she's. I think she's new to the city too, so it'd be nice, you know, help her get on her way. You know.
Yeah.
Who's dead? Oh, prom. I don't care. Anyway, yeah, no, absolutely. Do I have your number? I could like text you if she's around.
You don't ever know, do you?
I don't know. I don't think so.
I automatically clicked into the Yowie group chat.
Okay.
Give me a
It's okay.
second.
Well, there's a Yowie group chat. Oh my god. What is going on in the city? Gotcha. Thank you.
Yeah,
I'll give
we
you a buzz.
tried to add to it because Will was kissing Nubis.
Oh my god. All right.
He
all
copied
right.
on him.
There's so much love in this city, dude. I didn't know they were. Oh my god, they're lovers now.
Hey,
I
one
think it was
kiss
just
does
for
not
money.
equal lover. Oh my god, I thought. Oh, Jesus Christ. I thought. Did you see that car? I literally thought that there was like a big black bull because of. Oh my god, they're gonna kill somebody. I'm not going out there.
We're off the clock.
No, but I'm not going out there because I don't want to get crushed by a car.
Oh my god, I'm gonna look away until you get your glasses back on. Holy shit.
Why is it
Whose
wrong?
car
Do you not
even
like
is
looking
that?
into my eyes?
I thought I'm not supposed to.
Into my piercing gaze? Yeah.
Exactly, I thought I'm not supposed
You
to.
know what, Doc? They're very pretty eyes. It's too powerful.
Oh, thank you. Sometimes these eyes are the last thing people see.
I mean, you know what? That's that.
That's kind of weird. Oh god. Oh no! For a second there, I thought that was the guy that comes around with Barb, but that's not. That's a completely different guy.
Tummy time.
Tummy time.
I have 2 more hours until the wheel. Do I stay up or do I just do I die?
What do you just die?
What? You would say that to me?
No, literally.
Hey, did you hear that?
It wasn't
Babe, what did you hear?
Just
Did you hear him tell me to go die? He said it. I repeated it.
So you agreed that I should die?
No, you told me to die, and I.
No,
and
no. I
was
said,
just
should
repeating
I
it.
wait 2 hours or should I just go die?
No, you should live.
I think
But
we
don't wait
should
2
live.
hours either.
Tummy time.
Tummy time. So how do I? Tummy? Oh no.
Burr left just in time to miss the bunny boobs.
Was it like this?
Oh.
Nor?
If you use your F4 muscle and then search up sunbaking.
Babe. Sunbaking. Roma
Yeah?
Antec.
Hello, I'm
Tummy
romantic.
time.
Tummy time? Hold on, I need to gather some medical supplies, but.
I love
You
Roma
okay?
Antec. He's so
Just
cute. What happened?
happy.
Oh.
Here we go. I was like, what's
Hold
going on?
on, hold on. Here you go, Burr, just for you.
I love how peaceful it is in tummy time.
They were probably over dancing at the
He
Malibu.
got mixed. It's over. Oh, he's faltering it again. Oh, he got it.
Are you talking to one of your demons?
feel like this is something EMS.
I could
should
totally be
stop. It's
clocked in and
false.
do this as long as I just like go to calls, right? Hell yeah.
Is my mic is stuck on.
Yeah, I was wondering
Just
when I
think it
could
out
hear
loud.
you talk to your teammates.
That's a vet.
How do-
Also, I
what
think I
the
will also
fuck?
go clock on, so that way I
have
can get
vets
paid
in
for
the
this.
city?
No, her name is Yvette.
Should probably also come clock in,
She pulled out a gun on me earlier.
so you can get paid to watch this.
Yeah, it was on accident, but she gave me a
Why
lot.
why won't my microphone turn on? My voice box is stuck.
I am misunderstanding. I'm so sorry.
What's going on back there? Can I come in?
You are not allowed back there, you little demon. Stay out.
I didn't think I'm a demon.
Hey, I'm cold. What's up?
Did you see the spread out?
Is it Dr. Green?
Spread out? No,
Why do you
She
think?
was here again, twice.
Oh my god, today? Twice? And I missed them both times?
Hey,
Yeah.
Dr. Green was the one that trained me. It was Dr. Ranche.
And yeah, they're stranded. They're stranded out on the highway, and she's going to go get them.
People have never seen the spread out. It's so crazy. Because he did. He walked right past me twice.
Wait, does the spreader look different than
Help me. I can't turn my voice box off.
Not even in the settings?
No.
That might be a head pop sort of situation. See, now these glasses seem too big. I have to go.
No, sometimes I feel like I am looking at him, but I can't really. I can't tell.
You'll know when you see him, though.
Oh, okay.
You're trying to say I'm him. It's not.
I never said any. Why are you assuming? Why are we assuming?
What the fuck, dude? The first thing Jesus Christ, prom.
He looks upset. Me? Are you okay? Okay, just making sure.
Hey, Grimite.
Okay.
Any luck?
What's wrong, sexy?
Do not. Kermite? No, sir. No, sir.
Can I not call a fellow man attractive?
You
in a
can't walk up like that and say that. That's insane.
But that's how I always walk.
Is that how you
Colt.
walk all the time?
Yes.
Kermite, say
No,
something for
it's
the rest
still
of us.
stuck.
God damn.
I've got the swagger. of
And
a man
when I
eater.
change it to voice activated, it just mutes.
Babe, tell him.
Oh.
I don't know what to do.
Tell me all about Kermite.
But
I've been walking
fuck,
like
it's
this
been
since
11
Hel'leon
hours
was a baby.
anyway. I should probably go just go to sleep.
I held you as a baby?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, that's
interesting.
Is it? We're like childhood friends, except I wasn't born yet.
You said I held you as a frog.
I think it's a good thing that I can't hear music. They have the music turned off
no,
because
I
they'd
didn't
probably
know.
be freaking out
Yes,
for
yes.
DMCA.
Leonia.
Yes.
I think Colt. Sad.
Anyway, I'm gonna
What
log
happened?
off.
Oh, he's sad.
Okay.
Will you be around
He's
tomorrow?
playing a guitar with no
Play us a
strings.
sad song.
I will try. No
Okay.
promises. I don't know how busy it's
The
gonna be.
lazy of us, really.
Well,
Hey,
you're a doctor of the mind. Why don't you?
don't
talk?
don't
I'm
hurt
not
yourself
allowed to
rushing or
work
anything
here.
like that.
Oh, true.
Yeah.
Hug me,
Oh no, I
brother.
can hear the guitar now.
Oh shit.
Oh.
Maybe he just wasn't playing it
Kermite, are you
before.
okay?
You stamped so well.
Who knows?
Hug me, brother. I feel like Oprah.
Yeah.
I would have thought Drake and Josh.
All right. Good night.
Yeah,
Good night.
The two were, you know, intertwined.
sexually.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Nothing. Just fucking. That's the weird part. Just nothing really too crazy, which is a blessing.
Mm,
May
that's fine.
have given Eve and Roma a panic attack.
Right, I heard about that.
May have given Ranche a panic.
Oh shit. shitballs. That was so long. I'm surprised my throat isn't just destroyed. I'm gonna guess. Okay, there are two people here. Is there anybody on? It's fucking what, 2:30 in the morning? Gerald is on. To be honest, I don't want to send anybody to Gerald. What if I do same category? Not that person. Not that. I don't know any of these people. Wait, can I like do a yeah, okay. Search and filter. Filter by hashtag lodestar. No channel. What do you mean? Oh, lodestarrp. What do you mean? Am I the only? I can't be the only one streaming Lodestar right now. Oh, maybe that's the name. Let me try this again. Down here. What do you mean? No. Pop that out. What if I were to come into Twitch? If I were to come into Twitch and do hashtag lodestar RP. See, there are people. Oh great, I show up. I'm 2 viewers. 2 viewers. This time of the morning, there are like no people. 4 of us. And I don't know who these other ones are, but she looks cute. Her mouth is moving, but nothing's coming out. Oh wait, do I know her? Is she the one that was just at the hospital? Or either that or somebody else is wearing this jacket. Well, it's not really a jacket, it's more of a bolero. Alright, let me copy her. And I'll send my 2 people to her. I don't know how to do this. Raid. Yes, did it work? Yay! Alright, be nice. Say hi.